The Highlander's Destiny. A Clean Highlander Historical Romance. By Sarah Kane. Prologue. England of King George I. The Baron of Willowmere burned down her home. It had been the sort of perfect summer day that made Cora Harrington believe God smiled upon England. The late August sun streamed through wisps of clouds as she guided her mare along the rocky slope above her family's ancestral castle. She'd been born in the saddle, or so her father liked to boast, and she rode now with the easy confidence of a woman who knew the land like the back of her hand. Lifting her face to the heavens, she breathed deeply of crushed grass and wild honeysuckle, its sweet perfume carried on the gentle breeze. "You'd best be picking some of that honeysuckle for the vases, my lady," Joan announced from her mount beside Cora's. "It would be a vast improvement over that skunk cabbage you brought home last week. What possessed you to think that wretched weed suitable for the drawing room, I'll never know." Cora bit back a smile at Joan's tartness. The older woman had been housekeeper, cook, lady's maid, and surrogate mother all rolled into one formidable package since Cora's own mother had succumbed to scarlet fever 10 years past. During those terrible days when death had stalked their home, Joan had nursed young Cora through her own bouts of fever with a fierceness born of love, brewing tinctures and tonics that had quite literally saved her life. Cora knew she owed everything to Joan's stubborn refusal to let her die, and to her remarkable knowledge of healing herbs. "I thought the leaves rather handsome," Cora protested, adding an imperious lift of her chin for good measure. "A lovely deep green. How was I to know they'd stink to high heaven? I had a terrible ague that week and couldn't smell a thing." "An ague in August," Joan muttered darkly as she dismounted to approach a cluster of flowering yarrow. "As likely as snow in July." Cora swung down from Buttercup's back, her riding skirts swirling about her boots. "Are you thinking to collect that for drying?" "Aye." Joan fixed her with the stern look that had cowed Cora as a child and still commanded respect. "And what would I be using yarrow for, lass?" "For fever," Cora answered promptly, pleased to demonstrate her learning. "Yarrow tea reduces fever and inflammation." "And what else might we use?" "Willow bark, of course." Joan's weathered face softened with approval. "You're a clever lass. Now hold out your apron. We'll need a goodly amount to replenish our stores after we tended Jack Bailey last month." Cora had scarcely gathered her skirts when a cry split the afternoon calm. She whirled toward the sound, her heart lurching as Joan's hand went still, yarrow blossoms tumbling forgotten to the ground. What sent ice racing down her spine wasn't merely the cry itself, but the raw terror in Joan's voice when she spoke. "Mount up, Cordelia. Now." The command came out strangled, as though Joan had swallowed broken glass. Cora's gaze snapped to the valley below, and her blood turned cold. English soldiers, dozens of them, thundered across the moorland toward Castle Harrington, their red coats vivid against the purple heather. It was rare to see king's men this far north. Rare, and never a good omen. They raced for the rear entrance, their mares' hooves pounding the earth in desperate rhythm. "Your father should have learned to stay clear of crown politics," Joan bit out, her bonnet streaming behind her like a battle standard. "Bless his stubborn heart." Cora didn't know what she meant, but this was hardly the moment to ask. She glanced back and immediately wished she hadn't. Soldiers were slaughtering her father's guard at the outer wall, their swords flashing red in the sunlight. The screams of servants fleeing through the courtyard pierced the air, sounds that would haunt her dreams for years to come. They reached the kitchen entrance at a full gallop. Joan seized Buttercup's bridle before Cora could dismount properly, nearly yanking her from the saddle. "The buttery. Hide yourself there." Fear had transformed Joan's face into something Cora barely recognized. The older woman dragged her through the cool stone corridors to the buttery adjacent to the kitchens. Once inside the windowless room, Cora sank to the damp flagstones beside Joan, straining to hear her father's voice from somewhere in the castle depths. He'd been in the great hall attending to correspondence when they'd left. "Please, God, let him be safe." "Joan," Cora whispered urgently, "what did you mean about Papa and the crown?" "Hush now." Joan's husband appeared in the doorway, 3 skinned rabbits dangling from his weathered hands. Oswald, Joan gasped, lurching to her feet. You mustn't go out there. We're outnumbered 3-1. The grim set of Oswald's jaw said he already knew. He tossed the rabbits onto the work table and drew his sword halfway from its scabbard, testing the blade. Stay here with the lass, Joan. Keep her safe, you hear? Oswald, no. But he was already gone, his boots echoing through the stone archway toward the great hall. Joan made the sign of the cross and began rocking, the Lord's Prayer falling from her lips in a desperate whisper. Cora edged toward the entrance, her heart hammering so violently she could feel it in her throat. For long moments she heard nothing but Joan's prayers and the thundering of her own pulse. Then came the crash of splintering wood, followed by the unmistakable clash of steel on steel. They'd breached the hall. Cora bolted before Joan could stop her, racing through the corridor and skidding to a halt behind a thick stone column. From this vantage, she could see everything, and wished to God she couldn't. English soldiers swarmed the great hall like locusts, their swords drawn and ready. Her father stood at the head table, his own blade raised, his quill pen bleeding ink across the parchment he'd been writing. A sob caught in Cora's throat as she frantically searched for Oswald and Lawrence, her father's most loyal men. Joan appeared at her elbow, tugging at her arm with trembling hands. Please, Cordelia, we must keep you hidden. I'm safe here, Cora whispered fiercely. Be quiet or they'll see us. Joan pressed against the column beside her, her face ashen. I don't see Oswald anywhere. Neither do I. Cora couldn't blink. Couldn't breathe. She watched her gentle father's expression shift from blazing defiance to hollow resignation, realizing he was hopelessly outnumbered. When his gaze found hers across the expanse of the hall, his shoulders sagged. No. Papa, please, no. His fingers opened, and his sword clattered to the flagstones with a sound like death itself. He dropped to his knees. Don't kill him. The voice thundered from the entrance, cold with authority. I want him alive. Cora's head snapped toward the speaker, and her stomach turned to lead. The man filled the doorway despite his short, corpulent frame, Lord Horace Sanders, Baron of Willowmere. Her father's neighbor. His occasional guest. The man whose piggy eyes had always lingered too long on Cora's figure, making her skin crawl like something unclean lived beneath it. Sanders waddled down the center of the hall like a toad in fine boots. Her father's head remained bowed, and Cora wanted to scream at him to look up, to fight, to do something. When Sanders finally stopped before him, he planted his hands on his considerable hips. Look at me. Papa raised his head slowly. Well, well, well. Sanders drew out each word with obvious relish. I confess, John, I never took you for a Jacobite sympathizer. You played the loyal subject so convincingly all these years. He gripped her father's chin with a gloved hand, forcing his head higher. Papa's eyes flashed with contempt, but he remained silent. King George will be devastated to learn of your betrayal, Sanders continued, his tone dripping with false sympathy. I feel it my duty to deliver you to London myself. His Majesty will want to make an example of you, I should think. Papa said nothing. Why wasn't he defending himself? Why wasn't he fighting these vicious accusations? Sanders' face reddened at the continued silence. Have you nothing to say, John? Still nothing. Only a slight tremor in Papa's bearing to indicate he'd heard the man. The Baron's laugh sent chills racing down Cora's spine, a sound like iron scraping stone. On second thought, perhaps I'll save myself the journey to London. In one fluid motion, he drew a pistol from his belt and aimed it squarely at her father's head. No. The cry tore from Cora's throat as she lunged from behind the column. Her legs carried her forward before her mind could catch up, Joan's desperate grasping fingers finding only air. Her father's eyes locked with hers, and he shook his head sharply, the contempt in his gaze replaced by pure terror. He was submitting to protect her, she realized in horror. Ah, Lady Cordelia. Sanders swiveled toward her, though the pistol remained trained on her father. What a delightful surprise. How long has it been? A year? 2. His gaze crawled over her like something with legs, beginning at her riding boots and traveling up to the bonnet on her head. Cora stood frozen, her mind screaming at her to run, but her body refused to obey. But you've ripened into quite the beauty. Sanders turned back to her father, swinging the pistol carelessly toward Cora. I could take care of your daughter for you, John. Keep her safe in your absence. Touch her, Horace, and I'll kill you. Her father's voice was low and deadly, ground out through clenched teeth. His eyes never left Cora's face. This hall will run red with blood before I let you lay one hand on her. How unfortunate that would be. Sanders didn't look the least bit concerned. He studied Cora again, his head tilting like a dog examining a bone. Truly unfortunate. I'll go willingly, Papa said quietly, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Just let me embrace my daughter. One last time. Sanders considered this, then jerked his head in permission. Be quick. Her father moved toward her slowly, carefully, as though approaching a skittish mare. When his arms closed around her, Cora buried her face in his shoulder and inhaled deeply, smoke and soap and the outdoors, the scent of home and safety and everything she was about to lose. I love you, Papa, she whispered against the rough fabric of his coat. I love you, honey bear. His voice dropped to barely a breath. Find the MacLean in the Highlands. Old Laird MacLean's son will have the missives I sent. Bring him to London with you if you can. Request an audience with the king. Do you understand? What are you whispering? Sanders barked. Enough. Release her. Now. Rough hands seized her father and wrenched him away. Cora watched through a haze of tears as soldiers dragged him toward the massive oak doors, his boots scraping against stone as he fought to look back at her one last time. She forced her lips into something resembling a smile, though tears streamed down her face, blurring his beloved features into an indistinct shape. The doors slammed shut with a boom that echoed through her bones. Cora's legs gave out. She crumpled to the flagstones, her sobs filling the terrible silence. Joan rushed to her side, gathering her close, murmuring words Cora couldn't hear over the roaring in her ears. And then she smelled the smoke. Chapter 1. A Riddle Wrapped in Plaid. Scottish Highlands, 1717. The messenger was quaking in his boots. He tried valiantly to hide his fear from the 4 Cameron warriors circling him like wolves around a rabbit, but his terror only mounted as the minutes stretched. Their laird would arrive any moment, and he knew his message would please no one, least of all the legendary Malcolm Cameron. The Douglas clansman held his ground by sheer force of will, clinging to the belief that the Cameron was an honorable man who wouldn't kill a messenger. Probably. You say you're from Clan Douglas? The largest guard shoved him hard into the chest of the man behind him, who didn't budge an inch. That's what I said, the messenger shot back with more bravado than he felt. There's no need for roughing me about. Soon as your laird arrives, I'll deliver my message and be on my way. Another shove came from behind. And what would that message be? The messenger stumbled, fighting to stay upright. As I've told you thrice already, I'll be waiting for your laird to hear it. Once and for all. One of the towering Highlanders studied him with unsettling thoughtfulness. Somehow, this reaction alarmed him more than the shoving. The messenger had heard tales of the Cameron commander, couldn't recall his name, but knew him to be a fierce warrior who showed no mercy in battle. The vicious scar slicing down the man's jawbone suggested his time on the battlefield had been eventful indeed. What say you, Seamus? The question came from just over the messenger's right shoulder. Shall we let him live? The commander's stony expression broke into a boyish grin that sent the messenger's heart straight into his boots. Another voice chimed in, Finlay says the Douglas once killed a messenger with his bare hands. What say you to that? The warrior presumably named Finlay nodded solemnly, his wild red hair bobbing. He stood several inches taller than the messenger, his freckled face somehow made more menacing by the cold gleam in his ice-blue eyes. The messenger turned desperately to Seamus, who seemed marginally more reasonable than his companions. My laird is an honorable man who doesn't kill messengers. As is yours, I'm told. I thank you to wait for your laird's arrival. Seamus's smile deepened, and the messenger's stomach dropped. Before he could puzzle out why, the timber door crashed against the stone walls as though flung by a giant's hand. 3 men filled the massive entryway, but one towered above the rest. The legendary Laird Malcolm Cameron. The messenger had heard stories, bloody, terrifying stories, but nothing could have prepared him for the reality. The Cameron's dress was Spartan in the extreme, which only amplified his intimidating presence. Simple leather boots disappeared beneath his clan's plaid, draped across his broad chest in the Highland way. He wore a shirt untied at the neck, and the expanse of bare, bronzed chest that peeked through revealed more clearly defined muscle than the messenger had ever seen on a living man. This was a man who could crush his windpipe with one hand and not break a sweat doing it. Mercifully, the laird didn't look inclined toward murder. Instead, he approached the circle of guardsmen with steady, confident strides that suggested he was perfectly at home in his equally Spartan castle. Where the Douglas laird had decorated every wall with tapestries and blazing torches, the Cameron had bare stone and rough-hewn wood. There was nothing remotely welcoming about the place save for the occasional broadsword hanging on the walls. The messenger suspected, from that observation and from the glacial look in the Cameron's grey eyes, that welcoming guests wasn't high on the man's list of priorities. The messenger's legs began trembling anew. He locked his knees and forced himself to meet the piercing gaze of Malcolm Cameron, the most terrifying laird in all the Highlands. The giant stopped a mere foot away and crossed sinewy arms over a chest that looked as though it rarely saw fabric of any kind. His own laird was always properly dressed in crisp white shirts tucked into his kilt. This man, by contrast, was nothing short of a barbarian. Did he not know what century they lived in? 2 more men flanked the Cameron, mirroring his stance. They were slightly smaller but still enormous by any reasonable standard, and they looked equally dangerous. Not for the first time, the messenger thanked God he'd been born to the lowlands. These Highlanders were backwards heathens, every last one of them, and he'd be grateful to be rid of their company. I'll hear your message. The Cameron's voice was a low growl that suggested his patience was wearing thin at the sight of the shivering fool before him. The messenger gathered his courage, which clearly irritated the Cameron. The giant placed his hands behind his back in a deliberate show of restraint and relaxed his stance. Seamus nudged the messenger forward with a pointed shove. His stammer was back. Your sister-in-law has died suddenly, of natural causes, the messenger rushed to emphasize, fearing for his life. And your niece is being held at Castle Douglas. Protected, I mean to say, she's being protected, sir. He amended quickly when the Cameron's entire body went rigid. This announcement caused an uproar among the soldiers, who all voiced their questions at once. The messenger kept his gaze locked on the Cameron's face, which revealed absolutely nothing. Finally, the laird raised one tree trunk of an arm, and silence fell like a curtain. Is my niece well? Aye, sir, quite well and cared for. Her companion serves as a mother of sorts, and my laird tells me they've formed a bond. The giant standing to the Cameron's right stepped forward. Her companion? The messenger recognized the Stuart plaid and recalled that Laird's Cameron and Stuart were allies. The story came back to him in fragments. Laird Stuart had served as mentor and trainer to the Cameron brothers. The elder brother had been meant to inherit the title but had died young. In battle, most likely. These Highlanders were always dying in battle. Aye, Laird. The child was found with a companion. His cheeks burned, and he coughed to clear the sudden tightness in his throat. When he spoke again, his voice came out strangled. An Englishwoman, sir. Their stunned silence was marginally better than rage, but it did nothing to ease his terror. In fact, he suspected he wouldn't draw a proper breath until he was well into Campbell territory. The Campbells were civilized. Reasonable. An Englishwoman is caring for my niece? The Cameron's voice was dangerously soft. And how, precisely, did my brother's daughter fall into the care of a Sassenach? The Cameron used one of the Kinder Scots words for the English, merely meaning outsider, though surely dozens of fouler options sprang to mind. The Highlands had recently suffered a devastating blow to their hopes for autonomy, their Jacobite rebellion crushed 2 years past. But like most Scotsmen, the laird held fast to the dream that one day a Catholic Stuart would sit on the throne again, and they could banish the English intruders from their lands forever. Well, she didna say. She's just a wee lass of perhaps 5 summers. I know how old she is. Aye, of course you would. What I mean is, she didna tell my laird how she came to know her companion. The third laird, the one the messenger now recognized as MacLean, stepped forward, his hand resting with deliberate casualness on the hilt of his broadsword. Did anyone think to ask the English lass herself? The messenger's throat had gone bone dry. Aye, my laird did ask. However, her response was unsatisfying. The 3 men seemed to close in on him without actually moving. Their presence grew larger, more menacing, until the messenger thought the very air might be squeezed from his lungs. How so? One of them demanded. How so, what? The messenger's mind had gone blank with fear. The Cameron's glare could have melted stone. How was her response unsatisfying? The messenger drew a desperate breath, which made the laird on the right raise his eyebrows with what might have been amusement. He rushed to answer. The lady claims the child as her own now. She's adopted the wee lass as her daughter. Chaos erupted, outbursts and oaths in rapid-fire Gaelic. Laird Cameron raised his hand once more, and the noise cut off as though sliced by a blade. She has no right to make such a claim. My laird knows that, sir, and thought it best you receive word straight away. Malcolm nodded slowly, his expression still unreadable. Aye? And what would he have me do about it? The messenger had prepared for this question. He'd have you retrieve the child, personally, from Douglas land. The MacLean spoke directly to the Cameron, ignoring the messenger entirely. He'll be wanting credit for saving the lass from this English lunatic. The messenger made the mistake of responding directly to the man, earning himself a scorching glare. My laird wishes no favors for his actions. He saw it as the right thing to do and would want the same done for him were it his kin. The steward chuckled, a sentiment reflected in his companion's now glinting eyes. The Cameron himself showed no reaction whatsoever. The messenger had been unable to read the man's expression throughout the entire interview, and it was doing nothing for his peace of mind. The door slammed behind him with thunderous finality. The soldiers, now bored with the entertainment, scattered toward the kitchens and the promise of ale. Malcolm descended the stone steps leading to the great hall, his heavy boots thudding against the floor as he walked to the massive fireplace that stretched nearly the entire length of the far wall. The day was gloomy and damp, not that such things typically bothered him. But his nerves felt stretched thin by the interview with that bumbling idiot and the impossible request that Douglas had made. Malcolm leaned against the mantel and watched as Laird Callum MacLean approached. What say you to this message? Callum asked quietly. Laird Ewan Stewart nodded. I'd hear your thoughts as well. And I yours. Malcolm directed his response to his friend and his mentor. Ewan had been a support to him and his brother after their father died. He led his clan with a rare combination of strength and compassion, a balance difficult to strike anywhere, but especially here in the brutal Highlands. It was a union of skills Malcolm respected deeply. When his brother had died suddenly in the Stuart uprising, Malcolm had found himself challenging for a position of laird he'd never wanted and never expected to hold. Ewan had guided him through those dark days with steady wisdom, and Malcolm valued his counsel above all others. So did Callum. His contemporary and laird of the MacLeans had also trained with the fierce Ewan Stewart and had adopted many of his values. But Callum ruled more gently than Ewan, and certainly more gently than Malcolm himself. The MacLeans were a contented, well-adjusted clan, despite being under constant attack from the aggressive MacDonalds to the north. The 3 allies shared a common neighbor to the south, the MacDougalls, who were weak by nature and posed no real threat. Still, Malcolm considered himself fortunate to call Ewan and Callum allies, and even more fortunate to call them friends. "I'll leave at first light," Malcolm said at last. Both lairds nodded their agreement. Callum spoke first. "And the lady?" Ewan leaned a strong elbow on the oak mantel, clearly interested in this response. "She stays with the Douglas." His friends showed no reaction. It was understood that no Highlander would willingly fraternize with the English, much less bring an Englishwoman deep into their clan's territory. Even if Malcolm were daft enough to make such an attempt, there was no guarantee the lady would survive the harsh realities of Highland life. Malcolm nudged for an opinion when the silence stretched too long. "You doubt my decision?" Ewan smiled knowingly at Callum, who simply leaned back against the stone wall, one boot crossed comfortably over the other. Ewan responded with maddening leisure. "Nay. But you might, once you've set eyes on her." Chapter 2. A Vision in the Chaos. The messenger was right. Malcolm shot a withering glance at his commander, Seamus, who was blindly fumbling with the shirt sleeve he'd tied around his bleeding arm. Malcolm agreed with the assessment, but he wouldn't be admitting it aloud. He stood motionless in the raised doorway to the Douglas's great hall, taking in the chaotic scene unfolding before him. Not a sound came from the four warriors at his back. Ruthless men trained to move like shadows, become invisible in plain sight, and leave no trace of their passing, but there was plenty of noise coming from the hall below. The 5 massive Highlanders waited for someone to notice their presence. No one did. The collection of people occupying the space before the Douglas's chair appeared to be an utter pandemonium. A servant bowed low, offering the laird a fresh goblet of what Malcolm assumed was wine. A cook wearing a dingy mob cap with torn lace bustled from the kitchens bearing an assortment of cheeses and sliced apples. And a pixie-like angel from heaven was animatedly waving her hands at a very surprised Laird Douglas, who gulped copiously from his goblet, as she delivered what appeared to be a very pressing complaint. Indeed, the Douglas messenger had vastly understated her beauty. She was the single most magnificent woman Malcolm had ever laid eyes on. He tore his gaze away to look at his young niece, born Agnes Cameron, but everyone called her Nessie, who was clapping her hands, her emerald eyes gleaming with delight at the drama. His heart warmed at the sight of her healthy and happy, but his attention quickly returned to its desired focus. The lady's auburn hair glinted in the late afternoon sun as it fell in riotous curls around her slim shoulders. She had delicate hands that flew this way and that as she spoke in rapid-fire English that Malcolm was fairly certain the Douglas wasn't fully comprehending. Her body was wrapped in a yellow frock that appeared to be borrowed, for how tight-fitting it was. Malcolm silently willed her to turn around so he could see her face. Nessie continued to giggle with delight, drawing occasional glances from the lady, showing her delicate profile. The Douglas finally held up one hand to stem the onslaught of incomprehensible verbosity, which caused the Englishwoman to plant her dainty hands on her tightly wrapped hips and wait, with obvious impatience, as he spoke. His English was thick with brogue. How these lowlanders lived so close to the border of tarnation, Malcolm would never know. All he knew was that he could barely breathe here, and he'd be glad to escape north as soon as possible. "Milady," the Douglas began, "I understand your concern, and I apologize on behalf of my soldier." He surely didn't mean to. The Douglas cleared his throat, whether from discomfort or difficulty translating, Malcolm couldn't tell. "Assault you, as you say." "I do say." The embodiment of Hestia declared with renewed hostility, clearly unmoved by the Douglas's poor attempt to mollify her. Her ferocity reminded Malcolm of childhood tales of Greek goddesses of fire. "Your ill-mannered soldier reached out, with little warning whatsoever, mind you, and treated me in a most inappropriate manner. And in full view of the child." Malcolm would have given anything to see her face in that moment. The Douglas nodded sagely while simultaneously trying to attract the servant's attention for more wine. "Milady, I understand entirely. I will speak with this soldier immediately." With a frustrated sigh, the lady spun around abruptly, her apparent intention to storm out in fury with her hair flying wildly behind her. Instead, she froze solid as she caught sight of surely the 5 most terrifying men she'd ever seen in her life. Her eyes grew round as saucers and her mouth fell open, a reaction that rendered her still for the first time since they'd entered the castle. Her face was more beautiful than any he could have summoned in his wildest dreams, he thought dumbly. He was stunned by the full force of her, like a whimsical tree fairy with crystalline blue eyes and lips that seemed a touch too pink, as if they'd been kissed. As he tried to retrieve his breath, he decided he was now certain of the catalyst for her current complaint. Before him was displayed the most perfect female he'd ever seen in his life, with creamy skin that looked temptingly soft to the touch. Malcolm found himself torn between admiring the too-tight dress and wanting to throw his plaid around her to shield her from his men's prying eyes. He snapped himself from his reverie and growled, at his soldiers, shooting a glare at Seamus that could have set him aflame. Without a hint of hesitation, he descended the 3 stone steps and crossed the length of the flagstones in full stride, stopping just short of this mystery lady who held Nessie's hand firmly in her own. He reached her and halted abruptly, crossing his arms and spreading his booted legs in a comfortable stance to await the story of his niece's misadventures. The lady continued to gape at him. He nodded encouragement, eager to hear the tale, but now she was shaking her head at him. The sunlight glinted through the long, curly strands of her hair, and he was temporarily distracted by a smattering of freckles painted across the bridge of her porcelain nose. Before he could regain control of the stalled situation, the lady grabbed Nessie's small arm and dragged her to the side of the room, only to stop abruptly beneath a stone archway leading to the kitchens. Malcolm stifled his impulse to intervene on the lass's behalf, since the laughter lingering on her lips told him she needed no rescuing. Instead, he fisted his hands behind his back and frowned to show his disapproval, though no one was watching. All 4 of his men watched with rapt attention as the lady crouched before the youngster to speak quickly, darting glances at him and his warriors, now arranged casually in a semicircle behind him. She pointed at one or another of them as Nessie nodded or shook her little head, blonde curls bouncing with her eager movements. As the lady dragged her young charge back toward Malcolm, he couldn't help but wink at Nessie, whose eyes glistened with amusement as she skipped along the flagstones. However, he kept his face impassive for the Englishwoman, more unsure of her game than ever. She lifted her eyes to meet his, the cerulean fire in those irises flaming with a confusing mixture of courage and fear. She spoke in stilted Gaelic. "Laird Cameron, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have brought your niece as far as possible, and I wish for you to accompany us the rest of the way to your home." Malcolm simply stared. He wanted to laugh in her face. Accompany her? Why on earth would he do that? He fully intended to take the girl home with him, and forget this sprightly wood fairy who looked as if she'd stumbled out of a children's tale. She was nodding at him in agreement with words he hadn't spoken. Before he could inform her of the error of her ways, she gasped and darted past him. By the time he focused on the object of her intention, she held Seamus's bloody arm between 2 delicate palms. He met the stunned eyes of his commander over her fiery head as she unwrapped his hastily bandaged wound. "What happened to you?" she asked, so appalled that she clearly didn't realize she'd switched to English. Seamus responded in kind. "We met with a band of redcoats," he muttered, looking curiously at what she was doing with his bandage. Malcolm had already moved so he could see her face, shoving 2 of his men aside in the process. He watched her eyes fly to Seamus's in horror. Malcolm mindlessly patted Nessie's head as she sidled up next to him, comfortably curling one arm around his bare knee the way she used to during her visits, her gaze intent on Seamus's wound. In that moment, Malcolm caught sight of Laird Douglas slipping out of the great hall with his empty goblet. "Do you mean to say the redcoats attacked you?" The lady's voice held a horror only an Englishwoman could muster upon uttering such words. Malcolm hid a smile while reaching behind him to shove the closest soldier within reach to stifle their outright hilarity, for they'd all burst out laughing. He glowered at Finlay, who was wiping tears from his eyes. "For goodness sake." "Nay, milady," Seamus said with admirable restraint, clearly enjoying himself. She shook her wild curls in confusion. "How did you come by this wound, then?" She'd removed the bandage and was now prodding gingerly at the flayed skin. Malcolm frowned at Seamus for not informing him of the severity of his injury. His commander merely shrugged in return, clearly enjoying the tender, if painful, attentions of the beautiful lady. Jealousy rose swiftly within Malcolm, a feeling with which he had precious little experience. He couldn't help wishing he were the injured one, and he definitely wished he could throttle Seamus just to wipe that grin from his face. Gavin rocked back on his heels, arms crossed over his burly chest. "We attacked them, milady," he boasted none too discreetly. Seamus winced as her fingers dug into his skin in surprise. "You what?" Finlay bobbed his bright red head enthusiastically. "That's right, milady. 'Twas nothing at all." "Nothing at all?" she asked incredulously. "And how is your eyesight, young man?" She glared at an amused Finlay and gestured to the excoriated flesh of his comrade. "Does this look like nothing to you?" Jamie spoke up this time, his thumbs hooked on the leather belt securing his plaid. The glint in his eyes warned Malcolm he wouldn't like what came next. "Aye, milady." "You should have seen the arm Malcolm severed at the Battle of." "That's enough," Malcolm barked, reaching down and swooping Nessie into his arms. Her soft tendrils of hair brushed his sun-bronzed skin as he strode without hesitation toward the door, 4 pairs of boots pounding the stones behind him. He also heard the hurried rustle of skirts as she ran after him. "Laird Cameron." He stopped and slowly turned, Nessie draped comfortably around his neck. The wood sprite came up short and struggled to draw breath, hands on her hips. He expected to hear it then, but instead he saw she was eyeing each of his overtly admiring soldiers one by one, apparently trying to decide her next move. He used the opportunity to scowl at his men. "Aye, milady," he said with strained patience. She inhaled deeply and blurted, "I cannot leave the lass." He turned and walked on, calling over his shoulder, "Sure you can." He heard 4 sets of boots and 1 rustling skirt following. "Your soldier will die." He stopped again. Turned again. After slowly, deliberately looking over each of his men, he returned to her and cocked his head to the side. "Which one?" This was clearly the wrong thing to say. Before his very eyes, Hestia simultaneously threw her hands up, rolled her eyes, and stomped her foot on the floor, giving Malcolm a glimpse of a fragile-boned foot clad in soft felt slippers. Nessie saved the little fire goddess from having to respond to his peevishness, for the lass clutched his neck tighter and shouted, "Seamus." Malcolm kept his eyes on the ladies. He wanted to know how she would react to his niece coming to her defense. In all honesty, he was annoyed to discover he wanted to see all her reactions. How had this slip of a woman enchanted him so quickly? The lady nodded in vigorous agreement with the lass. Malcolm barked his response. "Seamus will be fine." She tripped over her words in her attempt to avoid chasing after him a 3rd time. "You cannot possibly be certain of that. The injury is nearly to the bone, and inflammation will set in before nightfall." Malcolm lifted one menacing eyebrow in disbelief. "You know all this from a moment of poking and prodding?" Her hesitation was revealing, but it didn't take long for her head to bob in furious agreement. He barely heard her whisper, "I'm a healer. Please take me with you." Malcolm looked at Seamus, who was futilely attempting to return his bandage to its prior arrangement. He steadily observed his commander's one-handed, clumsy handling of the blood-soaked fabric over the deep wound. He considered for a moment, shifted the girl in his arms, and strode toward the castle doors. His words trailed behind him. "Not in those shoes. And certainly not in that dress." Chapter 3. A Healer's Gentle Hands. "Seamus, if you don't hold still, I'll stop being gentle with you." Cora jerked Seamus's arm back so she could better assess the work that needed to be done. The wound was more inflamed than she'd feared, and deeper than mere surface stitches would remedy. She decided it best to treat the injury with anti-inflammatory herbs, monitor it for several days, and only apply threading once she was certain the wound wouldn't form an abscess from the inside out. Cora was surrounded by the burly soldiers on all sides as she sat in the tall grasses by the stables with Seamus's arm extended over an ancient tree trunk to keep him steady while she tended the wound. Nessie was nearby chasing butterflies through the meadow while several corralled horses watched warily from a pen. She and Nessie had been returned their freshly laundered gowns, and Cora was especially grateful to have her newly polished kidskin ankle boots back from the housekeeper, Mrs. Barnaby. As a shiver raced down her spine, she realized she was also grateful for her woolen shawl to ward against the brisk autumn breeze. The quotidian activity of Clan Douglas bustled all around them, however, with the exception of only a few Douglas soldiers keeping a watchful eye, they were blessedly left to themselves. "He's a soldier, lass. You need not be gentle with him." Cora didn't think the laird's abrasive comment merited a response, and since he spoke from behind her, there was no use attempting one regardless, but she felt compelled to defend Seamus nonetheless. Warrior or not, laird, no one wants rough stitches marring their skin. She looked at the warrior in question, choosing not to comment on the jagged scar already decorating his jaw. "Best let me focus and get the stitching right," she paused, adding in what she hoped sounded like a casual tone, "when the time's right." She knew if she could drag this healing out, she could travel farther into the Highlands under the laird's protection before he inevitably ditched her by the nearest roadside. "Nay, milady, we like the scarring," another soldier commented. "Why on earth is that?" Cora exclaimed without diverting her attention from her probing and prodding. "It proves we've been to battle." Cora finished dabbing whiskey into the wound using a clean square of her shift that she'd reluctantly torn off due to a notable lack of other suitable material at the castle. She was impressed that Seamus hadn't flinched in reaction to the alcohol that surely stung his swollen, exposed flesh. She finally looked up at the soldier who'd spoken. It was Finlay, she'd learned from their introductions. "Finlay, I assure you that what I'm preparing to do to Seamus will certainly leave a scar. This wound is far too deep to heal on its own, and it will be a small miracle if it doesn't abscess and kill him with fever. And if he survives, there will be markings from both the wound and the threads I used to close it. However, if he continues to move his arm on this stump, I cannot guarantee the stitches will be even. That is my concern, you see." "Aye, milady," another soldier commented. This one had indistinct brown hair, a handsome face with a strong chin, and brilliant blue eyes that sparked with humor. "That is his concern, as well. Are you trying to tell me he would prefer I scar him?" Cora paused, unable to remember his name, so she simply closed her mouth and hoped he wouldn't notice the strange note on which she'd finished her question. "Jamie, milady." "Aye, you've probably not remembered all our names," said the third guard. "I've only forgotten Jamie's," Cora admitted, casting an apologetic look at the slighted soldier. "You're Gavin. I remember you because you reminded me of a bear in the Great Hall." The soldier smiled proudly at her description. "Seamus is flayed open before me like a trout, the redhead is Finlay, and Jamie has the blue eyes." Cora saw the soldier duck those eyes in embarrassment, but she continued, "And your laird is Malcolm." She could feel Malcolm standing behind her, looking over her shoulder as she turned her attention back to cleansing Seamus's wound with the whiskey. She imagined he probably adopted the same stance as he had in the Great Hall, those long, leather-booted legs spread and his arms crossed over his broad chest. Surely his ever-present frown would be firmly in place. "Milady, I noticed you did not include a description when mentioning our laird's name," stated Gavin, still visibly pleased to be compared to a bear. Cora didn't understand the ways of these Highlanders, but it seemed they preferred to be thought of as dangerous and ruthless. Being gentle or handsome seemed to bring about embarrassment. She heard the giant shift behind her and feared he was awaiting her answer to his soldier's comment. Cora leaned her face closer to Seamus's arm to ensure she'd gotten the whiskey on all the exposed flesh. She thought of how she would have described Malcolm if she'd dared. She'd have said he had eyes the color of ice chips, the lightest gray she'd ever seen. His hair was a sandy blonde that reminded her of toast, slightly burnt at the edges. His skin had seen sun and was weathered and firm around his bold, angular features. And when he smiled, which wasn't often, those features lit up in a boyish manner that took her breath away. "Laird, I cannot close this wound until I'm able to procure some white willow bark, and perhaps some devil's claw, to create a salve to avoid further inflammation and pain." "Seamus can handle the pain," Malcolm fairly barked at her, frustrated that she wouldn't meet his eyes. She did then, with anger in hers that pleased him. He liked her temper. I'm sure your soldier is well trained to handle pain, but it's the fever that might take his life I'm hoping to avoid, Cora snapped back, unable to resist adding, as you well know. Malcolm had the gall to smile at her, which set Cora bristling. He rocked back on his heels in thought. She was clearly up to something. Why would this Englishwoman want to be brought into the depths of the Highlands? He understood that having his protection was advantageous, but she was hiding her true motive for this journey. Was she really so desperate that she'd willingly hitch up with a band of Highlanders whose character she didn't know? He decided it didn't matter what her reasons were. Seamus did need her willow bark and her healing ways, and he sure couldn't provide a suitable replacement. Who's your chaperone? My father's servants, Oswald and Lawrence, were in the kitchens with Mrs. Barnaby last I knew. Run and fetch them, he barked at his men next. Meet us at the stables in 5 minutes. We're leaving. Cora breathed a sigh of relief, for she knew his mind was made up if he was issuing such commands. She took a deep breath before poking the bear. No. They will return to England. His guards looked visibly shocked at this announcement. Ye'd venture into the Highlands with strangers, and no chaperone? Finlay asked, stunned. Nay, Finlay, Cora responded. I'd venture into the Highlands with honorable men, for any man who comes to the defense of his niece with the speed your laird did has my trust and admiration. The guards nodded in solemn agreement. Aye, lass, Malcolm drawled, but my protection toward my niece might not extend to a Sassenach such as yourself. How can you be sure of your safety without your servants by your side? There was silence as his guard looked at him with confusion. Cora kept her gaze evenly on his, knowing he was testing her. Nessie didn't know, however, and became upset. She ran to Cora's side and threw her little arms around Cora's skirts. Nay, Uncle Malcolm, you got to protect her. She's just an English lady. Malcolm looked at his niece's frightened face for long moments before sighing, knowing the ruse was up. He would be stuck with Cora for God only knew how long, and he'd have to pretend he liked it for the sake of his niece's feelings. He motioned for the lass to come to his side and lifted her easily in his arms as if she weighed no more than a sack of cotton. How long have you known me, lass? Nessie began to speak, paused to hold out 5 fingers and study them. 5 summers, she announced. Jamie patted the girl's golden hair from beside Malcolm. Aye, lass, but you don't remember all 5, now do you? Nessie looked concerned and shook her head seriously. Gavin chucked her under the chin and the men began walking toward the stables to saddle their horses. Nessie looked to Malcolm, who whispered conspiratorially, Have you ever known me not to protect a lady in need? Nessie smiled and proclaimed enthusiastically, Never. Cora's backside had never been so sore. She also couldn't remember a time she'd ridden so long and hard. If she didn't have the evidence before her that their beasts were happily hurtling through the lowland countryside, Cora might have thought these Highlanders prone to showing cruelty to animals. She certainly felt abused. Cora looked ahead to Nessie, safe in the crook of Seamus's arm. The soldier didn't seem to be paying much attention to her. Instead, he constantly scanned the horizon. Cora imagined he must have been grunting approval at the girl, for she appeared to be telling a long yarn and laughing to herself. She obviously felt safe with the soldier, despite all his gruffness. At the thought of gruff personalities, Cora's eyes followed the line of soldiers and horses to the man in the lead position. Malcolm had ridden hard into the inclines of the lowland hills without breaking a sweat, his men more than happy to follow. Unless he'd snuck a peek when Cora was shifting positions or leaning down to praise Buttercup for her tireless effort, he'd been doing a fine job of ignoring her. Buttercup was straining with fatigue, and Cora commiserated. I know, girl, she cooed as she brushed her neck. I'm sorry. As the party galloped past a refreshing stream with what appeared to be an assortment of local fauna, Cora decided she'd had enough. She called out to the closest man ahead, which happened to be Finlay, and slowed Buttercup to turn from the path, leading her to the stream for watering. She was crouching down to inspect some peppermint leaves when she felt a presence behind her. Why did you stop? His weary tone told her perhaps he was more tired than he looked. Cora turned stiffly with her hands on her hips. Laird, you kindly brought me along, and I thank you for it, to see to Seamus's wounds. I cannot find the medicines he needs riding at breakneck speeds on a horse that needs watering. She finished by gesturing to the creek. Malcolm eyed the mare and then turned his gaze back to her. It was devoid of emotion or any indication of thought. Cora shifted uncomfortably, waiting for him to speak. Malcolm gestured to the clump of greens Cora had been eyeing. And is this white willow bark? No, Cora answered on a sigh, instinctively stretching and rubbing her lower back. It's peppermint. She leaned down to pluck it and wrap it in a cloth, knowing it might come in handy. Did you spot a white willow tree? Is that why you stopped? Cora flinched at his tone and fired back. Do you see a white willow tree here? Malcolm took a step forward and grasped her arm. He looked into her eyes for a moment, assessing the fatigue and worry. When he spoke, his tone was as blank as his expression. I say when we stop. Cora yanked her arm from his hand and nickered to Buttercup to come from the stream. She tucked the peppermint in her saddlebag and swatted Malcolm's proffered hand away to mount without aid. She couldn't withhold a cry of dismay as her sore backside hit the hard leather of the saddle. She led Buttercup away from the Highlander in a steady trot, hoping to avoid having to face the heartless heathen once more. Before she could catch up with his soldiers waiting by a stand of trees, Malcolm reached her side, his chestnut stallion sidling up closely to her grey mare. Stand up in your stirrups. Cora twisted to see him, for he was positioned just behind her. What? Do as I say. She stood in her stirrups, holding onto her pommel to keep from falling off Buttercup. She felt something brush the underside of her thighs but was afraid to look for fear of losing her balance. Sit. Cora reluctantly did as he asked and was pleased to find it much softer now. She looked down to see that Malcolm had folded up a thick woolen plaid in his clan's colors and laid it on her saddle to pad her seat, tucking it carefully so it wouldn't slide or irritate Buttercup's back. Cora looked up to thank Malcolm for his kindness, but he was already galloping ahead to retake his position as lead, without so much as a glance back. After what felt like hours more of riding, Cora's mind was starting to become dull as her body succumbed to the steady assault of the journey. She nearly toppled forward when the men all stopped at a copse of trees, circling their horses and waiting for Cora to join them. "Milady, is this not a white willow?" Gavin asked hopefully. Cora blinked her eyes clear and nodded. "Yes, it is, Gavin. Thank you." She made to dismount Buttercup, but Malcolm appeared out of nowhere to clasp her waist and lower her instead. "Take a moment to find your legs, lass," he said quietly in her ear, holding most of her weight in his arms while she tested the weakness in her knees. His prediction was accurate, for she could barely stand for long moments and surely would have crumpled to the ground like a sack of barley without his assistance. Once she could move on her own, he released her waist and moved with his men toward the creek, where they were watering their horses and themselves. Cora heard Nessie shriek with delight as Jamie splashed water on her sun-kissed face, and before long, the two were stomping through the shallow, rocky stream in an effort to douse one another. Cora smiled as she searched through her saddlebag for what she needed. She found a square of cloth and a leather sack, but she didn't have the knife necessary to scrape the bark off the tree and chop it finely enough to be ground. Cora looked up to ask one of the men for what she needed when she met Malcolm's gaze from the creek, leaning against a tree facing her. "Do you need a knife, lass?" Cora nodded, wondering how long he'd been watching her. He slowly approached and drew his dagger from its scabbard in his boot, handed it to her, and took Buttercup's reins in return. "Have you all you need from your satchel?" Cora nodded again, unable to speak for how attentive he was being. He led the mare toward the stream to join the others, leaving Cora little option but to see to her important task. It took little time to collect the bark she needed. When she'd finished piling the pieces onto her square cloth, she walked toward the stream in search of a flat rock she could use to dice up the pieces, as well as a stone she could use as a pestle. Before long, she'd worked the bark into as fine a paste as she could manage, wishing all the while she'd had the time to dry it properly so it would grind up nicely. Nessie ran up beside her as she finished, soaking wet from her games with Jamie, her cheeks pink from cold and delight. The Camerons were standing by the copse of trees, waiting for Cora to finish. Seamus had removed the tartan from his chest in anticipation of Cora's treatment. Finlay was at the creek filling a leather canteen with fresh water, and Gavin was taking a nip of his whiskey before handing the flask over to Cora. "Are you gonna stitch Seamus's arm now?" Chapter 4. A Stitch and a Smile. Nessie leaned against Cora, transferring damp water from her soaked skirts as she awaited a response. Cora considered whether it was wise to stitch the soldier's arm so soon. In an ideal world, she would wait several days to ensure the wound wouldn't produce pus that could fester, but having observed how Seamus conducted himself all morning, she thought it best to take her chances and close the wound rather than risk further contamination. "Yes, I suppose I must do it now. We shouldn't wait much longer." "But why do you gotta do that when Seamus is all right?" Cora brushed the girl's blonde curls from her face and settled her in her lap while the men approached, prepared for what had to be done. "Because, sweetheart, Seamus's wound won't heal properly unless we help it along." "Does that mean I can ride with you so Seamus's wound can heal properly?" Cora looked up at Malcolm. He was leaning against the same tree, watching her in the same way as when she'd needed his knife. His expression didn't change. "Seamus doesn't seem the sort to feel much in the way of pain, don't you think, lass?" She answered, knowing Malcolm would want Nessie to stay with Seamus and hoping to soften the blow for the girl. Nessie nodded quickly in agreement and beamed up at Seamus. Seamus leaned down to chuck the girl under the chin. "Besides, lass, if you hurt me, I'll just toss you off my horse into the shrubbery." Nessie jumped up and ran like lightning toward Malcolm, wrapping her little arms around his massive thighs as he frowned at a still chuckling Seamus. "Oh, come now, lass, I was only jesting. I'd not hurt you, no matter what," Seamus assured her as he settled his arm over the flat stone Cora had used to grind the bark. Malcolm stood with the others and watched the Englishwoman treat and stitch his soldier's arm without batting an eye. Each move she made seemed to produce more blood, but she didn't seem fazed at all. She had a strong stomach, he'd give her that, and a spine of steel, he thought, remembering how she'd fought through the pain of the long ride. It was evident she wasn't accustomed to such journeys, but she hadn't complained once. She was clever, too. Malcolm had been impressed with her knowledge of medicines and how quickly she'd ground up the bark into both a poultice and a tea that Seamus could apply to his wound and drink as medicine. Malcolm was eager to discover more of her past to learn how she'd come by this knowledge. There were few women in the Highlands that soldiers could turn to in need, and if Cora stayed, she would be known throughout the land as a healer, a white witch. She was certainly skillful, he thought, watching her finish the last of a line of small, neat stitches that would barely leave a mark on his warrior's skin. "You didna have to be so careful about it, milady," he heard Finlay complain. "He'll have no scar from those tiny stitches now, will he?" "No, Finlay," Cora answered, tying off the thread and slicing it with Malcolm's dagger. "He'll heal very nicely, and we'll only be able to see a thin scar in a few months' time." Jamie shook his head. "'Tis a pity." "Aye, 'tis," agreed Gavin, taking back his whiskey and swigging from the leather pouch before passing it to Finlay. Cora shook her head when it reached her and continued pouring fresh stream water into a wooden vessel Seamus had produced from his saddlebag. She placed the ground bark in and stirred the tea. She'd probably make more later, under the heat of a fire, so the herbs could properly steep in the water. But for now, this would do. "You must keep this wound dry. No bathing it for several weeks, and no heavy lifting, not even your sword. I fear you'll rip out the stitches." Seamus frowned at the last part of the instructions but remained silent. "Now, please drink all of this mixture." "As you say, milady," Seamus answered with a wink and did as he was told. With that task completed, Cora cleaned up the stone and walked over to Buttercup, who was happily munching grass by the river. Malcolm trotted over to meet her, having already mounted with his men in preparation to leave immediately. She turned expectantly, seemingly ready to accept his gratitude and praise for a job well done. "Mount up," he grunted before turning to nudge his stallion into a full gallop. He was in a full gallop before she could get a foot in her stirrup. Before nightfall, she was nearly killed. But until that moment, she hadn't understood why Malcolm and his soldiers were being so unreasonably cautious. "Jamie, surely it wouldn't be too dangerous for Nessie to ride with me for a spell?" Cora was fairly certain she didn't imagine the look of relief in Jamie's eyes before he firmly shook his head. "Nay, milady, the lass is no trouble at all." "Of course she's not," Cora agreed, "but surely you wouldn't mind a reprieve, Anne." Cora couldn't finish her thought. Up ahead, Malcolm sounded the battle cry, and Jamie tossed Nessie clear into the nearest bush, with Finley shoving Cora in after her. The last thing Cora saw before turning to cover Nessie with her body was Finley slapping Buttercup's rear to send her galloping in the opposite direction. The last thing she heard before the sickening sounds of battle was Gavin's blasphemous curse that sounded like the word redcoats. Cora hoped it was Gaelic instead. "Are we gonna die?" Nessie whispered on a sob. "Hush, child, no. Your Uncle Malcolm won't let us die." Nessie nodded in earnest agreement and nestled farther into the bushes. They waited for what felt like hours, Cora's heart pounding the whole time, listening to the clashing of broadswords and gunfire and the cries of dying men. Cora tried desperately not to think of bullets tearing through the flesh of the Highlanders she'd come to like and whose protection she depended upon for survival. She shivered as she clutched the girl closer and tucked her head down. Cora heard a presence rustling in the leaves nearby and covered Nessie's mouth to send her the message to be quiet. Cora couldn't hear any more clashing of broadswords or gunfire. Her mind raced with fear as she slowly lifted both hands in surrender. Either this English soldier had just witnessed his comrade slain by the Highlanders and was desperate to save his own life, or the Highlanders had been slain and she and Nessie were now at the mercy of the redcoats. She thought to declare herself English, for surely her accent would support her claim, when she saw the dagger fly through the air like a blur from the corner of her eye. Later, she would marvel at how accurate his throw was, considering the blade must have twirled end over end to fly at that speed. It lodged itself exactly where she thought the soldier's heart might be, a perfect bullseye. In the moment, however, she was faced with a new crisis, for the gurgling man pitched forward and was crushing her with his dying weight. She barely had a chance to recoil in horror when his weight was suddenly lifted, held above them in Malcolm's iron grip. "Are you hurt?" His voice sounded coarse and his breathing was ragged from exertion. Cora just shook her head vigorously, pushing her heels in the mud to distance herself and Nessie from the dead man that Malcolm was calmly handing over to Gavin and Seamus. "Take him away," he ordered, leaning over to lift Nessie from the muddy roots of the shrub. Malcolm touched the girl's hair and limbs gently to make sure she was unharmed. Cora noticed that even though his face showed no emotion, his fingers shook. Once he was convinced the lass was well, he handed her over to Jamie and turned to Cora. He reached a hand down to clasp hers and drew her up firmly. He performed the same ritual on her head and arms, but refrained from touching her elsewhere, instead holding her shoulders firmly between his hands, his chest just inches from her nose. She looked up to eyes that were intently focused on hers. He rubbed his hand down the length of her arm, sending shivers all through her. The warmth his touch created in her shocked and confused her, but she had no time to react, for he grabbed her hand and led her out into the clearing they'd been riding through when he'd sounded the battle cry earlier. Finley arrived holding Buttercup's reins. Without warning, Malcolm grasped her hips and launched her onto her mount, whistling for his own and taking the lead again. As they passed through the land to the north where the battle had occurred, Cora saw pools of blood on and around the clumps of heather, but no bodies. She caught up to Finley and asked, "Where are the redcoat bodies laid to rest?" Finley looked at her in surprise. "Never you mind that, milady." Cora wanted to argue but decided she was better off not knowing. "Finley, why did the redcoats attack us?" "I thought there was peace between Scotland and England, especially after the English put an end to those Jacobite skirmishes a couple years back." Finley couldn't hide his sneer. Cora knew there must be many who wished to have a Stuart king on the throne again, many who believed him to be the rightful king of Scotland. Some might be among the men who protected her now. This thought made Cora pause. Was she among Jacobites right now? Surely many Highlanders were naturally drawn to this cause. She looked again to Malcolm, leading his men. Was Malcolm a Jacobite sympathizer, wanting to re-establish Scottish power and autonomy in his land? Cora couldn't help but think he must be. A proud laird like Malcolm would never allow the English to take his country without a fight. Oh, how she wished her papa hadn't gotten himself caught up in this mess. He should never have written letters to the enemy in the first place. Then she wouldn't be reliant on these outlaws for safe passage, she wouldn't be here at all. Finlay caught her attention with his answer. It's the disarming act that's the problem, milady. The redcoats saw the laird's broadsword in its scabbard as he rode toward them. They're charged with enforcing the agreement that no Highlander is to be armed, which of course, we Highlanders never agreed to, Finlay added proudly. And so, Malcolm sounded the battle cry. Aye, he did. He knew there would be no negotiating with them. So the only solution was to kill them? Exactly right, milady, Finlay smiled before turning serious. Begging your pardon. Granted, Cora assured the soldier, still slightly horrified at the consequences these soldiers would surely face for their actions. Finlay, Cora ventured, might I pose one last question? Of course, milady. Are you not concerned with what Queen Mary and King George will do to you once they discover you've killed so many of their soldiers? Finlay laughed. Nay, milady, we've killed far more than 6 before, and we likely will again. Finlay laughed. Nay, milady, we've killed far more than 6 before, and we likely will again. They'll not come for us so deep in the Highlands. Besides, we have many powerful allies who would come to our aid should we be honored with a battle from the King of England. Cora didn't know what to think about that. Before long, though, she felt the first raindrops hit her cheeks. When the skies opened, she felt the freezing cold liquid drench every fiber of her dress and shift, soaking her to the bone. She had nothing to protect her from the onslaught save the plaid beneath her that Malcolm had fastened to ease her ride. Before she was able to unfasten it to use for cover, however, Malcolm had backtracked down the line of soldiers to her side and lifted her handily off her saddle. He settled her between his hard thighs and removed his plaid from its silver and jeweled brooch to completely envelope her between the scratchy, thick wool and his warm chest. He plucked the other plaid from her saddle and piled it on top of her. Cora was torn between embarrassment and relief. She was suddenly so warm she couldn't work up the effort to resist the cocoon of his embrace. She had the brief image of Highlanders wearing nothing but plaids and quickly thanked God that at least Malcolm was wearing shirt sleeves at the moment. Her cheeks burned at the thought of what this would feel like if he were not. She shook the thought from her head, causing Malcolm to lift the plaid over her head and push it gently down against his shoulder. Rest, he ordered. Cora nodded and relaxed. The last thing she muttered was something about Seamus not getting his arm wet, to which she received a grunt that vibrated the chest she lay on. She was asleep moments later. The heathen tossed her straight into a puddle. Before he ejected her from the saddle, though, Malcolm gently woke Cora and told her they'd reached the campsite by the River Annan. He brushed a hand down her riotous curls while he waited for her eyes to focus. She'd been captivated by the way he looked at her, and she felt her lips part when his gaze descended to pause on them. His fingers clenched into a fist in her hair and he abruptly brought her face to his. She thought he might kiss her and felt her heart begin to pound with anticipation and excitement. Just when she thought his lips might touch hers, he'd tossed her in the puddle instead. Cora sighed and walked on unsteady legs to where Finlay had secured Buttercup to a tree. She removed her medicines from her saddlebag, knowing she would want to examine Seamus's wounds while they had access to fresh river water. She thought to ask the men if they'd suffered any wounds from the recent skirmish with the redcoats. They all looked well during the ride, but she'd ask all the same. This was the reason they'd brought her along, after all. She didn't want to give them any reason to question her usefulness. Nessie dismounted with Jamie and ran over to Malcolm. Tugging on his plaid, she called up to him, "I don't need a bath, Uncle Malcolm." Cora smiled, having said nothing about a bath. It seemed she was a quick learner, for Cora had ensured the girl washed regularly at Castle Douglas. Cora felt the laird's gaze on her back as she walked toward the river, satchel in hand. He must have gestured to Gavin, for she heard the soldier say, "Aye, you do, lass. I can smell you from here." After that, Cora figured Gavin had hauled her up over his shoulders, for all she heard in response were Nessie's shrieks and Gavin's fake grunts of distress over her negligible weight. Cora smiled and kicked her shoes off by the water's edge. She found her bluebell soap in the satchel and a length of cloth she could use to dry off. Gavin plopped Nessie down on the bank of the river and tipped his head at Cora's murmurings of gratitude. The child's giggles were so forceful they looked to nearly burst her wide open, and Cora couldn't help but smile at her joy. Before Nessie's happiness subsided, Cora quickly lifted the girl's dress skirts and reduced her to her shift, plopping her feet on the frigid stones in the river, washing and drying her as quickly as possible. She only protested a little toward the end and was dry and running back to camp in her nightgown and bare feet in no time at all. Cora heard Finley welcome her by the campfire while Cora took her time with her own bath, happy for the chance to wash, and happier for the time alone. Malcolm leaned against a tree near the bend of the river, his back to where Cora had gone. He had the thick plaid from Buttercup's saddle rolled up in his arm and one leg propped against the tree trunk, his pleats expanding over a broad knee. The river bent where he'd chosen camp, so his men had gone to the other side to wash to give the ladies their privacy. He watched as Seamus approached from the opposite direction, his face and hair dripping with river water. "She'll have something to say if you've gotten that bandage wet." Seamus responded with a cocky tilt to his head. "She can say whatever she wants to me." Malcolm scowled at his commander and looked over his shoulder at the campfire. Finley sat on his plaid close enough for warmth and bounced Nessie on his knees, her giggles of delight echoing through the woods. Gavin and Jamie had gone rabbit hunting, which was sure to be a challenge now with all the noise Nessie was making. Seamus handed him a flask after taking a deep sip for himself. Malcolm accepted it and downed a long draw. Handing it back, he commanded, "Go relieve Finley." Seamus did as he was told, but not before pointing out that Malcolm's possessiveness hadn't gone unnoticed. "Take heart. I hear it happens to the best of men." Malcolm didn't think he could scowl any harder, but he somehow managed. Chapter 5. A Plaid and a Promise. Cora walked back to the campfire slowly. She was surprised to discover she was unwilling to let go of this interlude of solitude. She hadn't known she'd needed it, but after long days of travel, constantly surrounded by others, a few moments of peace had been pure bliss. "Take heart. I hear it happens to the best of men." The voice sounded like Seamus's, but it was far too close to be coming from the campfire. A few steps later, she found Malcolm leaning against a tree, scowling at Seamus's retreating back, a plaid rolled under his arm. "What happens to the best of men?" Malcolm turned slowly toward her. "They become fools," he grumbled roughly. Cora nodded seriously, unable to hide her smile. "Ah, yes. I've heard that before." She stopped before him, still eyeing Seamus. "I hope he didn't get his bandage wet." Malcolm smirked and held out the plaid within the span of his open arms. He gestured for her to turn around and wrapped her tightly in its warmth, taking care to tuck the ends so no cool air could infiltrate the wool. Then he walked back to the fire, leaving her to follow, or not. Cora followed. Gavin and Jamie were entering camp from the opposite direction holding 2 rabbits apiece, while Finley had just returned from the river and was now sharpening his blade to dress the rabbits. Seamus was busy tossing Nessie high in the air to the lass's great delight. Cora couldn't help but frown at the soldier, who was currently showing no caution for his freshly sewn skin. While the soldiers expertly skinned the rabbits, Cora laid her and Nessie's plaids on the other side of the fire, away from them. She wanted some privacy, for she felt awkward and vulnerable sleeping out in the open, and so close to them. She welcomed Nessie when she ran over, having had enough of Jamie's games, and plopped onto the plaid in exhaustion. Cora pulled her up onto her lap and began to brush and plait her messy hair. Dinner would be ready soon. She was too far away. From this distance, she would never benefit from any residual heat from the fire once the sun went down. Malcolm watched the women settle on blankets and talk amongst themselves as he turned one of the rabbits on a spit. The foolish woman would freeze to death and take his niece along with her, he thought darkly. Aye, but why'd they hold a grudge against the McGregors? Jamie asked, referring to the disadvantageous outcome of the recent Jacobite rising. Apparently, his men had procured quite a bit of news from the Douglas soldiers and had been debating the facts for days now. They did the same as any Highlander for the rising. I canna understand why they were singled out of the Indemnity Act when the rest were freed, no questions asked. They never said. Guess they had a problem with Rob Roy, Finlay replied. Sassenach weasels, all of them, Gavin cursed, spitting on the ground. The other soldiers followed suit. Malcolm pulled his rabbit from the fire and began slicing it, stealing only a quick glance toward Cora. He'd already deduced her Gaelic was weak, but she had some, and she certainly knew the word Sassenach when she heard it. His relief at her distance from the conversation was stronger than he'd have liked. They didna even murder Bobbing John, that traitorous scoundrel, just placed a writ of attainder on his head for his role in the Battle of Sheriffmuir. Mar will never be a free man again, Malcolm reminded Jamie. But he wasna lined up and shot to death like the other Highlanders, Finlay fired back. I'd rather be shot than taken captive by the English, Gavin proclaimed, earning a round of nods and grunts of agreement from his friends. Come eat, Malcolm commanded in English, not sparing a glance across the meadow as he plated their dinners. He noticed that Cora walked a wide path around the fire to sit on the corner of his blanket, farthest from the flames. Or farthest from him, he thought grimly. Are none of you hurt from the skirmish earlier? Cora asked as she bit cautiously into the grizzly rabbit. The men made no comment in response to her question as they devoured their meal. Nessie was also consuming her dinner with the gusto of a true Highlander. After one bite, Cora laid aside her plate and lowered her hands to her lap. Malcolm fought his frustration. If she kept this pace, she'd eat 3 bites all night. He'd seen her grimace while biting into the rabbit and deduced she wasn't accustomed to the meat. He reached into his sporran for a leather sack filled with ground oats and mixed a palmful with water from his leather pouch. He laid it out on a flat stone and placed it near the fire to cook. My men are fine, he answered curtly as he flipped the makeshift bannock. He knew his men were watching and looked in their direction with hostility, daring one of them to comment. Gavin and Finlay appeared undisturbed by his course of action, but he didn't appreciate Jamie's smile, directed at the trees, nor Seamus's expression of shock at his sudden culinary prerogative. When the bannock was done, he lifted it from the stone and extended it to Cora. He made no attempt to hide his expression of irritation. Cora consumed the oats quickly, telling Malcolm she was as hungry as he'd thought she should be, before addressing his commander. Seamus, would you accompany me to the river now, so I can see to your arm? At that, Cora handed Nessie the rest of her meat, but Malcolm intercepted the plate rather violently, if you asked her. Excuse me, she declared, not caring how rude she sounded. He completely ignored her and focused on picking off 3 large chunks of the oily meat, seemingly choosing the least grisly pieces. God, she hated rabbit. Even the scent of it made her ill. She tried to stand so she could escape whatever devious plan he'd hatched, but his voice stopped her in her tracks. Eat this first, he demanded, handing the rest of her food to Nessie. Cora's eyes met his with fire. No. She made to rise again, but Malcolm grabbed her arm and gently pulled her back down to his plaid. Now she was worse off than before, for she'd landed practically in his lap and no longer had the advantage of distance. You high-handed. Before she could finish, he placed a chunk of rabbit in her mouth. We ride all day tomorrow. You need strength. Cora practically choked the rabbit down. You dare force me to eat, you heathen. Don't tell me what to. Malcolm took the opportunity to plop the second chunk of meat in her mouth. Cora's frustration peaked on a growl deep in her throat, but she was wise enough not to open her mouth this time, leaving Malcolm with one last piece of rabbit and nowhere to put it. Cora heard the men rise behind them, heard Gavin calling to Nessie for a final trip to the river before bed, which left Malcolm and Cora without an audience by the fire. She stifled an internal groan of defeat. The glint of determination in Malcolm's eyes told her she would not be winning this battle of wits. Slowly, he brought his head close to hers, allowing his nose to nearly touch the tip of hers. Malcolm grazed her face with his eyes, sending a thrill of electricity through her and a warming sensation all over her body. She felt the quickening rise and fall of her chest, which embarrassed her beyond belief. He moved a fraction closer, his eyes now on her lips, and she felt them part in surrender. He tilted his head as if to kiss her, but just waited. Waited. The tension was driving her mad, and for some reason he was watching her lips with rapt attention. She licked them and parted them again, only to see his eyes flash to hers and a grin spread across his face. He quickly plopped the last piece of rabbit in her mouth with an air of victory. Cora howled at him and pushed him away, causing Finley and Gavin to run back to the fire with swords drawn to see where the danger was. Malcolm wiped his greasy hands on his plaid and rose, gesturing to his men to stand down before holding out a hand to help Cora to her feet. She just glared at him and rose clumsily on her own. She was mortified to discover that her knees were more than a little wobbly and the heat he'd built within her had ceased to cool in the slightest. She marched in the direction of the river, refusing to look back as his satisfied chuckle followed her into the woods. She made quick work of cleansing Seamus's wound, wrapping the gnarly, swollen mess in fresh dressings, and serving him a hot brew of willow bark tea. While the other soldiers gathered around and talked lightheartedly, teasing Seamus and passing around a flask of whiskey, Malcolm stood silently by, frowning something fierce and holding up yet another tree. She felt him watch her every move like a hawk, and Cora began to take it quite personally, until the moment he nearly growled at Seamus for an innocent smile of gratitude. Then Cora wondered if it wasn't her he was monitoring closely, but his commander. Their laird was an odd man, that was for sure. As she cleaned up her workspace, the men filtered into the woods back toward the campfire, chased by Nessie, who insisted to everybody who would listen that she wasn't at all tired yet. She rose and made to pass Malcolm without a word, but instinct had her changing her mind. She stopped abruptly as she reached his side. He straightened, his mouth set in a neutral expression. Cora couldn't help but think that if she had even the dullest knife, she could cut the tension between them like butter. "Don't you ever touch me again," she uttered, having no previous knowledge of what would come out of her mouth. She surprised even herself. Malcolm's eyes glinted with humor and his lips twitched in a way that may have resembled a smile on any other man, a reaction that should have angered Cora, and did, but it also sent a bolt of warmth to her very core. Agitated, she furiously marched past him to the campsite. "You'll want me to," came his soft reply. "Cora, you shouldn't be mad at my Uncle Malcolm," Nessie announced entirely too loudly. Cora patted the plaid, showing Nessie where she could settle in for bed. The little girl snuggled into the soft, scratchy wool next to her. Cora pulled another plaid over the two of them to trap their warmth. She'd moved her own a few more paces from the roaring fire for fear that a spark might catch the fabric. She didn't like the idea of them sleeping so close to the dangerous flames. "Why do you think I'm mad at your uncle, sweetheart?" Nessie twisted her head around to meet Cora's eyes. "You growled at him," she said earnestly. Cora sighed and tucked the wool tighter around the girl before laying her own head down. Her cheeks were pink knowing the men could probably hear them from across the fire in the silence of the dark night. "I didn't like what he was doing," Cora whispered. "But you weren't eating your food," Nessie nearly whined. "Shoo, sweetheart. It's time for sleep." But he was only trying to help. "You shouldn't be mad at him." Cora sighed again and propped up on an elbow so she could look into the girl's eyes. "But I already told you, I'm not mad. Could have fooled me." The very deep, very masculine voice came from above them. Cora squeezed her eyes shut and laid her head back down to ignore him. Suddenly, she felt the entire plaid being dragged closer to the fire and couldn't stop the panic from rising in her chest. "No," she nearly shouted. "No, please, Malcolm. Please, no." Cora knew she looked a coward, but didn't care. Malcolm paused in his dragging, clearly concerned by the panic in her voice. "You and the lass will freeze to death this far from the fire," he stated gruffly. "It will go out before long, then it will make no difference if we're near or far." Cora's voice shook, but she took comfort in the attention he now paid to the flames. "It'll roar for another hour. You need the warmth." "No," Cora answered firmly, rising to drag the plaid back. Malcolm grabbed her arm as she stood, standing face to face now, and pulled her close in his iron grip. He looked into her eyes, searching for a reason for her irrational behavior. He saw the fear-gripping darkened eyes he knew were normally as blue as a shallow summer loch. Her mouth was set in a mulish expression that told him the demons she wrestled in those flames would not be solved by discourse on his part. Releasing her, Malcolm dragged the plaid the rest of the way to the fire before she could regain her balance, inciting Nessie's gleeful laughter at the impromptu ride. He grabbed his own plaid and laid it between the fire and Cora's. "The flames will have to go through me to get to you. Does that ease your mind?" Cora watched his actions, her fear rising and ebbing in the space of moments. "What if a spark lights our plaid aflame?" she asked in a small voice that embarrassed her. "I'd put it out." She eyed him skeptically. "What if you're asleep?" Malcolm didn't bother mentioning that he was a seasoned warrior trained to wake at the slightest sound or smell. He took 2 long strides to clasp her delicate chin in his grip. "I said I'd put it out," he said quietly, deeply, in a way that vibrated to Cora's very center. She tore her chin from his fingers and nodded reluctantly. Cora wasn't sure about the new problem this solution presented, namely sleeping so close to Malcolm. But he'd solved her original problem. They did need the warmth, and he was right, they would have frozen where they were. She returned to her plaid on the opposite side of Nessie, as far from Malcolm as possible, and tucked the girl in. Then lay down herself, falling into a deep sleep only moments later. When Cora awoke in the dead of night, she felt Nessie curled against her stomach, attempting to steal Cora's warmth. She smiled at the child's serene face, awash with the silver moonlight infiltrating the thick tree cover. Judging from the color of the sky, it was still hours before dawn. Cora usually slept through the night, but sleeping on firm ground instead of a soft bed was uncomfortable to her sore body. She began to turn when she became aware of a heaviness around her waist, and another against her back. Looking down, Cora gasped at the discovery of a male arm wrapped around her, the hand attached to it curled tightly between her and the child. With Nessie so close, Cora hadn't been aware of another presence, but now she froze, at once hoping and fearing it was Malcolm. She peered over the girl's head to see that his plaid was vacant. Her heart rate doubled. Cora moved Nessie slightly, then tried to lift the arm, but its weight proved stubborn. A little too stubborn. He had to be awake to exert this much force on her. Cora inhaled deeply, prayed for courage, and rolled over to face him. He was watching her, waiting. "You were screaming loud enough to wake the dead, lass." Cora's glare turned to one of confusion. "What are you talking about?" "Your nightmare. You woke everyone but yourself. The only way I could quiet you was to hold you." Cora frowned and rolled to her back, hoping to shake him off so he would leave her alone. "Thank you," she muttered begrudgingly. "You may go back to your blanket now." Malcolm showed no sign of going anywhere. Long minutes passed before Cora pushed his chest to get him moving. In return, he threw a muscular leg over her thighs, pinning her to the ground, while at the same time securing her upper body between strong arms positioned on either side of her shoulders. The effect was that he was now looming over her, his face illuminated by moonlight. "Do your dreams burn with flames?" His voice was gentle, deep, and far too suggestive. His face was altogether too close to her own, so close she could feel his breath on her lips. Her heart was beating triple time and she felt warm all over. He really was the most handsome, monstrously frustrating man she'd ever met. "I asked you not to touch me," she reminded him petulantly and shoved his chest again, which unfortunately only served to knock loose a lock of dark hair that now swooped over an eye, giving him a roguish appeal. In response to her shove, Malcolm dropped to his elbows, bringing his body even closer to hers and making her feel breathless again. He slowly shook his head, continuing to look down at her. The last time he'd looked at her like this, he'd fooled her into eating rabbit. What games did he play now? "Tell me what you see in your nightmares," he whispered, his mouth nearly touching hers. Cora tried to turn her back to him, but Malcolm's weight wouldn't permit it. Her eyes returned to his with a glint of humor. You. Malcolm chuckled at that, his face pulling back and breaking into a wide grin. I promise you this, Cora. If I were truly in your dreams, you'd be acting differently indeed. He touched the tip of his nose to hers. Cora squeezed her eyes shut against a wave of confusion, knowing her cheeks were burning with embarrassment. She shoved his chest again, but this time he allowed her to knock him back to the plaid, his chest still rumbling with laughter as he rolled away. She wished he would go back to his own plaid. Malcolm finally appeared to be of the same mind, for he did return to his bed by the circle of embers, long gone cold now. Go back to sleep, he commanded, watching her over Nessie's head. He placed an arm protectively over the child's torso and closed his eyes. Cora wasn't fooled into thinking he'd fallen asleep so quickly, but she couldn't stay awake long enough to be certain. And then dawn came all too soon. Chapter 6. A Sting and a Sword. Cora inhaled deeply and twirled about to take in the view of the Stuart courtyard. Malcolm's friend Ewan, laird of the Stuart clan, had been very welcoming. His housekeeper, Mrs. Beale, even more so. Her problems still weighed heavy on her heart, especially the pressing need to reach the McLeans, but the beauty of this day was unsurpassed. She pushed aside her worries to enjoy the crisp air and warm sunshine on her face. She could smell the early decay of autumn leaves on the ground and saw the earth's colors changing all around her. It all felt invigorating. Seamus's expression cut through her reverie and she immediately stopped, realizing he must think she'd gone and lost her mind. Seamus, surely you found yourself in the position to enjoy a beautiful day before, she said, noticing that now he was looking distractedly over her left shoulder at something. Or someone. Cora turned her head to face in the direction he'd looked and saw Malcolm's strong legs climb the hill to the courtyard. He moved at a steady clip, his square chin set firm and his neatly pleated plaid dancing against his muscular thighs. Cora was momentarily breathless. Every part of Malcolm's build was on full display, showing the unparalleled power of his body. He quite literally made other men pale in comparison. His plaid was crossed over his heart and fastened with the silver brooch he always wore, adorned with large, bold jewels that must have cost a fortune. Cora was quickly learning that Highlanders were surprisingly sentimental creatures, ensuring the colors of their clan always crossed their hearts. He'd foregone his crisp white shirt today, making him appear every inch the savage warrior he was reputed to be. Cora was grateful he was still several yards away, for her heart was racing and she was certain her cheeks were blushed pink. When he stopped beside her and Seamus, he didn't even spare her a glance. He launched into a guttural monologue in Gaelic aimed at his commander. Seamus listened intently and nodded before watching him retreat back to the practice fields without so much as a fare thee well. The ogre hadn't even looked at her, Cora fumed. Yesterday's various encounters by the river had rocked her to the core, and she'd been in a bubble of daydreams ever since, but now all she could feel was sharp, cutting anger. How could he run so hot one minute and so cold the next? And how could he embarrass her this way? Surely Seamus had noticed the harsh way he disregarded her. What must Seamus think? Cora turned on her heel and stomped off in the opposite direction. She had no destination in mind, just knew that the more distance she could put between herself and Seamus, the better. Her mind ran a mile a minute. Perhaps Seamus thought Malcolm found her lacking. Perhaps he'd assumed Malcolm got what he wanted and had lost interest. Perhaps she had simply bored him. The man in question remained where he stood, standing in the middle of the courtyard watching her march away. In her haste, she nearly missed Nessie's tiny body leaning against the wall of the upper bailey, peering down toward the practice fields with great interest. Cora stopped to greet the girl, struggling to put aside her emotions. A distraction was exactly what she needed right now. Have you never seen men prepare for battle before, Nessie? I have, the girl proclaimed, bouncing excitedly against the wall. And boys too. Boys preparing for battle? They practice with wooden swords. Nessie suddenly started jumping up and down. And I want to learn too. Cora looked at Jamie a few paces away, clearly tasked with looking after the girl, and smiled at his thoughtful expression. Nessie, would you like me to show you how to use a sword? The moon would fall from the sky before the lass would reject such a heavenly offer. Jamie. Jamie lifted the lass up on the short stone wall and pointed to the crest rising above the farthest practice field. Why don't we walk by way of the lake and climb that hill there? That way you can see the soldiers from a safe distance, and perhaps your Uncle Malcolm could catch sight of how skilled you're becoming with a sword. Nessie thought this was the most wonderful idea in the whole world and reached out for Cora's hand to come along. Seamus accompanied the ladies to the hill while Jamie dipped over to the stables to ask the master, Harold, for his son's wooden sword. When the men began their instruction, Cora sat in the sweet-smelling grass a distance away to give them space. Seamus and Jamie were both endearingly serious with the lass. To them, this was mere child's play, but they knew to Nessie it was the beginning of her ability to defend herself in the world, a world where men were expected to defend women, and women were expected to be defenseless. It was sweet that the two soldiers supported the lass's quest with such enthusiasm. Cora scanned the training fields for Malcolm. It took a mere moment to spot him towering over the other men, his ever-present scowl secure on his face. She thought his eyes were squinting in the sunlight, which explained the dashing crow's feet that had formed there. His hands were on his hips as he watched two soldiers fight. When they were finished, he stepped forward, grabbed the sword from one of their hands, and demonstrated how he wanted it done. Until just then, Cora hadn't noticed how very still he always seemed to stand. Now, in a blur of motion and agility, he seemed a completely different person. His movements were stunningly efficient, and if she'd thought she'd noticed his muscles before, now she really noticed them. They bunched and stretched with his body as he launched forward with one powerful leg and then thrust back, slashing the heavy sword through the air as if it weighed no more than Nessie's wooden one. For the first time, she caught a glimpse of the savage, fearless warrior everyone had been talking about. A shiver of fear traversed her spine, which left a bead of discomfort in its place. How could one man be two vastly different people? Cora was distracted by Nessie's shouts of celebration. Seamus was giving her additional instruction and praised her with a tender, GLE math, which Cora assumed meant something positive due to the size of Nessie's smile. The joyous moment didn't last long. In an instant, Nessie's sword slipped from her hand and tumbled down the steep incline toward another group of soldiers practicing hand-to-hand combat. Without warning, Nessie ran after her sword with alacrity. She misjudged the severity of the slope, however, and pitched forward, tumbling straight into the space between combatants. Cora was closest to her and instinctively chased her, despite Seamus's shouts to stay where she was. As she reached flat land and began excusing herself to the nearest archers in her attempt to reach Nessie, she heard one shrill whistle and knew they were in trouble. The whistle came from Seamus behind her, but the roar that shook the nearby trees came from Malcolm at the far end of the practice fields. Every soldier on the field froze, and Cora thought she would be able to hear a squirrel drop an acorn if one were nearby. She moved slowly toward Nessie, as if her stealth might mask her from Malcolm's notice, continuing her apologies to each apoplectic soldier as she passed. She felt, more than saw, Malcolm bearing down on her. Cora snatched the girl up in her arms and turned to face him just as he barreled to a complete, and entirely hostile, stop. Cora expected him to yell at her and was surprised when he didn't. He just stood there with his hands on his hips, glaring at her. At her. Cora took exception to being singled out. Couldn't he see she was only here to protect his niece? Why was this suddenly her fault? It was Jamie's job to watch the lass, after all. Cora returned Malcolm's hostility with a glare of her own, holding more than a healthy hint of challenge between them. That same vein in his temple that had pulsed by the stables was twitching something fierce now. His eyes held fury when they met hers, but his voice was so surprisingly mild that Cora nearly laughed. Nessie, you will never again enter the training grounds for any reason. Do you understand me? Uncle Malcolm, the girl said, dropping her head demurely. Cora nudged the girl and nodded at Malcolm. She took the cue. I'm sorry, Uncle. Go back to Jamie, he ordered gruffly. Cora let her down and immediately turned to follow her up the hill when Malcolm grabbed her elbow. Cora was really growing weary of this elbow-grabbing business. She would begin to develop calluses if he didn't find another way to get her attention. She spun back and smiled sweetly. Yes, Malcolm. Cora couldn't believe it, but he actually looked flustered by that. He recovered quickly, took several deep breaths that did nothing to soothe his throbbing vein, and barked in a voice that held no semblance of the gruff forbearance he'd shown his niece. The last doesna know better, but you do. You have Seamus for a reason. What were you thinking, running after her like that? Cora squared her shoulders to face him directly, her finger pointing in his face. Malcolm, I was closest to her. I feared that every moment might count in protecting her. It was dangerous, I know. But all that matters is that we are both safe. Cora finished with a distinctive nod. The vein twitched faster and his voice was dangerously low. Are you telling me you thought you could get to the girl faster than Jamie? Or Seamus? Hadn't she just done exactly that? Knowing arguing would do no good, she simply said, Malcolm, what's done is done. It's over now. Malcolm's grin turned downright malefic, and Cora knew he'd changed subjects in his mind. Nay, lass. It's only just begun. Cora bristled at that and leaned in. That's not what I saw in the courtyard this morning. He leaned in, too. Be grateful I ignore you when I do. You wouldna like the alternative. Cora noticed that Ewan had crossed the distance of the training field and was standing calmly behind Malcolm, a collection of soldiers grouped around them, watching curiously. Surely Malcolm knew they were there. If he didn't care, why should she? Oh, really? And pray tell, what exactly would the alternative be to completely ignoring the presence of a lady in public? She fired back, furious with him. He stepped forward and closed the distance between them. This. He kissed her hard and fast, lifting her off the ground and dropping her just as quickly. By the time she'd opened her eyes again, she barely caught his retreating back as the crowd of grinning soldiers parted to let him through. In a daze, she looked at Ewan's impassive face and saw that his eyes were creased with humor as he touched a hand to his brooch in farewell. With that, he followed Malcolm into the crowd. That kiss had been just the catalyst Cora needed to launch her escape plans. She rushed through her evening ablutions so she could head down to dinner and make her request to Laird Stewart. It was time to find the MacLean, and more importantly, get her father's letters. No good could come from a further battle of wits with Malcolm, and it was clear from the way he ran hot and cold that he would never come to terms with any future between them. Nor did she want one. This situation was getting messy, and it was best to terminate it immediately. She saw to Nessie's face, hands, and hair before scooting her out the door in her blue tea-length gown and matching ribbons. Now Cora finished her own hair, adding a blood-red ribbon to her coiled braid to match her soft woolen gown. Pinching her cheeks in the looking-glass, Cora stood and left the chamber, arriving in the great hall just as Mrs. Beale announced supper. Ewan stood with Malcolm and Seamus by the hearth, while the other Cameron soldiers mingled with Stuart soldiers already seated at the table. As Cora took her seat, she was irritated to find Malcolm suddenly crowding her on the bench. So much for ignoring her, she thought dismally. She attempted to shrug him off in an unsuccessful campaign to nudge him farther down the bench. She had no idea why he insisted on sitting so close. Nessie clung to his other side, and the Laird's commanders, Seamus and Magnus, sat across from them, with Ewan at the head. As the wine was poured, Ewan announced that he would love to hear about Cora's home in England. Seamus choked on a piece of bread, Jamie openly stared at Ewan in horror, and Magnus seemed to be doing something strange with his eyebrows. For his part, Ewan was smiling over her head at someone, but the only person there was Malcolm, who was still far too close to her for decency. Laird Stewart, Cora began politely, contradictorily shoving at Malcolm's hard thigh beneath the table. Before I regale you with descriptions of my home in England, I must make a request of you that I do not find easy. Cora confessed quietly, deciding to lean closer to the Stewart to avoid the heat of Malcolm's body, as well as to keep him from overhearing. As if that were possible. Ewan nodded for her to proceed, his eyes still smiling. I require an escort to the MacLean clan's lands to your north, with all possible haste. Cora bit out, holding her breath. No use beating around the bush, might as well come right out with it. Ewan couldn't hide his surprise. He'd probably expected Cora to request an escort to England, not farther into the Highlands. He seemed to be struggling with how to respond when his friend's swift, unequivocal reply came. No. Cora kept her eyes on Ewan, while the latter leaned back and assessed his friend over her shoulder. Her heart was racing. Laird Stewart, as your guest, I put my request to you and you alone. Cora held her breath in prayer that he would accept her plea. Ewan was still looking at Malcolm. Cora couldn't see, but she imagined his frown was fierce. He didn't touch her now. No one ate. Cora began to reconsider the wisdom of her strategy, for this was not going well at all. When Ewan finally met her eyes, his gaze was kind, but firm. You're not under my protection, Cora. I apologize, but I am not the man you must ask. But, Laird, respectfully, I am a guest in your castle, Cora pleaded, knowing Ewan was her only chance. Ewan nodded but remained stubbornly silent. Cora's shoulders slumped. She refused to look at Malcolm but saw that Seamus and Magnus did. She risked a look past Malcolm to Nessie and smiled at the girl, hoping to reassure her that the tension in the air was not her fault. Cora gathered her strength and stood, awkwardly climbing out of the bench, and in the end, needing to hold on to Malcolm's shoulder for balance. Laird Cameron, might I have a word with you in the entryway? Cora asked with a formality that didn't match her current state of ungainliness. Please, everyone, eat. I did not mean to keep you from your meal. With that, she marched out of the great hall, hoping Malcolm would follow. There were 4 torches positioned at intervals on either side of the massive oak and iron door to the castle. Cora had turned the corner in the direction of the door so they were out of sight of their dinner companions. She hoped they were out of earshot as well. Malcolm's boots pounded the stones obediently behind her. When she felt they'd gone a considerable distance, she turned to face him. Laird Cameron, Cora began, continuing with the unnecessary, and quite frankly awkward, formality. She felt a sudden need to keep an invisible barrier between them. I assume you are the man to whom I must place my request for escort. Malcolm watched her intently, his head imperceptibly cocked to one side. He wore a crisp white shirt under his plaid tonight, the kilt coming to just above his strong knees, with wool socks protruding from leather boots below them. The Cameron plaid crossed his heart as usual and was bunched with his usual brooch. Cora wondered about the story behind the piece. He wore it everywhere. Why do you want to leave? She sighed but said nothing, deciding it was better to remain silent than to tell a lie. You're not going to tell me, are you? Malcolm's voice was quiet, introspective, as he eyed her cautiously. Cora shook her head. Malcolm took a step closer. Then another. He smelled of smoke and the outdoors. Cora breathed in deeply, surprised at how familiar his scents had become. A pang in her chest foretold the pain she would feel leaving this man. Does this have something to do with our kiss on the training fields? Cora shook her head vehemently. Malcolm dipped his head in thought, then looked up again. Took a final step forward. Tell me you liked it. Cora nearly stuttered at the effect his intense gaze had on her. Answer my question first. Will you grant an escort? Say the words, Malcolm said insistently. Cora sighed and wrung her hands. Malcolm's eyes showed signs of uncertainty now, as if she'd injured him, a feat she'd have thought impossible a moment ago. Although she very much wanted his promise first, she couldn't allow that look to continue. I liked it very much, Malcolm. Malcolm tilted his head, the heat in his eyes making her shiver. And I vow that you will never need to rely on the favors of any other man. Put all your inquiries and requests to me, and me alone. You vow I will never need any other man? You are monstrous, Malcolm Cameron, do you know that? Well. Cora was becoming agitated, pointing her finger at his chest with staccato punctuation. I'll tell you what, I don't need any man. Least of all you. With that, Cora spun on her heel, only to be met with the solid oak door of the castle. She wanted to yank it open and breeze through, but the panels were too heavy for her to budge, and after a pitiful attempt at escape, she gave up after several humiliating moments fighting with the iron handle. Oh, how she wished she'd simply stormed for the staircase instead. She suddenly felt depleted, empty of all hope, and very, very small. She thought of her father in the tower, leaned her head against the oak planks of the door, and let the tears fall. Malcolm said nothing, simply lifted her in his arms and headed for the stairs. He carried her to her chamber as she soaked his shirt and plaid with tears. Once they'd begun, there was no stopping them now. It was as if an avalanche of pure, unadulterated sadness had been unleashed within her. There was no way she'd be fit for any kind of company after this, she thought grimly, now fighting for breath through her violent sobs. With Cora firmly secured in his arms, Malcolm kicked the door open and laid her gently on the bed. Removing her slippers, he dropped them to the floor. Next, he untied the ribbon holding her braid and unwound it so the loose locks tumbled over her shoulders. He gently rubbed her temples, somehow knowing a headache was beginning to set in. The glow of the fire roaring in the hearth flickered over his face, showing a tenderness in his eyes that made Cora want to cry even harder. As the sobs began to subside, she furiously wiped at her cheeks. "I didn't mean that you'll only ever need me, for the rest of your life," he said, leaning over and wiped away an errant tear, "because this is not forever." Cora shivered, even though the room was hot. She still hiccuped, but the worst was over. In the wake of her sadness lay a huge vulnerability. Cora felt completely exposed, completely at Malcolm's mercy. The realization that he was beginning to say what she concluded earlier that day, and at the same time, what she least wanted to hear, made her want to cry again. "Someday, when you're back in England, you'll need another man, a different man." She felt a knife twist in her heart at the sound of his words. Without her defenses, the wound he was opening felt catastrophic. "But while you're here in the Highlands, I am the only man who will see to your needs." Malcolm gave her a pointed look. "All of your needs. Promise me." Tears streamed from her eyes again, and she felt weaker than she'd ever felt in her life. "I told you, I don't need any man." Cora tried to glare at him, hoping the effort would ward off the renewed deluge of tears she felt coming. He tilted her chin with calloused fingers. "Promise me, Cora." Cora met his gaze defiantly as she delivered a vow of her own. "I promise, I don't need you." Malcolm's glare turned fierce. He held her head firmly between his hands, his thumbs caressing her damp cheekbones. "I, lass, you do. You just don't know it yet." With that, Malcolm left, and Cora watched forlornly as the door shut behind him. Chapter 7. A Plaid in the Night. Later that night, while Malcolm sat by Cora's bed and held her hand through yet another nightmare, loud enough to wake the entire castle if he hadn't been there to soothe her, he contemplated his impossible situation. He was laird of the Camerons. He had responsibilities. Duties that wouldn't wait indefinitely. And Nessie needed to be settled into her new home. But what in tarnation was he supposed to do about Cora? The sensible answer was obvious. Send her back to England where she belonged. The Highlands was no place for a proper English lady with her refined manners and her stubborn streak a mile wide. And it would be over his dead body that she'd think of running off to MacLean land where Callum could take her under his protection. Over his dead body. A soft knock at the door made Malcolm freeze. Please God, let it be Nessie. He held his breath as the door creaked open, a dark corner of his mind noting with grim amusement that being discovered in a gently bred Englishwoman's bed in the middle of the night would certainly solve one of his problems. He'd be standing in front of a priest before sunrise. Relief flooded through him when he saw the wee lass tiptoe into the room. Children didn't understand the scandalous nature of these midnight visits, thank God. Besides, Nessie had seen it all before. He patted the plaid beside him in invitation. Cora slept like the dead, he'd learned that much over the past week, so there was little chance she'd wake to find them both by her bed. What are you doing in Cora's chamber? Nessie whispered, though her idea of a whisper could probably be heard by the neighboring clans. Not sleeping, Malcolm thought darkly. These nights were becoming more predictable with each passing scream that sent him navigating Ewan's darkened corridors. And still, he came back for more. Quieting her nightmares had become a sort of midnight ritual. Cora had bad dreams again, Malcolm explained, waiting for the girl to snuggle against Cora's side. He pulled the Cameron plaid over her small shoulders, the same plaid he brought every night for this ritual. Each evening he removed Ewan's plaid from Cora's trembling body and replaced it with his own. Each dawn he reluctantly reversed the action before sneaking out like a thief. He simply couldn't bear seeing another man's colors on her. "And you came to hug her like you did by the campfire?" Nessie asked with the innocent clarity of childhood. "You could say that." What's she so afraid of?" The girl studied Cora as if she were a puzzle with missing pieces. "I don't know, lass." Malcolm rubbed the child's arm. "I was hoping you might. Has she ever told you about her dreams?" Nessie shook her head, and Malcolm squeezed her shoulder to show she hadn't disappointed him. "She'll tell us when she's ready." The girl nodded and burrowed deeper into the mattress. She was a charming little thing, he couldn't deny it. "And what brings you roaming the castle in the middle of the night, you wee rascal?" "I couldn't sleep," she said mournfully. "Must have been all those tarts you ate after dinner. Mrs. Beale makes very good tarts." She does." Malcolm laid his hand over both of them, pulling them close. "Now sleep." Nessie yawned once and was gone to the world within moments. Cora's curtains were drawn back. She blinked awake and frowned at the offending window. Like every other morning this week, she distinctly remembered closing those curtains last night. A small foot kicked her ribs, and she looked down to find Nessie curled beside her like a kitten. Smoothing the girl's wild curls, Cora reviewed the escape plan she devised during the long, restless hours before bed. Step 1, acquire provisions for the journey. Step 2, lull Seamus into complacency. Step 3. Lose Seamus and run for the hills. Simple enough. She kissed Nessie's cheek, gathered the dinner tray Malcolm had sent up the previous evening, and hurried downstairs, only to collide with the very man she intended to ditch. Seamus stood with Jamie in the foyer, awaiting their daily charges. "Good morning, milady," they chorused. "Good morning, Seamus." "Jamie." Cora smiled brightly. "I do hope I haven't kept you waiting." Their answering grin suggested she had. "Seamus, I'm headed to the kitchens for breakfast. Have you eaten?" "Aye, milady." "At dawn." His smile turned boyish. "But I wouldn't say no to scones." "Perfect. I'll see to it. Meet me in the Great Hall?" "Of course, milady." Behind her, she heard Jamie greeting Nessie and hoped the girl had remembered to brush her hair. In the kitchen, Cora requested 4 bowls of porridge from Mrs. Beale, then snatched several bannocks from the table when the cook's back was turned. A young kitchen maid witnessed the theft, and Cora sent her an unpracticed wink, praying for silence. On a crowded shelf between strings of garlic and fresh leek sat a cloth wrapped around something promising. She peeled back the cheesecloth. "Is this jerky?" The conspiratorial maid nodded. "Aye, milady." "Would you like some?" "Yes, please," Cora accepted with as much dignity as a woman stealing food could muster, desperately hiding her eagerness. She secured the provisions in a makeshift sack fashioned from a spare cloth. Following Mrs. Beale toward the Great Hall, Cora spotted a leather pouch near the buttery that would serve nicely as a canteen. She swept it into the folds of her skirt just before the cook turned to make a pronouncement. "You'll have a gorgeous day ahead, milady. We're in our finest season now, chilly enough to refresh, but the sun's still strong and warm. Aye, you'll be mighty comfortable outdoors today." "Thank you, Mrs. Beale." Cora lingered in the archway as the woman laid out breakfast. "You've been wonderfully kind to me." "Oh, it's the least I could do." The stout woman's cheeks flushed pink at the unexpected praise. If she found it strange when Cora suddenly hugged her, she hid it admirably. In the Great Hall, Seamus and Jamie were entertaining Nessie, listening with exaggerated attention as she described a fawn she'd seen in the woods. Seamus, I leaned over on a twig and it snapped, Nessie lamented with tragic emphasis, and the deer ran off. We couldn't finish counting the spots. Lass. But I remember, Jamie said conspiratorially. You do? Nessie's eyes went wide. How many did you count? 12. I saw 6 more, Jamie announced with great seriousness. Now, how many is that, lass? Seamus leaned forward, waiting. The men appeared to be genuinely enjoying this childish game, Cora noted with surprise. They seemed honored their laird had given them this domestic duty. They weren't embarrassed by it at all. Which probably said something unfortunate about her that she thought they should be. Dismissing the uncharitable thought, she dug into her porridge while Nessie counted on her fingers against the scarred table. Someone had taken considerable time teaching her numbers, she counted well for her age. 18. Well done. This one's a spitfire, Jamie informed Seamus before returning to his breakfast. Seamus? Nessie paused, and whatever she wanted to say seemed to weigh heavy on her small shoulders. She glanced at Cora, then back to Seamus. What is it, lass? Is Uncle Malcolm going to marry Cora? Seamus nearly choked on his porridge. Jamie's spoon froze halfway to his mouth, and he stared at the girl as if she'd sprouted antlers. Cora wasn't sure if they were surprised or horrified. She hoped the former, since both reactions were doing no favors for her pride. Seamus recovered first. Why do you ask? Cora spoke simultaneously. Hush, Nessie. Of course not. Whatever gave you such an idea? Because he was in your room last night, Nessie announced. Cora's hand shot out to cover the child's mouth. She glanced frantically toward the corners, ensuring no servants lurked in the shadows. Both soldiers were desperately suppressing laughter, she could hear it rumbling in their chests. She sent them a look that promised retribution. Nessie, you're mistaken. I would have known if your uncle, she dropped her voice, had ever entered my chamber. I assure you he has not. But he did, Nessie proclaimed at full volume. Last night when I couldn't sleep, I went to sleep with you. Uncle Malcolm was already there. She turned to Seamus as the obvious authority. Does that mean he has to marry her? The soldiers had recovered from their laughter but were still grinning like fools. Seamus leaned forward in an exaggerated whisper. Not if we keep it our little secret. Cora's cry of outrage accompanied a swat at Seamus, who dodged with practiced ease. There's nothing to keep secret, she insisted. Just before the image of her open curtain flashed through her mind. Understanding dawned slowly, then all at once. Someone had been in her chamber. That rascal. She'd kill him with her bare hands. Both soldiers saw realization strike and wisely shifted down the bench. You knew. Cora pointed accusingly. Jamie immediately pointed at Seamus, commander for this disaster. Seamus accepted the honor with visible reluctance, casting an uncomfortable glance around the empty room. Everyone staying in the castle knows. What? Her shriek coincided perfectly with Ewan and Malcolm's entrance. The warriors appeared in the doorway covered in training sweat, looking invigorated by their morning exercise. Seamus shook his head vigorously at Malcolm in warning, but it was too late. Cora flew across the hall, fists pummeling Malcolm's chest the instant she reached him. Jamie seized the opportunity to fling Nessie over his shoulder and escape to the courtyard. Seamus joined Ewan, who stepped back with mild curiosity. He knew Malcolm had a talent for aggravating women, but his friend had truly outdone himself this time. How dare you? Cora screeched, continuing her assault to absolutely no effect. The man didn't even sway, though Ewan noticed he showed remarkable intelligence for not asking what the problem was. Seamus's expression confirmed the worst, and anyone sleeping in the castle knew exactly what that was. It hadn't taken Ewan long to understand the situation. After that first night, he'd quietly arranged for his staff to sleep in alternate quarters so the Cameron soldiers could take the servants' rooms. His people surely thought it daft that seasoned warriors would request such accommodations, but it was the only way to empty the castle. A good solution, really. No Cameron would betray the secret, and the only other resident was himself. But now the piper demanded payment, and Ewan had every intention of that payment coming from Malcolm himself. He nodded imperceptibly toward the kitchen and moved in that direction, hoping Seamus would follow. Best get Mrs. Beale and her girls out to the gardens where they might remain ignorant. This promised to be the finest fireworks this castle had witnessed in a very long time. Ewan was only slightly sorry to miss it. "Cora, let's go upstairs and discuss this privately," Malcolm muttered, glancing pointedly at the two retreating men. "I am not going upstairs with you," Cora hissed, that ever-present finger jabbing toward his face. "You misunderstand. Calm down and let me explain." Malcolm raised both hands in surrender, his mind scrambling. "How could I possibly misunderstand?" She punctuated the question with another shove to his chest. He prayed Ewan had cleared the kitchens, because there was no calming her now. "You'd cry all night if I didn't calm you," Malcolm whispered forcefully. "It's improper." Her voice broke. "How could you do this to me?" "Cora, I didn't do anything improper. Your virtue remains intact. Your honor unblemished. No one stays within these walls except Cameron's and Ewan himself." Ewan saw to it immediately. "No one else knows. So you all know. All your soldiers." Malcolm sighed. They'd definitely heard that one in the gardens. His logic hadn't eased her concerns, it had fueled them. He began pacing, considering his options. He turned just in time to see the fight drain from her body. The fierce woman disappeared, replaced by someone who looked utterly lost and alone, standing in the center of the hall bearing the weight of the world. He would give anything to have angry Cora back. "I felt safe with you," she said in a voice so small it broke his heart. Malcolm approached slowly, as if she were a loaded musket. When he reached her, he pulled her into his arms and tucked her head beneath his chin, surrounding her completely. "You are safe with me." Cora shook her head against his chest. "Cora." He held her tighter. "You are safe with me. Your honor is safe. Your reputation is safe. I would die before letting harm come to you." He lifted her chin, desperate for her to believe him. "If that were true, you would have left me alone." Two deep blue pools stared back at him. "And let you torment yourself and the rest of the castle night after night?" Cora's eyes closed. She didn't answer. "How do I know you haven't already taken advantage of me?" "I'm a very sound sleeper, Malcolm." Malcolm stared at her, dumbfounded. When his brain functioned again, he said, "If I'd taken advantage of you, you'd know it." Cora shrugged. "I don't know that I would." Lass. You would." His voice dropped. "Even a sound sleeper such as yourself." Cora looked at him dubiously, but the anger and sadness had faded. He rubbed her arms, trying to restore some warmth to her. "Malcolm." She straightened her shoulders. "From this moment forward, you are not permitted to enter my chamber at any time, for any reason. Do you understand?" She raised one imperious brow. When he didn't respond quickly enough, she added, "Promise me. What if your chamber were on fire? Would you permit entry then?" Cora opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. No words emerged. Malcolm cradled her face gently in his palms. "Tell me what haunts your dreams." She was shaking her head before he finished the question. "Tell me," he demanded, more forcefully this time. She shook her head again, more desperately, and he dropped his hands. There was no purpose in forcing her to share her demons. It had been a difficult few days, and he still didn't know her real reason for venturing into the Highlands. He would get answers though, and soon. She pulled away and walked slowly toward the large oak door, still open from when he and Ewan had entered what felt like a lifetime ago. She paused and met his eyes for a moment too long. Goodbye, Malcolm. Chapter 8. A Wolf and a Whimper. Malcolm couldn't ignore the uneasy feeling that plagued him. He shook off the sensation, telling himself that goodbye was simply Cora's way of ending an unpleasant confrontation. But something needled at him, an insistent whisper that something was wrong. He just didn't know what to do about it. Outside, the upper bailey had erupted into chaos. A man writhed on the ground in agony while a cluster of stewards hovered around him, attempting to help. Malcolm spotted Seamus standing watch and strode over. The Qatar fell from the storage shed roof, Seamus reported. Injured his leg. Might be broken. Ewan knelt in the center of the crowd, examining the man's leg with practiced efficiency. When he found the break, he muttered, "Hold still," and snapped it back into place with no further warning. The gruesome crack echoed off the bailey's stone walls. The Qatar, being a self-respecting Highlander, made no sound whatsoever, though his face contorted with the effort. "Where's Cora?" Malcolm's eyes remained on the unfortunate leg, but his attention was elsewhere. Always elsewhere. She went to the stables to fetch her medicine satchel. Still in her saddlebag, apparently. She's treating a broken leg with medicine? Seamus shrugged. Maybe it's like the bruise she made for my arm. Malcolm nodded. I can handle irritated. Malcolm turned toward the training fields. Alert me if something comes up. As Seamus nodded at Malcolm's retreating back, Ewan called him over to help carry the injured man into the Great Hall. The task proved more difficult than expected. Gerald kept insisting he was perfectly fine and wanted to finish his work. You're not climbing any roofs anytime soon, Ewan admonished, attempting to silence the stubborn fool. They were more than happy to deposit Gerald on the largest table in the Great Hall, where Mrs. Beale swooped in with warm water and cloths. Several minutes passed before Seamus could extricate himself from the crowd and check on Cora's progress. He'd expected her back by now. A quick scan of the courtyard suggested she'd been delayed in the stables. He headed that direction to offer assistance. Greetings, Harold. Seamus acknowledged the stable master and moved toward Buttercup's stall. Did you see Lady Cora come through? Aye, sir. About half an hour ago. Harold's face scrunched with confusion. She smiled at me, hugged me, though for what reason, I couldn't say, and thanked me most graciously. Seamus frowned. Did you do something to help the lady? Nothing out of the ordinary. Foreboding swept through Seamus. He moved quickly to Buttercup's stall. Empty. Harold. Seamus barked the name, checking for personal belongings. None remained. Did Lady Cora say she wanted to ride? Nay. She said nothing of the sort. Just gave her thanks. Egad. I need a mount, Harold. Take Artemis, he's saddled and ready. Seamus swung up and left the stable at a gallop, not slowing until he reached the training fields. He whistled their signal across the sea of men wielding broadswords, shields, and arrows. Malcolm cut the distance between them in half on his own stallion. Seamus's expression was grim. She's gone. Her horse is gone. Ewan had me help with the injured man. When I returned to the stables, she'd vanished. He paused. Harold said it had been half an hour. She hugged him and gave him thanks. Tarnation. Malcolm turned his mount in a circle, surveying the land. She wanted to go to the McLeans. Does she know where they are? If she knows anything, she learned it while I was occupied. Who would have told her? Mrs. Beale. Malcolm issued orders with swift precision. Gavin, find out what Lady Cora learned from Mrs. Beale about the McLean location. Put Nessie in her care, we'll need Jamie. Finley, help Harold saddle mounts for yourself, Jamie, and Gavin. Malcolm kicked his steed into motion, Seamus hot on his heels, and raced toward Ewan's courtyard. He dismounted mid-gallop and sprinted up the castle steps, slamming the heavy oak door open. Moments later, he descended from Cora's bedchamber, his expression grave. She left nothing behind. Cora didn't know how fast to ride. How much distance did she need to cover? She didn't want to exhaust Buttercup if many miles lay ahead, but speed was essential. At least she'd thought to search the stalls for weapons. A bow and quiver of arrows hung on one wall, so she'd taken them. Her father had taught her to shoot, her aim was fair. If she encountered trouble, she'd be prepared. She wished she knew what Laird MacLean looked like. She needed a plan for when his guard intercepted her. How was she supposed to broach the topic of clandestine correspondence with the English crown to Highlanders who'd sooner spit than mention King George's name? She hadn't thought this through. She pictured Malcolm discovering her absence. Yes, she was furious with him. How could he be so careless? If word had spread about his midnight visits to an unmarried lady's chamber, her reputation would be destroyed. He would have been forced to marry her. An action she knew he'd refuse. A Highlander married to an Englishwoman? He'd made it abundantly clear that would never happen. He'd sooner see her ruined. She fumed. She was better off without him. By now, Cora had ventured deep into the North Woods on Stuart land and was losing the light. It wasn't quite dusk, but the dense canopy blocked the sunlight, lending the journey an increasingly ominous quality. The light grew eerie. A chill crept over her as Buttercup crunched through the carpet of leaves. Some rustling sounds to her left made Cora pray it was just a squirrel. Perhaps Buttercup had startled it. But the rustling increased until Buttercup reared in fright, toppling Cora from the saddle. She landed in mud and leaves. She should be grateful for the soft landing. Stones would have been far worse. Cora hastily brushed off dirt and called to Buttercup, but the mare had vanished into the darkening woods. The rustling amplified in a way that eliminated the squirrel theory. Whatever caused this noise had far more mass. Before Cora could register her fear, she caught the glow of golden eyes in the shrubs. She stopped breathing. She'd heard stories of wolves during childhood. They were fast, attacked violently before their prey could react. But did they attack humans? She had only moments to find out. And once she did, it might be too late. She moved like lightning, grabbing the bough, knocking an arrow, drawing and releasing as the wolf pounced from the shrubs, teeth bared for attack. Her aim was true. The beast fell dead, teeth still bared, arrow piercing straight through its heart. Cora turned and ran. The shrubs growled. She had to put distance between herself and whatever remained before taking aim again. Hiding behind a massive oak, Cora grabbed another arrow, positioned it, and aimed at the wolf racing toward her. She missed. She grabbed a second arrow. This time she caught it between the eyes, but it kept running. She prayed the arrow had pierced bone, because she heard another growl from her opposite side. She couldn't run in time. The wolf caught her at the waist, sending excruciating pain through her body. Cora screamed as teeth tore into tender flesh. She fought to retrieve the dagger from her boot and praised God when her fingers found the hilt. Without hesitation, she plunged it into the wolf's side where she hoped its heart was. From the corner of her eye, she saw the other wolf collapse. The arrow had blessedly pierced bone. It howled and jerked on the ground but didn't regain its footing. The wolf she'd stabbed whimpered and released its hold, limping into the deep woods. Cora crumpled at the base of the oak and clutched her middle. The pain was overwhelming. She had no idea where Buttercup had gone, and continuing the journey felt impossible. Oh God, I'm going to die here. She leaned her head against the trunk and let the tears flow. Long moments passed, maybe minutes, maybe hours. Her side throbbed. She felt lightheaded though she hadn't moved. Then she heard a shout from far away, in an anguished, all too familiar voice. Cora. Relief flooded through her. She'd never been so happy to hear Malcolm's voice. Malcolm. Pain lanced through her side at the exertion. She hoped he'd heard, because she didn't think she could do that again. She tried to stand but crumpled when her knees failed. In the end, it didn't matter. What felt like thunder shook the ground just before half a dozen horses crashed through the same brush the wolves had used. Cora cried out in relief as Malcolm threw himself from his mount and ran to her, dropping to his knees in the mud without hesitation. "Malcolm." She sobbed into his chest as he clutched her tight. "There were wolves." Buttercup ran off. Her voice came breathless, hands shaking as they punctuated her words. "I was so scared." "It's all right, sweetheart. You're safe." He spoke gruffly, holding her face between rough palms to check its condition before searching for injuries. When he reached the sticky blood at her side, he froze. Then he forcefully parted the layers of cloak and gown. "What happened?" he whispered. Cora thought she heard fear in his voice, but that couldn't be right. Malcolm feared nothing. Tears slipped down her face. "The third wolf, I couldn't aim fast enough. He attacked from the side." "Oh, love." Malcolm made quick work of removing layers. The fabric was shredded by teeth, and she clearly needed stitching. He lifted her in his arms and held her against his body, sidestepping the twitching wolf as he headed for his stallion. "Finish it," he ordered Finley, who gladly drove his broadsword through the creature's heart. Seamus collected arrows, awe in his eyes. She killed 2 of them. Only missed once. "Lady Cora, did a third wolf escape?" "Not now, Seamus," Malcolm growled. Cora lifted her head from his shoulder. "Yes, but I stabbed him with my dagger." Malcolm shook his head in an odd display of admiration. Her courage was remarkable, but he'd celebrate more readily if her side hadn't been shredded in the process. He felt responsible. He should have been here to protect her. She shouldn't have been here at all. He might have been only moments too late. Mere moments wasted informing Ewan of his plans. Checking his weapons. Waiting in the courtyard for his men. Moments he should have spent protecting Cora. "Malcolm, I lost my dagger. The wolf ran off before I could retrieve it." "Hush, sweetheart. I'll replace it with 100 daggers, each more beautiful than the last. Just rest." Malcolm mounted while holding Cora, settled her against his chest, and wrapped his plaid tightly around her, careful to avoid the wound. He'd never been so happy to have her in his arms. By nightfall, the whole clan knew of Lady Cora's victory over the wolves. Malcolm rode as fast as possible without hurting Cora, but her injury was extensive, and he found himself holding back the reins to avoid jostling her. "Malcolm." Cora slurred his name, looking up at his face. She lifted a hand toward his chin but stopped abruptly, grimacing in pain. "Rest, sweetheart. But I want to touch your face." Her eyes were unfocused. She was losing too much blood. He thought it prudent to keep her talking, keep her awake. "Why do you want to touch my face?" She scrunched up her own. "Because it's scratchy." He leaned down and scratched her cheek with his day's growth of beard. "There. Happy?" Cora sighed as if she were 1,000 miles away. "I'm very happy, Malcolm. I like being in your arms." Malcolm's heart thudded unnaturally. "I like having you in my arms." Cora nodded and nestled her head into his chest. Her breathing slowed. Malcolm shook her awake again. "What?" she asked, disoriented. He had to keep her from slipping away. "I like having you in my arms, Cora. You don't know what you do to me." She looked at him through lidded eyes, struggling to keep them open. "What do I do to you?" Her speech was slurring worse now. She had moments before unconsciousness took her. He was close to the edge of the woods, but not close enough for his peace of mind. "You drive me crazy," he whispered against her lips. "Kiss me." Cora did as he asked, her lips gently brushing his. He deepened the kiss and she responded weakly, but he knew the feel of him would keep her grounded. She slumped against his chest after a moment while he kept his mouth at her ear, nipping occasionally to keep her awake. Malcolm nearly sighed with relief when his stallion burst through the last copse of trees, bringing the castle into view. Smoke poured from the chimneys and activity bustled in the courtyard, confirming his men had arrived in time to summon a healer. Cora needed stitches immediately. Malcolm dismounted with her in his arms and headed briskly up the castle steps to her chamber. "Malcolm, you promised not to enter my chamber," Cora mumbled as they approached the door. "I did no such thing." He opened the latch and let them in. Ewan arrived next, with Mrs. Beale and presumably the healer. Malcolm nodded a greeting at the man with the leather satchel and gently laid Cora on the bed, rolling her to her good side so the healer could access the injury. Cora was about to be indecently exposed. He wasn't happy about Ewan being in the room. He was even less happy about a male healer touching her. But, Malcolm. Cora slurred worse now than during the ride. Any moment she'd be unconscious. "Hush, sweetheart." Malcolm pulled at the plaid bed cover. "But I don't want you coming to my bed at night anymore." She swatted him away. "Yes, you do." He made quick work of removing her outer layers down to her bloody shift. He sliced the sides to expose her wound for the healer and wrapped the plaid bed cover around her for decency. "No, I don't. Promise me." She begged weakly, challenging his efforts by pushing his hands away. He tucked the plaid tightly to prevent slipping, then moved to sit on the bed's edge, holding Cora's hands firmly in his. Malcolm finally looked up at Ewan, who stood incredulously by the roaring fire. It took Malcolm a moment to realize the issue was Cora's revelation about their nightly trysts, rather than the gaping wound that should have been horrifying them all. Mrs. Beale prayed vehemently at the bed's foot, probably for Cora's tarnished soul. The healer performed the sign of the cross as well, which irritated Malcolm. Shouldn't he be preparing for surgery? "It's not what you think," Malcolm announced to no one in particular. "She's delirious. She's lost considerable blood." The healer and housekeeper nodded vigorous acceptance, grateful for the explanation. Ewan made no such reaction. Malcolm squeezed Cora's hands as the healer poured what must have felt like liquid fire on her wound. It knocked her out cold. Callum MacLean arrived at Castle Stewart in record time. He'd received the Stewart message, but it was frustratingly short on detail. No one greeted his commander Fraser and himself in the foyer, and the castle sounded empty. Until Callum heard a commotion from upstairs. He climbed quietly, Fraser behind him, one hand on his broadsword hilt in case of a trap. The correct door was easily identifiable by the cacophony of voices behind it. He leaned his ear against the oak, trying to discern the nature of the activity. Fraser took position on the opposite side. A lady's voice came first, speaking with an English accent. Likely the same woman the Douglas messenger had told Malcolm about weeks ago. "But I don't want you coming to my bed at night anymore," the lady cried, her speech slightly addled. A distinct slapping sound suggested she was fending off a bold, unwanted suitor. Callum drew his sword and was about to charge through the door when he heard his friend's deep, and surprisingly irritated, voice. "Yes, you do." Silence followed. Callum returned his broadsword to its sheath and sent a frown across to Fraser, who was grinning like a lunatic. "No, I don't." "Promise me," the lady begged. The plea went unanswered for some time. Callum was beginning to feel like the worst sort of voyeur. He looked to Fraser again, who nodded toward the stairs. They made their way to Ewan's great hall. They weren't left waiting more than half an hour before Ewan and Malcolm descended the stone steps, looking slightly worse for wear. "What in tarnation is going on here?" Callum barked by way of greeting. Ewan and Malcolm approached the hearth in silence, though Malcolm's lips turned slightly at one corner. They both looked terrible. Maybe whatever ailed the lass was contagious. Callum poured a round of whiskey from Ewan's stock and placed glasses in their hands, hoping to snap them from their stupor. "That English lass better not have brought plague upon us. You're both acting strange." "What English lass?" Malcolm responded, his eyes glinting with humor, and something else. Defensiveness? Caution? Callum and Malcolm had competed for years over a small pool of available women, mostly widows and barmaids. Malcolm thought Callum had the advantage due to his pretty face. Callum not only disagreed but resented the insult. The one who banned you from her bed. Callum answered mildly. Again, he couldn't help adding. Ewan's deep laughter nearly rattled the rafters. Malcolm scowled. She'll come around. Ewan changed gears quickly, suddenly purposeful. You know what helps with that? I'm not marrying an Englishwoman, Ewan. You are if you don't learn to keep your hands off her, Ewan countered fiercely. Egad, Callum said to Fraser before downing his glass. Malcolm followed suit and turned to Callum. I'm glad you're here. I've questions to ask you. Ah, so I presume you're the reason for my summons? Callum replied sardonically. Malcolm grinned and seated himself opposite. Are you acquainted with a Lady Cora from England? Callum leaned forward thoughtfully, shaking his head decisively after a quick mental inventory of English women he knew. Which amounted to precisely none. Malcolm continued. Did your father have any dealings with an English baron while he was alive? Did he correspond with anyone from the south? He was a well-known Jacobite sympathizer but also a peacemaker among English lords who respected our autonomy. Perhaps there were political benefits to such an acquaintance? Callum leaned back, searching his memory. He hadn't been entirely privy to his father's correspondence. The previous Laird MacLean had kept his own counsel. But his parents sometimes discussed matters informally during dinner, and occasionally that information proved useful during Callum's own leadership. I remember mention of a Lord Harrington. I know nothing more about the man beyond his title suggesting he's English. To my knowledge, he's the only Englishman my father ever mentioned by name, besides King George, of course. Callum finished with a sneer, unable to say the king's name without contempt. Malcolm nodded and leaned back. Lady Cora Harrington. Could that be her surname? Malcolm refused to wait to find out. He stood abruptly and headed for the stairs, reaching the door with Ewan and Callum on his heels. Ewan passed him through the doorway as Malcolm shoved Callum back into the corridor. Stay here, he growled. Oh, for the love of... The door slammed in Callum's face. Chapter 9. A fever's embrace. She awoke on fire. Heat radiated from every inch of Cora's feverish body, her bedclothes soaked with sweat. A fire roared in the hearth, crackling and snapping, but the room was otherwise dark. And empty. Where was Mrs. Beale? Cora tried to lift her head but grew dizzy with the effort and dropped it back onto the pillow. She felt the plaid cover being pulled to her chin by invisible hands. The soft scratchiness of wool scraped her nerve endings and made her shiver. She tried to push the blanket down, the trapped heat made her flush, but found herself in a tug-of-war with strong, scarred hands insistent on keeping her covered. Her head spun so badly she couldn't see the face of the man who grunted at her to stop fighting, but she recognized the mingling scents of leather, apples, and smoke. Malcolm, no. He made no reply but succeeded in pulling the plaid back to her neck. I'm too hot, Cora nearly whined. His voice came whisper-soft near her ear. You're shivering, sweetheart. No wonder she couldn't see him, his voice came from behind her shoulder. Cora turned her head to look, but the movement sent her spinning again and she cried out, grabbing the bed for support. Don't move. You need to rest. He brushed a sweaty lock of hair from her forehead. I want to see you, Cora muttered weakly, her eyelids drooping forcefully. She never got the chance. Sleep claimed her within moments. Her dreams were fitful. Somehow, the crackling fire had spread to the drapes, then the tapestries on the floor and walls. Her bed caught flame next, and she slowly roasted until she could bear it no more. Strange, though, how the fire never licked her skin, the blaze surrounded her body without touching it. She asked Malcolm if he thought it odd that the flames had made a circle around her without burning her tender flesh. He agreed it was indeed bizarre. She asked if he noticed how brave she was being, not crying even though the flames were so near and fierce. He agreed she was very brave indeed and kissed her tenderly to prove he spoke the truth. In her half-sleeping state, Cora was surprised how cool his lips felt against hers. She sighed at the damp cloth laid against her burning forehead and turned her face toward its source. What angel had placed such a divine blessing upon her? Surely her guardian angel. Mama had told her splendid stories of angels before she'd been taken by that horrid fever and died in the dead of winter. Maybe Cora would die the same way Mama had. Regardless, she was certain Mama was an angel now, her very favorite to pray to. She began praying because the heat in her chest was growing hotter, and her legs ached something fierce. Surely, with all heaven's power at her disposal, Mama could make this all go away. Gentle fingers massaged her calf right where it was sorest. Her sighs of relief whooshed all the air from her chest and made her dizzy again, which made her shiver uncontrollably. She tried to pull the plaid to her chin but was confused to discover it was already there. Her shivers doubled, and she thought she'd surely turn to ice, but then she felt additional weight on her body and turned sideways into the extra layers of wool. She heard a fresh log drop into the fire. "Thank you, Mama," she said, wanting her mother to know how much she appreciated all this help from heaven. The fire and blankets should have stopped her shivering by now, but the bed rocked with the force of her convulsions, and she thought her teeth might chatter right out of her head. The blankets lifted and she cried out as warmth escaped. Then warm skin touched hers and she was enveloped in a warrior's strong arms. She leaned back into the sturdy body that had so much heat to give. "Mama, you sent Papa." Papa grunted at that, which was unusual. He was normally quite cheerful. She cuddled against him like she used to while sitting on his lap by the hearth. He would tell her stories of the king's faithful servants, or of the gods of ancient times, or of important battles she should surely know about. Cora always preferred Mama's stories of the Archangel Gabriel and heaven's golden roads, but she nodded dutifully at Papa's stories so as not to hurt his tender feelings. "Papa, tell me stories of the battles," Cora whispered as she accepted his warmth. She thought she heard Papa tell her to go to sleep, which was strange. He was always so keen to tell stories of his adventurous youth. She wanted to ask why he suddenly had a brogue but feared her criticism might dissuade him from telling the tales she wanted to hear. Once her shivers subsided and her body grew warm again, she prodded him into telling a battle tale. She didn't know Papa had fought the Northumbrians before. The land of those savages was terribly far north, and Papa's land was a distance to the west. No, she'd never heard this story, and she told Papa quite firmly that she thought he was fabricating this falsehood. It was highly unlikely he'd ever truly been there. She reminded him that lying was a sin and he must confess to Father Damon before the week was out. Papa seemed to find her admonition humorous. His chest rumbled with laughter. She thought she heard him confirm he'd definitely been there, which made her question why he'd never told her this story before. She'd heard all Papa's battle stories at least a dozen times each. This particular battle sounded unusually savage compared to the others. Didn't Papa know better? He wasn't supposed to tell her the gruesome parts. Why, just now, Papa was telling her about the time he severed a man's arm with a single blow of his broadsword. When did Papa ever use a broadsword in battle? Cora was getting sleepy and sighed deeply. Papa began gently rubbing her back and shoulders in a way that made her close her heavy eyelids. When Cora awoke, Papa was gone, and sunlight streamed through the windows to blind her sore eyes. She heard two deep voices and thought they must surely be the gods from the mythical stories her father loved to tell by the hearth during those horrid cold winter nights after Mama had died. She peeked through slits in her eyes to see them. The taller man, leaning his shoulder against the hearth and scowling something fierce, could be none other than Hades himself, the indomitable lord of the underworld. Cora was always especially sympathetic to Hades, having thought it unfortunate that his brothers, Zeus and Poseidon, had clearly been favored by their father, Cronus. After all, his brothers received such lovely portions of earth, the heavens and the sea respectively, while Hades was given the undesirable leftovers. Who would want to rule the underworld? Although, to be fair, the giant man lounging by the roaring fire did look like he might actually enjoy ruling his subterranean domain. Cora lifted her head to focus on his features but could only see a stern face with maybe a hint of a smirk directed at his brother, Zeus. Zeus was a mighty figure as well, but seemed to possess a much better disposition as he actually smiled a full grin at his brother. He must feel terribly guilty for his good fortune in the face of his brother's misfortune. Cora thought to remind him of his fortune in case he'd forgotten. While she tried explaining how terribly unfair it was that his brother received the underworld as his domain, the third brother, Poseidon, entered the room. Cora stopped talking to stare at him as he walked across the room to join his brothers. She realized she'd drawn in a deep breath and forgotten to exhale when her chest began to throb and her head grew dizzy. Wasn't it strange how Poseidon walked across the floorboards as if they were waves of his seven seas? Cora shook her head. No, that wouldn't be strange at all actually. He must be quite used to walking on water, with such vast oceans for an empire. Cora looked up to notice Hades watching her intently. Then the god took a menacing step closer. She could finally focus on his facial features now that he was near and thought he looked rather like Malcolm. Come to think of it, Zeus looked rather like Ewan, but that couldn't be right. She squeezed her eyes shut against the gray chips of ice in his eyes as he glared at her. Whatever had she done to upset Hades? She wanted to know and demanded such information forthwith. This made Zeus laugh, an action that drew a firm look from Cora, though she could barely see the ruler of the heavens. He stood on the far side of the hearth, in shadow. She noticed Poseidon kept looking back and forth at each brother, presumably trying to determine what was so funny, or infuriating, depending on which brother he looked at. When her attention returned to Hades, she noticed he'd actually sat beside her on the bed and was leaning over her. She couldn't help but notice his strong, tan knees, barely covered by a Scottish tartan. She didn't know Hades was from Scotland. He was a sinfully attractive man, though, that was certain, and she told him as much. But he was menacing, too. That possessive look in his eyes could stop a woman's heartbeat. She let him know she now fully understood why Cronus would have picked him as the son to rule the underworld. No other man could be as fearsome as he. He told her she'd best not forget it, which Cora did not appreciate, and was in the process of telling him so when his lips came down on hers. She just about melted into his embrace when Zeus commanded that he release her at once, shoved him away, and placed a cool cloth on her forehead. Cora was terribly upset by his sudden absence and purposefully shot Zeus a disapproving look, hoping he would know her displeasure. She thought she heard Zeus call his brother an animal, which Poseidon seemed to think was hilarious indeed. Cora felt it necessary to inform them both that she didn't think there were very many animals present in the underworld, unlike in their respective domains above ground. She asked Hades to confirm this belief, since he would surely know what was in Earth's underbelly, having been its ruler all these many years. As she drifted into another fitful slumber, she thought she heard him say there was only one. How much longer? Ewan shook his head helplessly at his friend's growled question. I don't know, Malcolm. You know as well as I do it could take up to a week, maybe longer. Malcolm glanced at the bed. People snap out of fevers with no warning at all, Callum added from his perch by the window, his legs propped on Cora's vanity. They also die with no warning at all, Malcolm muttered, the back of his head resting against the stones. Ewan nodded darkly at that truth. What was all that Zeus, Poseidon, underworld business she was going on about? Callum asked. I gather her father used to tell her stories of battles and mythology when she was a child. She seems to find comfort in the childhood tales right now, Malcolm said. Malcolm looked to his sleeping Cora to see if they'd woken her, but she was snoring now and clearly undisturbed. That must have been a bit chafing. Malcolm shot Ewan a hot glare. Callum received the next glare when he said, and what, pray tell, were you doing when she called you Papa? Never you mind, Malcolm grumbled. His traitorous friends were still doubled over laughing when Mrs. Beale entered with a bowl of hot water and fresh cloths. She immediately shushed the roaring men, gesticulating wildly at the sleeping lady who was now drooling something fierce all over her pillow and snoring loud enough to wake the dead. What in God's name are you all doing watching this poor lass sleep? She cried. He leaned back in the chair, propped his feet on her vanity, and rested his head on the windowsill stones, enjoying the cool breeze through the drapes. He was asleep mere moments after Mrs. Beale shut the door behind her. Malcolm awoke with a start to a beleaguered Cora wailing in Ewan's arms and a smug Callum hovering nearby, looking on with amusement. He told himself the only reason anyone could have snuck up on him like this was because he hadn't closed his eyes in 3 days, but the notion still galled him. Hades doesn't want to kiss me anymore, Cora wailed in displeasure, sweat dripping from her brow as she furiously kicked at the plaid blankets. Her nightgown had ridden up to her waist in her sleep, revealing long, slender legs that Malcolm desperately wanted to touch and was equally intent on covering from view. Ewan looked to Malcolm for assistance, and when he received nothing but a frown, he turned back to attempt reassuring the wailing invalid. He did pick up on Malcolm's pointed scowl and, deducing the cause, clumsily tried to cover her legs with the blanket as he spoke. "Now, lass, I happen to know for a fact that's not true." Malcolm answered that outrageous comment. "And have you had much occasion to speak with the Lord of the Underworld concerning this matter?" He yanked the blanket from Ewan's hands and did the job himself. When he's not busy ravaging unwed lasses who are supposed to be under his protection, Ewan shot back. Cora wailed even louder. "But he won't ravage me. Don't you see?" She lamented pitifully, waving her hand in the culprit's direction. "He's not busy doing any of those things you claim he is." Judging by the look that entered Callum's eyes, Malcolm knew he didn't want to hear what was about to come out of his friend's mouth. He was already sighing when Callum declared, "Perhaps you should try ravaging him, Lady Cora. Maybe he doesn't know how you feel about him." Ewan shot Callum a disgusted look and attempted to correct the situation. "Nay, lass, don't listen to," he paused to glare at his friend. "Poseidon, here. He knows not the ways of women, spending so much time, at sea and all." After floundering through that ridiculous rebuttal, Ewan shook his head in resignation and forcibly separated himself from the weeping woman to move back to the far side of the hearth. He probably figured it was as far as he could get without leaving the room. Although that thought most assuredly also had merit. His efforts were for naught. Cora was already furiously brushing away her tears. Apparently, she thought Callum's idea was wonderful and was busy thanking him for such sound advice. Surely a man who ruled over such vast territory as the Seven Seas would possess the extensive wisdom necessary to solve any problem, be it big or small. She continued muttering to this effect before she yawned so deeply it nearly split her chest and then promptly fell asleep again. "She falls asleep in the blink of an eye," Callum commented in awe. "She does," Malcolm confirmed, his head back against the windowsill. "Does she sleep through anything, just like her lover Hades does?" Callum wondered aloud. Malcolm opened one eye. Ewan answered, a grin forming on his angular face. Strange to see a powerful warrior sleep through not one but 2 intruders. He stated to Callum, who nodded in serious agreement. "We could have been scoundrels intent on slitting his throat, and he didn't even draw his sword." Shameful that," Callum confirmed, looking around. "I don't even see his sword." Ewan shook his head in disgust. "When's the new healer to arrive?" Malcolm barked, ignoring their ridiculous antics. "The messenger said this afternoon," Ewan confirmed. "You're sure this one's better than the last?" "Aye. Our man is good, but he excels at stitching skin. He's not so skilled with fevers and potions. Mrs. Dearborn will have the necessary herbs to see Cora well again." Malcolm leaned forward, tanned elbows resting on kilted knees, and observed Cora's sleeping form. "God knows she can't go on like this." Chapter 10. A Pledge Sealed Sweet. "Malcolm, what are you doing here?" Malcolm jumped up from his perch on the windowsill. She hadn't called him by his real name in days, and her voice sounded lucid. He praised God for the first time in, well, he didn't know how long, knowing full well it would take several more prayers to wipe away the cursing he directed at his maker since Cora had fallen ill. It had taken several doses of Mrs. Dearborn's white willow bark to fight the fever. He'd begun to fear it wouldn't work, but Cora was now sitting up in bed, rearranging her damp nightgown and desperately trying to tame her riotous curls. "I'll have Mrs. Beale draw you a bath." Without a backward glance, Malcolm's heavy boots shook the floorboards and the door clicked shut behind him. Cora frowned. Why did he have to leave so soon? She was just working herself into a proper temper over Malcolm's abrupt departure when Mrs. Beale let herself in, followed by 2 kitchen maids with buckets of steaming water. Cora sighed at the thought of soaking her sore body in the hot bath and scooted to the edge of the bed in anticipation. "You're looking fit as a fiddle this morning, lassie," Mrs. Beale sang out as she laid a bar of rose petal soap and a cloth on the tub's edge. Cora reached for the mass of knots on top of her head and doubted Mrs. Beale's sincerity, but smiled anyway. "Thank you, Mrs. Beale. I also wanted to thank you for taking such good care of me while I was ill. I fear I've been a terrible burden on the laird's household." "Nay, lass, you weren't a burden on anyone, except maybe the Cameron. I did very little but supply hot water and cloths. You slept most of the time, you did. And when you were awake, you weren't too much trouble," Mrs. Beale declared with an emphatic nod. Cora tried to sort through the information Mrs. Beale had shared. "How many days was I ill, Mrs. Beale?" "Oh, a good 5, maybe 6 days, I do believe. The days and nights blended together such that I don't quite remember, but it was less than a full week, Cora nodded and paused before asking the question she feared most. "Mrs. Beale, what did you mean when you said I was a burden to Laird Cameron?" Mrs. Beale didn't answer at first but began humming a Scottish country tune under her breath as she finished instructing the girls on filling Cora's bath. Cora thought it odd that she suddenly seemed so intent on this task and was about to remind her of the question when the stout woman finally spoke. "Just that the laird is a busy man, milady, with many responsibilities." Cora stared blankly at the housekeeper. "And how did my fever burden the completion of these duties?" Her tone exposed her budding frustration. Mrs. Beale just shook her head at that. When long minutes passed, Cora figured that was all the answer she'd get and determined to demand an explanation from Malcolm himself. She'd get to the bottom of it, she promised herself, as she allowed Mrs. Beale to fish her from the bed covers and usher her toward the tub. She melted into the hot liquid and sighed with relief. Her muscles ached, her skin felt sticky, and her bones were hollow with a weakness she couldn't remember experiencing before. The bath was nothing short of a rejuvenating gift from God. "But, Cora, how come you slept for a whole week?" Nessie was running in circles, making Cora dizzy. She grabbed the girl by her waist and pulled her down into her lap, the lass's blonde locks tangling with the emerald blades of hillside grass as she struggled with shrieks of glee to escape Cora's grasp. "I already told you, you minx," Cora exclaimed on a giggle, teasing the girl by tickling her sensitive belly. Nessie jumped free and ran to Jamie, her laughter making her breathless. "Lass, if you don't slow down, you'll hurt yourself." Cora smiled at Jamie in commiseration. It was clear Nessie wasn't about to listen to that wise advice. Neither was Finley, for that matter, since he promptly reached down and took up Cora's task, tickling the girl within a breath of her life and sending her scampering back across the crest of the hill to the safety of Cora's lap. "Oof," Cora muttered as the girl landed with a thud. Nessie cuddled into Cora's body, her energy spent, and said softly, "I was lonely while you slept." Tears pricked the corners of Cora's eyes as she hugged Nessie tightly. She must surely be suffering the ill effects of the fever to be so suddenly weepy. She quickly dried her eyes and answered the girl's admission. "I missed you too, lass." She didn't think the small lie would land her in tarnation, precisely, since she was certain she would have missed the girl if she could have kept a single thought in her head during the fever. In truth, she didn't have much memory of the entire week. A fact that made her uneasy indeed. She sought to soothe the girl further. "At least you had your Uncle Malcolm to keep you company." Nessie's face furrowed in confusion. Finley coughed uncomfortably, and Jamie turned to look out over the training fields. Cora narrowed her eyes at Nessie. "Right, sweetheart? You must have spent some quality time with your uncle during the evenings?" Nessie just shook her head. Cora looked up at Finley, who'd been assigned to replace Seamus today. He was presently studying whatever was so interesting to Jamie across the scarred meadow. She decided she needed to be more direct. "Nessie, did you spend any time with your uncle while I was ill?" "Nay," the lass frowned. "Well, why not? He was with you the whole time." Finley's cough seemed to become aggravated, and Jamie looked like he very much wanted to chase after whatever had been holding his attention. Cora was speechless. She'd been ill for 6 days at best guess. She looked at the soldiers. They'd at least turned back to her now, but were looking anywhere but at her face. Jamie? Finlay? Aye, milady. Jamie answered, the curiosity in his tone a little too theatrical. Cora raised an eyebrow. Finlay rubbed his jaw in a way that made him look very young, and Jamie's face promptly lost the struggle to remain impassive. His grin told her everything she needed to know. Cora's sigh blew Nessie's blonde curls into the air. Why did Uncle Malcolm need to watch you sleep for a whole week? Great question, lass, Cora replied sardonically. Malcolm looked ready to kill someone. Callum, in fact. This hadn't been her intention. In hindsight, Cora realized she was to blame, but she'd finally convinced Callum to bring her home with him. It was high time she retrieved her father's missives and returned to London. She was so overjoyed with his shrug of affirmation. A movement that inspired such hope it nearly brought her to tears, that she dismissed his final condition. He would allow her company during the journey only if Malcolm gave his permission. Malcolm wasn't here to decline, Cora decided. Since he'd apparently gone home, she doubted his opinion would matter when the time came for their departure. She'd felt so victorious that she'd launched herself into Callum's arms to show her gratitude. She knew it was untoward, but she was too happy to notice that he'd just turned to stone. When he awkwardly began patting her back before attempting to disengage, Cora thought he must not be accustomed to embracing ladies like this. She probably should have felt embarrassed, but she'd been too elated to give the gesture much thought. As she began separating from Callum's reluctant embrace, Cora noticed Ewan's apprehensive glance toward the entrance of the great hall. Then a tortured growl bounced off every stone in the room, fracturing in 1,000 directions and sending a shiver of actual fear down Cora's spine. Malcolm was back. And from the sound of it, he wasn't pleased. In fact, he seemed fully intent on killing Callum. Cora scrambled for what to do. She decided to reason with him and announced that if Malcolm, who was currently storming across the room toward his friend, would pause for just a moment, he would surely notice that her embrace with Callum was nothing compared to how she embraced Malcolm. He looked both relieved and irritated by this pronouncement, a short-lived victory on Cora's part. Just before he shot her a hard look, reached out, and grabbed his friend by the neck, lifting him straight off the ground. Cora screamed and Ewan hollered at him to release Callum this instant. She thought their efforts only made Malcolm squeeze tighter. She didn't know why Callum refused to fight back, keeping both hands in the air as if surrendering. He was surely demented, or severely lacking air to his brain, to allow his friend to treat him this aggressively without defending himself. Without a second thought, Cora threw herself against Malcolm's chest. One of his arms was extended over her shoulder, holding Callum above the flagstones. His other arm quickly wrapped around her in surprise as she dragged his head toward her mouth and kissed him soundly. She didn't know how else to distract his anger than to channel it into herself, and she was thrilled with how quickly her plan worked. She immediately heard a loud thud behind her, followed by a low grunt of pain, just before Malcolm's other hand wrapped around her. When he finally released Cora, he lowered himself into one of Ewan's huge chairs by the fire and pulled her onto his lap. Malcolm directed a glare at Callum, who'd also lowered himself into a chair and was glaring with equal hostility right back. Ewan studied the effect the flames had on his decanter of whiskey at the sideboard. He looked to be seriously considering passing it around the room. He could probably use some after that bout of drama, Cora mused. Callum cleared his throat and leaned forward. What you walked in on was Cora gaining my permission to accompany us back to McLean Land. He held up a hand when Malcolm opened his mouth. With one caveat. He gave his friend a meaningful look. You told her she needed my permission? Malcolm confirmed. Aye. He paused before adding, or your presence. She's not going home with you. Cora was irritated that Malcolm insisted on speaking about her as if she weren't sitting right there on his lap and was infuriated that he would dare declare what she was and wasn't going to do. But Callum's softly spoken question distracted her. And why is that? Because she's coming home with me. Cora thought she should ignore that arrogant statement, but the words tumbled out. For how long? Malcolm looked at her possessively. Forever, sweetheart. Cora would have been furious if her breath hadn't caught in her throat at the emotion in his eyes. She was stunned speechless. Ewan leaned forward. Are you claiming her? I am. Your clan won't like it, Callum added. I don't care. And he didn't. His clan would get used to her or die trying. She was coming home where she belonged, where he could protect her, keep her safe. He didn't care where she came from or who she was before he'd met her. She was his now. He stated as much with a shrug, which earned him a shove from Cora and a nod of agreement from each of his friends. I certainly am not yours, you arrogant man, Cora cried, her wits returned with a vengeance. You cannot just claim me like this. She desperately tried to climb from his lap, but his hold on her hips was so firm she didn't budge an inch. He just did, lass. That's how we do it in these parts. If we want a woman, we take her, Callum explained with a shrug, most unhelpfully if you asked her. She frowned at him to show her displeasure with that statement. But I'm English. I'm not from these parts, and I refuse to be treated in this impertinent manner, Cora argued. Judging from the pleased, and to her way of thinking, slightly demented, looks on the laird's faces, they weren't really listening to her sound logic. Not anymore. Cora whipped her head back to Malcolm's face, momentarily caught off guard by how close and incredibly handsome his features were. She felt breathless again before she remembered his offense. What do you mean, not anymore? You're not English anymore. I sure am, she cried, shoving him anew with the same old result. Ewan chimed in, he's spoken for you, lass. You're as good as Scottish now. Cora's temper rose like a high wind in winter. In England, we have this odd tradition where a man actually asks a woman for her hand in marriage. It is honorable and respectful to be given the appearance of having a modicum of control over one's life. She was nearly shouting by the time she concluded. Malcolm lifted her chin gently, leaned forward, and kissed her. She was at once lost in the sweetness of it all and could barely focus on the words that followed. Will you marry me? Yes, she blurted out before she realized what she'd agreed to, her eyes still glazed. No, she immediately countered when her brain cleared the fog. Malcolm, you did that on purpose. You said yes. We heard you say yes, Callum nodded seriously. You can't go back on your word now, lass, Ewan added annoyingly. Malcolm, must we have this conversation in front of your friends? Cora asked, beginning to suspect their presence wasn't helping her cause. Malcolm made no reply but stood quickly with Cora in his arms and deposited her abruptly on the warm hearthstones. She slowly inched away from the roaring flames as she watched Ewan and Callum move to stand opposite them. She was relieved when Malcolm saw the fear in her eyes and moved to stand between her and the fire. Dazedly, Cora watched the events unfold as if in slow motion. Malcolm was gazing at her intently and for some reason unbuckling the portion of his plaid that lay over his heart. Ewan took it from him and waited while Malcolm reached down for the dirk he kept in his boot. She gasped in horror as he grabbed her wrist and slid a shallow line of blood across the thin blue veins before she could even register what was happening. You monst. She began before he leaned down and covered her mouth with his. She heard the dagger scratch his own skin as he repeated the ritual on himself and watched as Ewan securely fastened their wrists together in a tight knot with the Cameron plaid. Good God, this must be some heathen betrothal ritual. How like Malcolm, she mused, before resigning herself to the moment. She might think him demented at times, but the seriousness with which he was taking the ceremony flooded her heart with warmth. He really was the most wonderful barbarian she knew, for all his cantankerousness. Malcolm, for his part, looked quite pleased with himself. He was confidently reciting something in Gaelic that she had trouble following. She'd been proud of her Gaelic when she first arrived but had quickly discovered it was weak at best, and with her thoughts muddled now, she could barely make out a word. She thought she heard something about honor, and what was this about protecting her with his body? This was a strange betrothal vow indeed. If he thought she was repeating this nonsense, he was gravely mistaken. His next words were clearer, slower, followed by a long pause and a nod. Dear God, he actually expected her to repeat after him. Malcolm, I don't know what pagan ritual this is, but if you think I'll be participating in your heathenism, you're sorely mistaken, Cora declared, attempting to tug her hand free from the tight knot, which of course only served to irritate the fresh cut. The words came again, just as crisply, just as slowly. A gentle hand lay on her shoulder as Ewan nudged her to make her declaration. The glare she fixed on Malcolm turned fierce. Why are you doing this? I want it official. Malcolm's eyes were firm but tender, his stance tall and proud. He pulled her closer, squeezing her joined hand tightly. He began to rub his calloused thumb against the tender flesh of her palm, sending a shiver down her spine and forcing her to rebalance herself lest she fall straight into the fire. How could one simple touch nearly knock her to her knees? He quietly repeated the words he wanted her to recite, and before she could deny him, she heard herself pronouncing the words in clear, strong Gaelic. She even found herself hoping he was proud of her command of his language. His smile told her he was. He spoke other words. She repeated them. Finally, when she heard herself completing a pledge to love and honor him for, well, she thought she'd just said for the rest of her life, he swooped down and claimed her mouth in a firm, hot kiss that would have sent her careening to the floor if he hadn't been holding her tightly against his body with his free hand. Ewan made quick work of untying the plaid, and Callum was slapping them both on the shoulders, expressing his congratulations for a long and happy life together. Cora thanked him kindly but couldn't help expressing how odd she thought it was for him to say such a thing over the blessing of a betrothal. Callum just nodded and looked away. Chapter 11. A Keep's Welcome. You'll be traveling on horseback today, so I'll not tie these too tightly, mind, Mrs. Beale commented, tugging at the laces of Cora's bodice. Where am I going? Cora looked up distractedly, almost finished with her morning toilette. Mrs. Beale replied cheerfully, why, to Clan Cameron, where else? Cora sighed. I'd hoped to go home with the MacLean. I have business there, and then I must return to England. Her eyes pleaded with Mrs. Beale, though she knew there was nothing the housekeeper could, or would, do to help her cause. You'll have to be asking your husband that question, milady. Mrs. Beale put the finishing touches on Cora's dress. She pinned a thick woolen pelisse around her shoulders with a delicate silver brooch and handed Cora new leather riding gloves to complete the ensemble. Cora had never seen the beautiful items before and would have wondered where they came from if not for her shock over the housekeeper's choice of words. My what? Cora nearly shouted before calming herself. Mrs. Beale had surely misspoken. I mean, you're betrothed, lass. Aye, that's what I meant. It had rained last night and the air was quite moist still, yet Mrs. Beale suddenly seemed to have developed a dry cough. But that's not what you said. You said husband. I must have misspoken. Now Mrs. Beale looked as if she'd just swallowed a bad oyster. Cora narrowed her eyes at the housekeeper. Suddenly, her shoulders drooped, she let out a pent-up sigh, and uttered, oh, all right lass, I didn't misspeak. You're good and truly married, you are. It didn't escape Cora that Mrs. Beale was now slowly backing toward the door as she proclaimed this, making Cora suspect the woman would happily bolt for the corridor if she felt the need. But I would know if I'd made marriage vows. Cora stood far more still than normal. I would know if I'd participated in a wedding ceremony, Mrs. Beale. It's quite a recognizable event, don't you think? A slow dawning slithered over her like an ice bath, and it felt like her lungs had simply collapsed. She couldn't draw a breath. What occurred by the fire last night was an official betrothal, nothing more. Aye, right you must be, lass. Mrs. Beale cleared her throat, paused, then continued reluctantly. A wedding is the same in most parts, but here in the Highlands, there are wedding ceremonies and there are wedding ceremonies. The daft woman had taken complete leave of her senses. And do any of these Scottish wedding ceremonies look like what you heard happened last night? Cora asked between teeth she was certain would grind to powder at any moment. She knew there were no secrets in this castle, so Mrs. Beale had surely heard, if not seen with her very own eyes, the ritual by the fireplace. Nearly all of them, except the ones administered in a kirk. Aren't all weddings conducted in a church? Cora nearly cried this question, thinking how difficult it was to converse with a woman who'd gone daft without warning. Nay, only those who are near a kirk, lass. Many weddings hereabouts look just like your ceremony last night. I'm not embarrassed to admit I watched it in its entirety from the kitchen alcove. A lovelier wedding I've not witnessed in all my days. Your husband truly loves you, miss. I could see it in his eyes, hear it in the way he spoke his vows. Cora actually did cry out this time. His vows. Oh, do you mean the words he spoke in a language I barely understood? He coerced me. Coerced me to make vows to him in Gaelic. You saw him. He had to repeat the words several times. That's how poor my command of your language is. Cora's hands gesticulated wildly around her head, and Mrs. Beale flinched as one came a little too close for comfort. I had little comprehension of what I was saying, and what I did understand sounded like betrothal promises, not marriage vows. Mrs. Beale mashed her hands together and shifted her weight from foot to foot. When she finally spoke, Cora wished she hadn't. Milady, this is surely upsetting for you, but, Mrs. Beale stopped to work her throat, a shiver of muscle contracting down the length of it. I must inform you that your vows were most certainly of the marriage variety. Malcolm Cameron is good and truly your lawfully wedded husband now, at least according to the laws of our Highlands. We'll just see about that, Cora growled as she shoved past the housekeeper. He tricked me. She called over her shoulder before stomping down the stairs and throwing her small weight against the castle's massive oak door, emerging into the bright mid-morning sunshine and blinking her eyes against the insult. She'd find the odious man and make him correct this grievous error. What kind of lunatic coerced a gently bred lady into marrying him without her knowledge? A savage barbarian, that's who, and there was no way she'd be married to such a monster for the rest of her life. Thunderstorm rolling in, Callum remarked casually as he quickly moved to the side door of the stable. Ewan was hot on his heels before Malcolm even had time to turn around and assess the fierce scowl on Cora's face as she marched across the courtyard. Tarnation. Thanks for the sup. The door swung shut on his words. He turned to face his wife, his mind scrambling for answers to every accusation she was sure to lob his way. She pulled up short in a whirl of skirts and dust. He aimed to catch her off guard. Is your satchel packed? Is my satchel packed? Is that what you just asked me? Her voice rose with each word until she ended on a fevered pitch that trembled. Malcolm was man enough to admit her unbalanced behavior put him on guard. Surely Mrs. Beale informed you will be leaving today. Malcolm turned to walk toward Buttercup, considering it one of his most courageous acts ever, bearing his back to her in this agitated state. He paid great attention to repositioning her saddle before meeting her eye again. Did Mrs. Beale give you my gifts? When he received only a glare in response, he added, I'll send Seamus for your bag. Oh no, you don't. You don't get to carry on as if nothing happened last night. Malcolm couldn't hide his smile. He leaned forward quickly, kissed her soundly, and brushed an errant lock of hair from her forehead. He held his lips over hers as he spoke. You're right, lass. Good morning. You look fetching today. I trust you slept well. Cora slammed her fists against his solid chest and scowled at him. She was distracted only slightly when his hands lifted to unfold her clenched fingers and lay them against the muscles of his chest, held firmly beneath his calloused palms. You tricked me. She cried out, tugging futilely to release her hands from his warmth. Into what? He asked, feigning innocence. You know what? Cora actually stomped, somehow lodging her foot in mud and kicking up dust at the same time. How that was possible, he couldn't fathom. He took that opportunity to grab her by the waist and toss her up on her horse. Once settled on Buttercup's back, he nudged her face down to his by placing gentle pressure on the nape of her neck. Did you sleep well last night? he asked softly. Cora sputtered, unable to find words, which suited Malcolm fine. He kissed her again. I didn't, he said. I tossed and turned all night, dreaming of you. His fingers filtered through her auburn locks as he pulled her even closer, his breath caressing her mouth, tickling her cheeks. I want to make you mine, now and forever. He held her face between both palms and spoke in the same serious tone he used when he said his vows. I won't dishonor you, Cora. I plan to marry you in a church, before God. Why did you marry me in the first place with the hand fasting, if you intended to marry in a church? Cora refused to meet his eyes. I just told you. You told me you wanted to make me yours, now and forever. Cora lifted one brow in a way that sent hope soaring through Malcolm. If she felt cheeky enough to sass him, she must surely be over feeling deceived. Does this have to do with what Callum said? Malcolm scowled at the mention of his friend. He'd rather not discuss the man, but he humored her and scanned his brain for something Callum had said that might pertain to the conversation. That we take what we want in the Highlands? Malcolm let out a sigh. We do that. Without asking permission first? It was Malcolm's turn to raise a brow. You had plenty of opportunities to stop the ceremony. But I didn't know what it was. How could I know it needed to be stopped if I didn't know I was actually marrying you? Cora punctuated her exclamation with a shove that only threatened to unseat her. If Malcolm's quick hands hadn't rescued her, she surely would have landed on her backside in the mud. Her scowl intensified. You thought it was a betrothal ceremony? Malcolm asked, managing not to chuckle. He already knew the answer but waited for her nod before proceeding. If you were willing to become betrothed to me, I see no reason why you would reject being married to me. It's the principle of the matter, Cora cried, gripping the pommel tightly. I wasn't given a choice. Malcolm's face turned surprisingly gentle. And if you were? Would you marry me, Cora? Cora's mouth opened and closed several times. She looked like a guppy and cast her eyes down to the thin slice along her wrist that Malcolm had made with his dagger. The skin was barely pierced, and it was already scabbing over. It probably stung a little, just enough to remind her it was there. She slowly drew a fingertip along the hardened blood. Malcolm raised the wrist to his mouth and kissed it gently, lingering his lips over the evidence of their union. Answer me, Cora. If you had known, would you have married me anyway? Suddenly, it was imperative that he know. Cora squeezed her eyes shut, knowing that to answer honestly would remove any right she had to be angry. She thought of the sad old lady she'd one day be, back in England when this was all over, spending the rest of her days pining for a man circumstance had forced her to leave behind. It would be foolish not to enjoy these days while she had them. She couldn't lie to Malcolm. She could never withhold the truth from this man, who at the same time both infuriated her and made her soul sing with happiness. This man she was very much afraid she was falling in love with. Yes. I'd have married you anyway. Castle Cameron was magnificent. As Cora stopped to appreciate the expanding view of the enormous edifice, she couldn't help but feel Malcolm's gaze burning through her. She looked at him with surprise, initially due to the beauty of his home, but after registering his curiosity, she found herself surprised at the importance he placed on her reaction. What do you think of it? He asked quietly. It was the first time she thought she heard hesitation, no, uncertainty, in his voice. That couldn't be right. She searched his eyes, but they remained as firm and fierce as ever. I've never seen anything so magnificent in my life, she professed, not taking her eyes off him. He reached over and lifted Nessie from her saddle, nestling her into the curve of his arms while he continued to watch Cora's face. It was true, she reflected, dragging her gaze back to the holding. The stone blocks were clean and straight, rising high into the clear blue sky to touch the cottontail clouds passing by. The castle wasn't overly adorned but rather functional and strong. Its 4 turrets stood proudly, its utility evident by its lack of flags or banners that were so often present in English castles. Nessie clapped her chubby hands together as Malcolm smiled at Cora, then winked mischievously at his niece before nudging his horse into a trot. After following Malcolm's lead into the courtyard, Cora accepted his hand to dismount and rushed to keep up with his ground-eating strides that showcased powerful legs, ever bare below the knee between his plaid and boots. He led her to the front of the keep like a king presenting his queen at court. The entrance was adorned with stacks of long, painstakingly quarried granite leading up to a massive oak door furnished with 3 simple fleur-de-lis hinges and a hatch forged in iron. The clan had gathered in the upper bailey and all eyes were on her, causing Cora's nerves to fray from the variety of stares, some blank, some curious, some downright hostile. An older man stood at the base of the stone steps with a woman who looked like his daughter standing boldly by his side. Their forced smiles were identical, artificially beaming in Malcolm's direction. They cast furtive glances at Cora, cloaked in an air of suspicion. Cora nearly slunk behind Malcolm's broad shoulders before catching her own cowardice and stepping out from his shadow. Whatever today would offer, she could handle it on her own. She squared her shoulders and waited for Malcolm's introduction. Malcolm's Gaelic was deep and quick. He rushed through his greeting of the gathered crowd, including the older man with his long, grey hair caught at his nape with a leather thong, like Malcolm's. The man's eyes were the warmest shade of chocolate brown Cora had ever seen, but the cold purpose in them contradicted his bright smile and made Cora feel anything but comforted. He gestured toward the wisp of a female standing beside him, a thin woman with beautiful platinum blonde hair and a bountiful bosom she made no attempt to hide. Her gown was arranged to show her assets in the best possible manner. Cora couldn't condemn her for maximizing the gifts God had granted her, but she thought a little more modesty might do her wonders. The woman's eyes had the same troubling effect on Cora as the man she stood beside. Cora focused on the air slowly stretching her lungs, grateful for the steady effect the fresh breeze had on her frayed nerves, preparing herself for the possible fallout that might arise from this dissonant situation. There seemed to be drama in Clan Cameron, and Cora had found herself in the very center of it. Malcolm sensed Cora's rising tension and schooled his face from showing sympathy. He knew what she wanted from him, knew how uncomfortable she must be feeling. But he also knew Dougal MacLeod. The man was like a dog with a bone when it came to pushing his daughter on Malcolm. He knew this first encounter with Cora by his side would be precedent-setting. If Malcolm even hinted to the scoundrel that there was anything to manipulate here, let alone reveal to him the truth, that Cora was now his greatest weakness in life, Dougal wouldn't rest until he'd gotten their hand-fasting annulled. Malcolm deepened his brogue and quickened his words. "With all due respect, I never agreed to marry your daughter, Dougal." Malcolm sent a sympathetic glance toward the girl in question. At Cora's stiffened frame, Malcolm surmised she recognized the word marry. There was no accounting for the strange selection of Gaelic she'd retained. The girl, Ellie MacLeod, turned to Cora, hostility emanating from her body. Malcolm knew Ellie could be vindictive, but he'd never before felt more frustrated with her childish tactics. He wasn't very well equipped to defend Cora against another woman, and so he was incredibly grateful when Cora's lips thinned and her eyes flashed fire. Good, Malcolm thought. Dougal had taken a warrior stance now and positioned his hand near his sword. Malcolm felt relief. He could deal with the threats of a man much easier than those of a woman. He heard Seamus and Ivan, his third-in-command who'd stayed behind to guard the keep, step closer. He saw them move their arms to the hilts of their swords. "Your father promised on your behalf," Dougal ground out. The slow speed with which he reached for his own sword was the only proof the old man valued his life. "As you well know, my father did not consider me his son and so does not speak for me, then or now." Malcolm kept the emotion from his voice, but his heart lurched at the unhappy memories of childhood. "He claimed you as his, and so he speaks for you," Dougal argued. "The least you could do is honor his word after what your brother did to my family's honor." It was everything in me not to pierce his heart for his cowardice. "Your father promised Braden to Ellie, and how did your brother honor that debt? He turned and married that village girl he'd gotten with child." Dougal didn't have time to react before Malcolm's hand shot out, shoving the elder back on his heels. His other hand disarmed the old man with one swift move. The laird's voice was deadly quiet when it ground out, "I am not my brother, and you'd do best not to malign his name in my presence." Malcolm felt Cora's gaze as he closed in on the stranger. She let out a gasp of shock at the sudden hostility, which gave him a moment's pause. He figured he should be grateful she wasn't behaving like Ellie, who had broken into loud, pleading sobs which were most certainly a source of embarrassment for her father. Finley and Jamie stepped in front of Cora, their hands firmly on the hilts of their swords. Seamus joined them on the other side of Malcolm. "Dougal," Malcolm stated, his voice now loud and clear for the benefit of the gathering crowd, "surely you understand why I take offense to your characterization of my brother and his family." He punctuated his words with another shove, eliciting a grunt from the elder and even louder cries from his daughter. "And leave Braden's lass out of it. My brother's past is his own, and he atoned for it." "Nay," the old man countered, moving his feet helplessly in an attempt to ward off the next blow. "He's atoned for nothing, even in death. And neither have you, as my daughter has been promised to Cameron and that promise has yet to be honored." As Malcolm's jaw tightened and his men stepped forward with menacing expressions on their faces, Dougal realized he'd made another error in judgment. "I meant no offense to your brother, nor to you," he cried out. "But your father's promise has gone unfulfilled." Malcolm nearly laughed. He found it humorous how eagerly his father's old friend had believed the scoundrel's empty promises. There had been little love lost between Braden and his father, although his brother was a legitimate heir to the lairdship. If it weren't for Nessie's mother, Braden would probably have fulfilled the promise. Malcolm, on the other hand, felt no obligation. There was nothing at all legitimate about his standing in his father's house, and the only reason he led the Camerons now is because he was claimed as a bairn, legitimate or not. Behind him, Seamus cleared his throat. Malcolm acknowledged that the old man's hostility had wavered and immediately stepped back, eliminating the threat of violence. Ellie ran toward the castle, crying, her sass and vigor crumpling in the face of defeat. Malcolm shook his head and turned to Cora, having felt the heat of her glare on his face, certain she'd been shooting daggers at him the whole time. When he met her gaze, he was stunned to find her eyes cold and detached. Her arms were clasped tightly in front of her, giving her the appearance of a woman who very much did not wish to be approached. Malcolm felt like a heel as a pang struck his heart. He'd needed to draw a line with Dougal, but he should have asked Ivan to deliver his bride inside first. Eventually, she would need to see how things were in the clan, but Malcolm now realized it didn't need to happen all at once. Ivan's voice came from behind him, a note of caution thread throughout. "In light of recent events, should we remove Ellie from her duties in the castle?" Malcolm groaned. The last thing he needed was to have Ellie and Cora roaming the darkened hallways of the same abode. Cora's tender feelings would be slain before the sun went down. Ellie was known for her vicious ways, or so the other women were wont to report. "I see to it." He sighed and stepped toward his wife, surprised when she stepped back, refusing to meet his eyes. "Cora," he said cautiously. "Who is she?" She looked weakened, but there was strength in her voice. He sighed, realizing she probably understood very little of the encounter, by design, certainly. But it was still something to overcome. "Gently. She was betrothed to my brother." He paused, then added uncomfortably, "and then to me by default, but that was not a binding agreement." When Cora didn't respond, didn't meet his gaze, didn't move a muscle, he tried again. "Cora," Malcolm began, then stopped. It dawned on him that he was at a complete loss for what to say next. He thought her behavior odd indeed. She finally looked up, which was a considerable relief to Malcolm, but it was short-lived. Her eyes were shuttered, and she didn't push for more information. She spoke in a voice that was alarmingly emotionless. "Malcolm, I would be grateful for an introduction to your housekeeper and to be shown inside." Malcolm nodded and held his hand out. She stepped widely around him, brushing his hand away when he reached out again. When he caught up with her and placed a hand to her shoulder in guidance, she shrugged away, walking quickly toward the castle. Losing patience, Malcolm took 2 long strides in her direction and swept her clear off her feet, cradling her in his strong arms despite her furious wiggling. He wouldn't give her a moment to frown over the altercation, knowing the more she thought about it, the unhappier she might become. Malcolm heard the gathered crowd cheer and holler, piercing the air with whistles of approval for this latest display of affection, so Malcolm spun Cora in a complete circle and grinned at the Camerons before taking the steps 2 at a time. He used his back to open the heavy door into the castle and tucked her through carefully. Malcolm deposited Cora gently onto the flagstones in the darkened entryway, taking her shoulders in his hands from behind and leaning her back against his solid chest. She'd stopped struggling, a fact that relieved Malcolm to no end. He gave her a moment to take in her surroundings before leaning to touch his lips to her ear, whispering low and deep. "Welcome home, Lady Cameron." Chapter 12. A Path to the Altar. Cora stared at her reflection in the looking glass and wondered when she'd become such an accomplished liar. Mrs. Dowd had outdone herself. The housekeeper had swept Cora's hair into an elegant arrangement that would have made any London lady's maid weep with envy, then applied just enough kohl and rouge to make Cora look like a princess instead of the fraud she actually was. A fraud who was about to marry a Highland laird under spectacularly false pretenses. She gripped the edge of the vanity. What sort of woman married a man knowing she would abandon him? Knowing she'd leave for the Macleans, and then again for London, the moment her mission was complete? The sensible thing would be to tell Malcolm the truth and pray he'd understand. Except Malcolm Cameron wasn't known for his understanding nature. He was known for his temper. And his pride. If she confessed now, he'd likely toss her out on her English backside before she could complete her mission. If she confessed after the wedding, he might very well annul the marriage and leave her ruined. She was well and truly trapped, and she had no one to blame but herself. The worst part? She didn't even want to escape. She loved the impossible, arrogant, devastatingly handsome Scot with an intensity that terrified her. How cruel of God to show her exactly what happiness looked like at the precise moment it would be most unattainable. Tears pricked her eyes. She blinked them back and focused on a pot of rouge. "You'll be the envy of every woman in the clan, milady," Mrs. Dowd announced, adjusting a wayward curl. "Though I dare say you already are." Cora's mind flashed to the busty blonde from the courtyard. Had Malcolm decorated this chamber for her? The room was clearly designed for a woman. 2 tapestries depicted fields of purple heather in exquisite detail. The windows were draped in soft creams and violets, and the walnut vanity positioned in a shaft of sunlight must have cost a small fortune. Had the girl lived here? Did she still? "I know you might be nervous about your wedding night," Mrs. Dowd continued. "If there's anything I can do to ease your mind, you've only to ask." Cora's eyes stung as they met the housekeeper's in the mirror. Nothing Mrs. Dowd could say would untangle this mess. She forced what she hoped looked like a sentimental smile. "You've been wonderful since the moment I arrived. I can't thank you enough." Mrs. Dowd accepted the praise with a dignified nod and reached for the lip salve. A housemaid entered with sprays of lily of the valley and baby's breath. Some for Cora's bouquet, some to thread through her hair. The flowers matched the gown Malcolm had gifted her perfectly. Cora had gasped when she'd first seen the dress hanging by the window. Mrs. Dowd had proudly explained that Malcolm had demanded the finest gown that could be found on short notice. They owed their good fortune to Mrs. Neal, whose mother had preserved the dress in perfect condition. Now, wearing it, Cora was in awe. The creamy gossamer fabric made her porcelain skin glow above the low-cut bodice. Combined with the hair, the makeup, and the flowers, she had never felt more beautiful. Or more deceitful. She stood and swished experimentally, watching the fabric dance. Mrs. Dowd laughed, and Cora found herself laughing too. "You're a vision, milady," the housekeeper declared. Before Cora could respond, that girl from the courtyard swept into the chamber. Cora's heart lurched. Heat flooded her body, anger and embarrassment and confusion all tangled together. The blonde was accompanied by another young woman, both carrying sprigs of bluebells. What was she doing here? Today of all days? More importantly, how did Malcolm truly feel about this woman? Cora forced herself to meet the girl's chocolate-brown eyes. Eyes that Malcolm might have gazed into the same way he looked at Cora. She steadied herself with a deep breath. The 2 women combined their bluebells with the lily of the valley, wrapped everything with an indigo ribbon, and presented it to Cora. "We thought you'd like a bouquet for the ceremony," the mousy-haired girl next to her said. Cora cleared her throat awkwardly. "Thank you." "Oh, 'twas no trouble. We'd do anything for the laird." The girl slid a glance at her silent companion. "I don't believe we've been introduced," Cora ventured, desperate to know the blonde's name. "I'm Jane, and this is Ellie." "Jane and Ellie work here at the castle," Mrs. Dowd added. "Work here?" Cora thought Ivan had seen to dismissing the lass. It was unlike one of Malcolm's trusted men not to see a task through to the end. "I see," Cora said slowly. Mrs. Dowd called Jane over to help with a water pitcher. The other maid had already disappeared. Suddenly, Cora was alone with Ellie. "Well, I wouldn't want to keep you from your duties," Cora said pointedly. Ellie leaned forward, her voice low and vicious. "You won't win, you know." Cora straightened her spine and met the girl's gaze without flinching. If she was to be Lady Cameron, even temporarily, she couldn't tolerate insolence. Especially from someone who had clearly lost whatever game she'd been playing. Or had she? The fear persevered. What if Malcolm still had feelings for this girl? "Did you hear me? You won't win Malcolm's heart." Ellie's voice grew louder, more vindictive. "I already have it. Besides, he's already compromised me. He's honor-bound to marry me." Cora's heart pounded, but her voice emerged calm and steady. "If that were true, Malcolm would be marrying you today, not me. He's an honorable man. It is true. He loved being with me. He belongs with me." Ellie's nose rose in the air. "Not you." The thought of Malcolm in someone else's arms nearly shattered Cora. She hoped to God the girl was lying. Her knees began to tremble, but she kept her expression neutral. "You're dismissed, Ellie. From my chamber." She paused. "I believe you've already been dismissed from the castle." Ellie exploded. "You can't do this. My father will stop it. You'll be sorry you ever set foot on Cameron land." She stormed out, ruby skirts whipping behind her. A soft knock on the doorjamb sent Cora's hands flying to her face to wipe away tears. The errant thought crossed her mind that she'd never been a crier. She used to be happy and well-balanced. What had happened to her? Seamus peeked through the doorway. He stared for a moment before speaking. "You look bonny, lass." "Thank you, Seamus." His expression told her he'd overheard the confrontation. "She's a vindictive troll, that one," he said, venturing inside. "Never mind a word she says." Cora's laugh sounded like a hiccup. Easier said than done. He nodded seriously, shifting from one booted foot to the other. He'd put on a clean white shirt and combed his hair for the occasion. "Milady, I've never seen the laird like this before." "Like what?" Seamus studied the ceiling, then the window. Finally, he blurted, "If I didn't know him better, I'd say he was head over heels in love with you." Cora's heart soared. Then crashed. Seamus was Malcolm's friend. Of course he would engage in damage control at a time like this. "What do you mean, if you didn't know him better?" Seamus coughed. "Malcolm's never sought a wife before. No one knew he even wanted one. He's always seemed happy to keep to the company of." He trailed off with a shrug. "Widows. Tavern wenches." Cora could fill in the blanks. "I see. Thank you, Seamus." Her tone was clipped. "I meant no offense, milady. You looked sad. I wanted you to know you must mean something to him, for him to change his ways." She nodded. She knew he meant well, but this was not helping matters. "I wish to find Nessie." She moved to pass him, but he blocked her path and offered his elbow. "I'm to escort you to the chapel." "Now?" Malcolm waits by the altar." He added with pride, "Nessie is with him." Cora sighed, checked her reflection one last time, and let Seamus lead her downstairs. They passed the great hall, and Cora gasped. The room glimmered with hundreds of candles burning from an eclectic collection of candelabra and chandeliers. It looked like a fairy tale. Long tables were draped in rich fabrics and covered with candles, ribbons, flowers, bowls of fruit and berries, breads and bannocks. Large arrangements of local flora bunched around the room: lily of the valley, baby's breath, bluebells, purple heather, bright thistles. Either Malcolm had demanded a feast fit for a queen, or Mrs. Dowd had taken matters into her own hands. As they crossed the courtyard, Cora saw the chapel was a new addition, small and charming, built with polished river stones. Seamus brought her to the whitewashed doorway where Jamie and Finlay stood positioned in fine white shirts and freshly pressed plaids, their hair recently combed. They both grinned. She nodded at Seamus, as ready as she'd ever be. Jamie and Finlay opened the doors dramatically. And there was Malcolm, standing before the altar. Every thought of jealousy and unease vanished. His eyes were focused and intent but warm. Those eyes that could appear so cold now smoldered as the corners crinkled. His lips lifted slightly at the edges, as if fighting to hide his emotions. He lost the battle quickly, breaking into a wide, devastating grin as he took in her dress and hair. Cora instinctively reached down to smooth an invisible wrinkle, but when she looked up, he was staring directly into her eyes. Her knees wouldn't survive much more of this. She placed her hand in Seamus, but before they could proceed, Ewan stepped forward in his finest clothes, offering his arm. "Since your father isn't present, I hoped you might allow me?" His question was murmured low. Behind him, Cora saw the chapel packed with Camerons in matching plaids, identical looks of pride on their faces. Callum stood behind Ewan, arms spread strong, his clan's plaid secured with a silver brooch. She smiled at him, then met Ewan's gaze. "I'd be honored to have the man who protected me so well these past weeks walk me down the aisle." Ewan cocked his head to the side, clearly trying to determine if she spoke in jest. Determining that she was indeed mocking his lack of chaperonage that led to this moment, his laughter echoed through the chapel. Cora looked at Malcolm, whose eyes glinted with humor. "Well, I didn't do such a great job, seeing as you're here." Ewan winked. His smile was genuine. Malcolm's closest friends approved of their union. What would they think when she betrayed their trust? Not now. She shook the thought away and let Ewan lead her gracefully down the aisle. She focused on the Camerons lining the pews, old women, young boys, weathered men, girls and beaux. All wore the plaid draped over hearts, wrapped like shawls, or sewn into children's outfits. At the altar, Nessie peeked out from behind Malcolm's kilt. She wore a pretty white frock with the plaid shawl, her platinum curls tied with a red ribbon. Ewan kissed Cora's hand and placed it in Malcolm's. Malcolm's gaze was so steady, Cora felt he could see right through her. She released one hand and wiggled it toward Nessie, who jumped forward to clasp it. The priest began the blessing, and Cora looked up at Malcolm. But he was smiling down at Nessie. He released Cora's hand with a squeeze, hauled the girl onto his hip, and reclaimed both of Cora's hands with his free one. The Camerons hooted and cheered. He shot them a cheeky grin. Cora's eyes brimmed with happiness as the priest droned on. Nessie wrapped her arms around Malcolm's neck, leaned her cheek above his silver brooch, and smiled angelically at Cora. Malcolm's smile was less angelic but had the same impact. He was telling everyone she was marrying his little family, not just him. It melted her heart. They said their vows in English. Cora's voice shook with nerves, but Malcolm's was deep and strong, nearly vibrating the timber roof. When the priest asked about rings, Cora began to shake her head, but Malcolm reached into his sporran and withdrew a ring of hammered silver holding a bold oval sapphire that caught the light streaming through the windows. Cora gasped. She shot Malcolm a look of astonishment. She'd never seen anything more beautiful. His grin told her how pleased he was by her reaction. After the priest blessed the ring, Malcolm slipped it slowly onto her left ring finger. Perfect fit. They waited through the remainder of the blessings, Cora glancing down periodically at her ring in awe, until they were pronounced husband and wife. Malcolm leaned in to kiss her, bringing Nessie so close that Cora kissed the girl's cheek too. As Malcolm led her down the aisle in a shower of flower petals, Nessie stage whispered, "Are you happy you're married to Uncle Malcolm now?" "Yes, sweetheart," Cora said, raising her free hand to chuck the girl's chin. She laughed as white petals rained down from the pews and called out her thanks over the celebratory cheers. She heard Nessie ask Malcolm the same question as she waved to the guests lining the walls. Cora turned back just in time to hear his answer. His eyes were waiting for hers, the same intensity he'd shown when she walked down the aisle. His gaze was so possessive, it made her shiver. They reached the end of the aisle, where he deposited Nessie onto the carpet of petals. Malcolm spoke to Nessie, but he was looking at Cora. "More than you know." Chapter 13. A Dance of Revelry. Malcolm swept Cora into his arms twice that day. She conceded, with a secret thrill, that the second time, swooped up and delivered to their reception, warmed her far more than the first, considering how tense her arrival to Castle Cameron had been. The reception feast swirled around her now in a lively tempest, Camerons thronging to clasp Malcolm's hand, enfold her in embraces, and tousle Nessie's golden curls with fond pats. Merriment reigned supreme, dimmed only briefly when Dougal and Ellie MacLeod shadowed the hall, their presence a chill that stiffened Malcolm's spine. Yet the sour note faded swiftly, swallowed by a surge of jubilant clansmen. Before Cora knew it, she was savoring her final morsels, succulent duck, roasted roots, and crisp watercress plucked fresh that morning, all while flute and strings wove a gentle spell through candlelight blazing like trapped stars. Malcolm's nearness roused her from the reverie, his hand settling on her shoulder with quiet impatience. "Malcolm, for heaven's sake, we've scarcely lingered an hour," she protested, rising yet loath to part from the festivities. Leaning to sip her wine once more, she mused that a husband mustn't triumph every time, not so soon in their union, however long it might endure. He plucked the goblet from her grasp, drained it in a single gulp, and, for a third time, hoisted her into his arms. A Gaelic cry burst from him, words she couldn't grasp, as he strode toward the stairs. The hall roared with cheers, a knowing chorus that flushed her cheeks crimson. Every soul but she understood his shout. In a whirl, he carried her through the castle doors into cool night air beneath a sky ablaze with countless stars. "Malcolm, why not stay in the castle tonight?" Her voice came out strained from the odd angle, her gaze lost in the celestial expanse above. Malcolm's breath warmed her ear. "The castle offers no privacy." His tone was deadpan, but moonlight caught the roguish curve of his smile. Cora had little notion why that mattered, but laid her head on his shoulder nonetheless. Time passed, marked by the crunch of his boots on twigs and pine, his breaths a steady rhythm in the crisp air. Her nerves hummed, rising sharp. "Are you taking me into the woods?" His strides eased, his voice dipping low, soft as a caress. "Nay, Mo Crith. We're bound for a cottage at the settlement's edge, near the river and the wood's fringe, not within it." Cora kept her head nestled on his shoulder, silent. Malcolm waited, but her quiet became a weight he couldn't bear. "Is that well with you?" A rare tremor threaded his words. Surprised by his doubt, she lifted her gaze, but his eyes clung to the path, a tangle of roots weaving through mud, a snare for the unwary. "It sounds divine," she whispered, pressing a kiss to his cheek and settling back against him. His sigh of relief nearly jostled her from his hold. "Malcolm?" A grunt rumbled from him. Tonight was breathtaking. Every detail was perfection. "Did Mrs. Dowd arrange our wedding and feast?" He paused, steps measured, as the river's rush sang over distant stones, its mist freshening the air. Cora knew they were close, her heart named this the sweetest moment she'd ever known. Malcolm's next words proved her wrong, eclipsing everything with their simple promise. "She did as I bid." They reached a cabin nestled in the shadows of towering pines, its air laced with fresh cedar and moss. A soft glow slipped through curtains, warmth seeping from the walls as he paused at the threshold. Gently, he lowered Cora to face him. "My gown? The vanity? The flowers in my hair?" Wonder threaded each word. You had Mrs. Dowd arrange all that? Malcolm's gaze lingered on her face, revealing nothing. Finally, he nodded, cleared a catch in his throat, and murmured, "Aye." And the chamber's decorations? The great hall? Did you call for all those candles, the flowers, the fabrics, the fruit? Another nod, silent and sure. It was all your vision? Her voice trembled, unable to cloak its marvel. He cleared his throat again, a faint flush rising. Well, the bluebell bouquet, that was Mrs. Dowd's touch. Cora stilled, her heart reeling at the care he'd lavished, the meticulous details he'd woven to make this day a treasure. His devotion kindled a glow within, a joy so pure it felt almost fragile. And her voice faltered, breath catching. She swallowed, rallying. And the chapel? The guests? Why invite so many to our wedding? All uncertainty vanished from Malcolm's face, his eyes locking with hers in fierce clarity. Why wouldn't I? Well, for one, she ventured hesitantly, I'm English. Surely you wouldn't wish to display that before your clan, risking their scorn. Malcolm surged forward, his hand catching her chin, firm yet gentle. That's precisely what I wish to display. His voice carried an edge of steel. You. Cora nodded, more yielding than convinced, her chin captive in his grasp. When he freed her, his fingers weaving through the base of her coiffure, she posed her final question, the one that burned brightest. And my ring? A swift smile flickered across his face, a spark of delight that hinted this pleased him most. He drew her near, lips hovering a breath from hers, and whispered, What about your ring? His voice rumbled deep, a tremor that stirred something in her core. Cora clutched his biceps, steadying herself, irked by his teasing. Where did it come from? You caught me unawares, Malcolm, I expected no jewels at all. She pressed her hand to his chest, the ring glinting in the moon's pale light, tilting it to catch sapphire flares. A growl rumbled in his throat, low and possessive. If any lass merits such radiant gems, it's you, Lady Cameron. Cora stilled, weighing his words, then let a dark chuckle escape, a crooked grin for his sake, though a hollow ache gnawed within. Ah, now I see. Her tone cooled as she turned, gesturing to the cabin. Is this it? Malcolm grunted affirmation, but pressed on, her chill not lost on him. What is it you think you see? She ignored him, fingers fumbling at the latch. It gave way, revealing a space of utter charm. She stepped toward the threshold. Only to be swept up a fourth time by Malcolm's strong arms and set gently onto warm floorboards within. Cora's gaze swept the cabin's snug interior, everything pristine and new. A bed reigned at the center, draped in crisp white linens and the Cameron plaid's bold weave. Flanking it stood two stout tables, while a grander one nestled by the hearth across the room, surrounded by sturdy chairs. In a corner, a tub gleamed beside a vanity adorned with a pitcher, bowl, towel, and a bar of soap. Simple treasures of thoughtfulness. She turned slowly, drinking in each detail, until her circle ended facing Malcolm. He filled the doorway, a towering silhouette against the night, the open portal revealing two baskets tucked behind, her satchel and dressing gown among them. Malcolm had foreseen every need. A smile bloomed at his thoughtfulness, and she planted her hands on her hips, mirroring his proud stance as best she could. Answering his earlier question, she said, I see that appearances matter dearly to Laird Cameron. You wouldn't have your clan think you a stingy groom. He stood motionless, not a flicker crossing his face, yet the air thickened with a silent shift. With deliberate grace, he stepped inside, eased the door shut, and turned to her. Guilt crashed over Cora like a cold tide. She'd praised his efforts, vowed her delight, only to diminish the grandest gift he'd given. His face, carved stern and still, spoke of a fury she'd earned. How could it not? She edged forward, tentative, but he remained statue still, unyielding. Another step brought her near enough to touch. Her fingers grazed his arm, seeking warmth, yet his icy stare held fast, unwavering. Malcolm, she murmured, voice soft with regret, I didn't mean to wound you. The ring is exquisite, truly. Of course you'd want your wife adorned with beauty. Her free hand fluttered, grasping for words. To, mark me as yours. Malcolm's face remained a carved mask until his voice broke the silence. You are mine. All know it now, that's why the crowd gathered so grand. Cora dipped her head in a slow nod of acceptance, her heart stirred by his public claim. Warmth bloomed, tinged with bewilderment. Why choose an English lass for his bride? Yet she wouldn't question such a gift. But the ring? Malcolm's voice softened. I want to see it grace your hand every day we breathe, but that's not why I gave it to you. Cora closed the distance, slipping into his embrace, her hands rising to draw his head down for a kiss. He met her lips, yielding, though his eyes held a tale yet untold. Tell me about the ring, she urged gently. He nodded, brushing another kiss across her lips before speaking. My mother was my father's second wife. Braden, my elder brother, his mother died birthing him. My father wed my mother after. Cora traced soothing circles on his back, a quiet comfort, smiling as his stance eased and his arms encircled her. Braden was Nessie's father, laird before you. Though she asked no question, he answered still. I never wished to burden you with this, hope to spare you the tale. It's no secret among the clan, you'd hear it soon enough. May even have understood enough of it that first day. He paused, throat working, a shadow crossing his gaze. I couldn't bear losing you, Cora. Not for anything, least of all this. She tilted her head back, curiosity aflame, her heart steadfast. Nothing he could confess would dim love's bright flame. Love, yes, love. The truth had only lately dawned on her, a fragile bloom still unfurling within. When or how she'd fallen for Malcolm Cameron eluded her, yet she knew with unshakable certainty that her heart belonged to him. Wholly. Irrevocably. She tightened her embrace, awaiting his confession with steady breath. Malcolm exhaled, a long, burdened gust, and spoke words he'd never voiced aloud, though the clan had always known them. I'm illegitimate. The whisper barely reached her ears. Cora's sharp inhale startled even her. How can you be sure? Wasn't your father married to your mother? But I came too soon, and too hale, for any to believe I'd spent 9 months in the womb. She nodded slowly, absorbing his truth. And what does this have to do with my ring? Malcolm's gaze, already keen, sharpened further. I've just told you I'm illegitimate, and you ask about your ring? Well, yes. That's why you raised it, isn't it? It is, but... Malcolm, she interrupted, cradling his face in her warm palms, I don't care about the circumstances of your birth. His eyes clenched shut in a hard blink, and his voice grated low. You should, Cora. She lifted a shoulder in a light shrug. I simply don't. But this ring, this beautiful ring, I care about deeply. Please, tell me the rest. I was trying, he said, a rueful grin tugging his lips, his eyes softening to the glow they'd held during their vows. Then tell me faster, she teased. Malcolm's grin flashed as he drew her close and claimed her lips in a kiss. With gentle care, he moved 2 chairs near the hearth and eased her onto one. Cora adjusted herself comfortably, watching as he swiftly extinguished the 3 candles dotting the room, their soft glow fading to shadows. Then he joined her, the roaring fire the only light remaining. Do you see this brooch I wear? Cora blinked twice, her gaze sharpening on the silver piece at his chest. It had clasped his plaid near his heart each day since she'd first glimpsed him, a treasure of rubies, emeralds, and sapphires, kin to the stone now gracing her ring. She nodded mutely, her eyes flickering from her jewel to his, seeking the truth she sensed hovering near. It's one of a pair, Malcolm said steadily. My mother brought them from Clan Gordon when she wed the Cameron laird, tucked in a chest with relics of her home. They were her father's, and his father's before him, passed down through centuries. She, an only child, inherited them when he died. He paused, unpinning the brooch from his plaid and pressing it into her hand. Cora's fingertip traced the radiant stones, their fire glinting in the dimness. "They were my dearest treasures," he confessed, voice softening. "My mother prized them too. At my birth, when my father realized he'd been deceived, his rage consumed him. He tore through her chamber, shredded garments, shattered pottery, while she lay too frail to rise. Finding a brooch hidden in an old cravat, he sought to destroy it utterly." Cora gazed at the piece in her palm, flawless and whole. "This brooch bears no mark of harm." Malcolm's smile curved with quiet triumph. It's pristine." He found the first, hidden in a cravat stuffed in a shoe's heel. He never thought to check the toe. Cora's laughter spilled free, bright and sudden. Where the second cravat waited? With this brooch cradled within. Cora's fingers faltered, and she pressed the brooch back into Malcolm's hand. She sensed the ring's origin, yet craved his voice to confirm it. Her thumb brushed his hand clasped in hers with a soft caress, and she smiled as he returned the gesture. "Cora," he murmured, voice gruff, "you outshine every beauty I've ever beheld, woman or wonder. How could I wed you without a gift to match your radiance, your fire, your soul? Your ring had to be extraordinary, for you, and for me." He leaned over and caught the tear that slipped free, brushing it away with tender care. "Nothing in this world holds more worth to me than you, no trinket, no treasure. But before you claimed my heart, all I had was my mother's legacy. My father loathed me, my brother was forced to choose." A wry smirk tugged his lips. "I often thought he picked his side too quickly." Cora's face twisted, meant as a grimace, though sorrow softened it beyond her intent. Malcolm pressed on, his gaze unwavering. "As I said, before you came, these brooches were my dearest keepsakes. I was but a bairn when my father destroyed the first in his rage, but my mother protected the second for me. She entrusted both to Mrs. Dowd. The one I wear, and the shattered remnants of its twin. Mere scraps of silver remained, gemstones scratched and cracked, yet I wager she believed I'd cherish it still." Cora's eyes shimmered, wrapped in his tale. "The morning before we hand-fasted," he began, a smile blooming at the memory, "I'd ridden home to have Mrs. Dowd ready our wedding." He paused, bemusement flickering, then ducked his head with a chuckle before lifting it to meet her eyes. "A roguish lad caught in folly, a dark lock tumbling over one brow. Truth be told, lass, I hadn't planned to wed you by Ewan's fire. But seeing you with Callum, it spurred me to haste." Cora's fingers brushed the errant lock from his brow as he spoke, only to regret the tidying. Its roguish fall had charmed her so. "I had my mother's chamber decorated anew, in a fashion I hoped might please you," Malcolm said, voice low and warm, "and told Mrs. Dowd to find a gown fit for a queen. The great hall and chapel were to overflow with blooms and fabrics, whatever she could manage. That morning, I carried the ruined brooch, tangled silver and cracked gems, to my blacksmith, charging him to forge a ring of surpassing beauty from its remains. Simple, I said, yet grand and fair." His lips curved at the memory. Even I stood in awe. Seamus lost his tongue, Finlay wanted to touch it, Jamie merely nodded, "Aye, that'll do fine." Ivan gaped in pure astonishment, though he hadn't met you then. Cora's nod wavered, tears brimming, stirred by his words and the vivid scene of his men marveling outside the smithy. Malcolm lifted her hand and kissed the center of her palm. "Yet nothing in life rivals what I felt when your eyes first beheld it," he murmured, fervent and soft. "Your delight in its beauty mirrored mine, no, surpassed it, echoing the joy I feel pinning my brooch to my plaid, remembering my mother's love. Hers was the only love I knew in this lifetime. I'm proud you bear her mark too." He returned the brooch to his heart. "Now we match, for life." Cora shook her head, words fleeing. "At last," she breathed, "you're mistaken." Malcolm's gaze dropped to the jewels, his voice shadowed. "We don't match?" Wariness veiled his face, darkening it. No, not that," she hastened, reaching for his hand and drawing it to her. "Malcolm, your mother isn't the only one who's ever loved you." His eyes clenched shut, a tremor rippling through him. Cora squeezed his hand, rubbing her thumb over his rough knuckles, a soothing balm as she waited. When his lids lifted, she spoke, words soft as dawn, true as stone. "I love you, Malcolm. I can't say when or how it bloomed, but I know why. You're a good, true man, worthy of love. Your father and brother were gravely wrong." He shook his head in silent denial, but she stilled him, lifting his hand to her lips. "You are loved, Malcolm Cameron," she pressed, "but do you understand what matters more?" He stared as if she shimmered, a vision in a parched wasteland. "Nothing," he rasped, raw fervor in the word, sparking fresh tears in her eyes. Cora kissed his knuckles gently. "What matters more is that you know you're lovable." Malcolm stood then and pulled Cora to her feet, the two standing before the blazing fire, their profiles illuminated by dancing flames. He laid a gentle kiss on her lips, then another, each one a quiet vow. "You're a lovable man, Malcolm Cameron," she whispered, "and I love you with all my heart." Chapter 14. A Truth Delayed. Malcolm. Callum's bark followed Malcolm across the Cameron courtyard. He slowed and turned, recognizing the tone. Bad news. And he knew exactly what news that would be. He watched with resignation as Callum caught up. "You know there's no one else I'd willingly ignore my duties for," Callum began. Malcolm interrupted. "I know that's a lie." When Callum's eyes glinted with humor, his irritation grew. "You'd lay down your life for Ewan too. We both know it." Callum shrugged in concession. "Nevertheless, my people need me home, and this has gone on long enough. We show her the missives tonight." Malcolm crossed both arms over his chest and frowned at his friend. "There's no reason to postpone any longer," Callum continued, attempting logic. Malcolm's frown deepened. "What on earth are you waiting for? I've never known you to procrastinate on important issues." Callum rocked from one booted foot to the other, watching him intently. Malcolm shrugged. He turned to continue toward the castle door, but Callum's voice stopped him. "It's that you're a coward, isn't it?" Callum chuckled darkly. "I knew it." Malcolm turned fast and shoved Callum in the chest before his friend could step aside. Never having possessed much self-preservation, Callum continued without delay. "That's it, isn't it? You're a coward, afraid to face your own wee bride, afraid of." His voice grew curious, a surprising feat considering Malcolm's hand twitched and his cold gray eyes focused on his friend's neck. "Of what exactly?" Malcolm shoved him again, but this time Callum landed more securely, both feet spread wide. "I know. You're afraid she'll leave you, is that it? She'll find what she's looking for in those letters and set out for that godforsaken homeland of hers at first light." Callum knew he was goading Malcolm, but better this than remaining at an infuriating standstill with nothing left to do here and work mounting at home. To his astonishment, Malcolm was actually mulling it over. He went in for the kill. "On second thought, maybe it's not that you're afraid. I think you're terrified. Tell me, why are you so certain she'll up and leave you?" Malcolm's eyes flashed before he shuttered them, a flare of fire barely crowding out the vulnerability Callum couldn't believe he'd seen. Malcolm's chin set mulishly, and he turned his back to march toward the castle again. Wanting to ease his friend but also ensure Malcolm saw this through, and soon, Callum called after him, "Anyone with eyes will tell you that woman isn't going anywhere." His only reply was the slam of the castle door. In the end, Callum had his way. They awaited Cora's arrival in the great hall with impatience. Finally, a sound at the archway made Malcolm look up. She took his breath away. Her cheeks were flushed pink and her lips looked the way they did when he'd just finished kissing her. She had dried leaves and grass in her hair, and the strands had long ago escaped the hasty coiffure he'd watched her set that morning. She looked exactly like the little wood nymph he'd fallen in love with, what felt like a lifetime ago. Love? When had that happened? Malcolm brushed the thought away, though it didn't shake him as much as he expected, and crooked a finger at Cora. When she arrived, he gently extracted the leaves from her wayward curls and brushed a thumb down her pink cheek. He couldn't help breathing in her delightfully fresh, curiously mossy scent, swaying closer as if drawn by invisible force. "Were you in the woods by chance, M.O. Gale?" His voice was soft, not to be overheard. She whispered with an evasive smile. So she wasn't keen to divulge her secrets that quickly? He frowned, hoping she'd followed his orders and taken one of his guardsmen. He'd get it out of her later. "Callum has a gift for you," he grunted. "A gift? Whatever for?" Cora's eyes grew large and inquisitive as they swung toward his friend. Malcolm made a note to surprise her with gifts more often. He wanted her looking at him that way, not Callum. He frowned in his friend's direction, receiving a cheeky grin in response. He pulled out a chair and motioned for Cora to sit. Once they were all settled, commanders included, Callum began. "I have your father's missives." Callum flashed a charming smile as Cora leaned forward. "Consider it a wedding gift." He laid 5 missives on the table before her. "There's good news and bad news. The good news is that the information in these letters shows your father was not a direct traitor to the Crown of England." Cora let out a little cry of relief and slumped against Malcolm's side, though her eyes remained shrewd at his use of the word direct. Malcolm put his arm around her and encouraged her to lean in, knowing the worst was coming. Callum continued, "Your father corresponded with mine on a variety of issues, philosophical questions mostly, pertaining to the union of the 2 ancient nation-states to which we both belong. Much of their discussion had to do with similarities between the long-standing feudal lord system in England, specifically as it pertains to his own barony, and the unique qualities of the laird-clan relationship, which both men agreed shared commonalities." Callum paused. When no one spoke, he continued slowly. "The bad news is that these missives cannot help but show a tendency towards sympathy on your father's part for the former Laird Maclean, my father, who was a known Jacobite rebel, a traitor to the crown in most minds." Callum shot a quick glance at Malcolm, whose face was grim. The unspoken message was clear: Malcolm's father was also a known Jacobite. If they proceeded with making these missives public, both lairds would be exposing the sins of their fathers, and potentially themselves, to the Crown of England. Malcolm squeezed Cora's shoulders and rubbed her collarbone as he thought it through. He'd been gone during the latter years of his father's rule, so had Callum, since they'd both been commanders with neighboring clans at the time. Neither had first-hand perspective on what role the previous laird of their clan had played in the Jacobite uprising 2 years prior, but they knew it could do them no favors to make known the sympathies of their fathers or clansmen. Cora leaned forward to turn one of the missives and began to read. Malcolm rested his forearms on the rough-hewn planks and looked on with curiosity. The familiarity of her fragrance calmed him, but that was contrasted by the tension of considering the ramifications of making these missives public. To release Cora's father, they needed definitive proof he wasn't a Jacobite sympathizer. While these missives proved a tendency to philosophize rather than true intent toward rebellion, Malcolm wasn't convinced it would be enough for King George to overturn the claim of his trusted Lord Sanders. And if it wasn't enough, they were better off keeping them hidden, and finding another way to free Lord Harrington. Malcolm's gaze met Callum's, and he knew his friend had reached the same conclusion. They'd need to meet with Ewan and make a plan. The 3 of them combined could come up with something to convince King George to release Harrington into their care without exposing the letters. If that didn't work, they'd burn all of London if need be. Malcolm took the parchment from Cora's shaking hands and rolled it back up. "Come on, let's get you upstairs," he commanded gruffly, rising behind her. Cora was shaking her head, but Malcolm didn't think it was at him. He was proven right a moment later. "Oh, Papa," she murmured. Her gaze met his. "He's always so curious. He always wants to figure things out, to know why." Her eyes took on a tortured look as she accepted Malcolm's help from the seat. "It can't kill him," she pleaded, curling into his body. "It won't," he promised into her hair, pulling her into his embrace. He happened to know someone exactly like her father but didn't think Cora would appreciate that particular observation. It can't, Malcolm, she said with a voice that might have been a cry if it weren't so weak. He just wanted to know, wanted to talk about it. He didn't mean any harm. Malcolm didn't reply, just rubbed her back before nudging her toward the door. He didn't know about Harrington's intentions, but he knew it must have taken connections and interest, at minimum, to have a long-standing correspondence with a laird so far into the Highlands. That alone was enough incrimination for treason. "We'll make a plan," he said to ease her mind. "Don't worry about a thing." He wished he hadn't added that last bit. Of course she would worry. He frowned as he followed her. Cora had him saying things for her pleasure and comfort he'd never used to say. He didn't like it. Mrs. Dowd met the pair in the foyer and accepted Cora into her care, nodding at Malcolm's demands for a hot bath and supper for his wife. Once Cora had been gently whisked away to their chamber, he walked back to the great hall, eager to make necessary preparations. Cora wouldn't like it, but he was taking matters into his own hands. She'd just have to forgive his high-handedness afterward. Placing her in any sort of danger was simply unfathomable. He approached the table of men and placed both hands on his hips. Callum had been talking in a low voice to Fraser and Seamus, but when he saw Malcolm approach, he lifted his head. "There's only one way to it," Malcolm opened, but Callum headed him off. "We leave at first light." Cora awoke to the chamber door creaking and clicking shut. Her sore heart thudded with fear before she made out Malcolm's dark form in the shadows. She took a deep breath and snuggled deeper into the plaid as she watched him unbuckle his scabbard and lay it over a chair. Her eyes still stung from the few tears she'd been unable to hold back. Life was so difficult all of a sudden. It never used to be this way, she reflected glumly, anticipating Malcolm's arms and the comfort they would bring. She was glad the room was so dark Malcolm wouldn't see her face. What would he think of her foolishness? How silly she'd been to believe in the rightness of her father's actions, when all along he'd been conversing with the enemy. And for what purpose? "Oh, Papa," she lamented, feeling tears prick her eyes again. "Why did you have to do something so purposeless, so silly?" She'd always worshipped her father for his acuity and intellect, but she couldn't see the goal of such fruitless correspondence. Unless her father was truly up to no good. Was Papa really a Jacobite sympathizer? A smaller voice within whispered, would that really be so bad? Cora couldn't deny she'd come to love these proud, hard-headed Scots. If they wanted their autonomy back, their country back, who was she to judge? Who was her father to judge? She suspected the king would not be so open-minded. She shivered as Malcolm drew the covers back and climbed in beside her. He turned as if drawn by a string and pulled her into the warmth of his embrace. Cora could feel him rubbing her hair with his chin, felt the deep expansion of his chest as he inhaled the soap from her recent bath. "Malcolm," she whispered. He grunted and drew her tighter. "Are you a Jacobite?" Malcolm drew a hand down her back and chuckled against her head. "Every Scot worth the name sympathizes with the cause. It's just a matter of whether they're willing to risk their neck for it." He spoke softly against hair Cora had neglected to plait. She feared it fanned wildly around her head like Medusa's crown of snakes. She moved to brush the curls into order, but Malcolm grabbed her hand and pressed a kiss to her palm, stopping her. "Are you willing to risk your neck?" Cora looked up into Malcolm's stern face, barely highlighted by moonlight, as he rolled to his back, bringing her with him. Malcolm eyed the ceiling. "Perhaps I might have been tempted once, in my youth, were it just my neck, but now?" He looked at her gently and kissed her temple. "Nay." His chest vibrated with the deep resonance of his voice. "And Callum?" Malcolm combed his fingers slowly through her curls. "Callum has less to lose at the moment, but I think he still values his hide." Though neither of our fathers shared that particular sense of self-preservation. Cora braced her forearm against Malcolm's chest and lifted her head. "Your father was a Jacobite?" Malcolm's eyes gleamed in the dark. He looked at her for long moments before whispering, "Aye." "And Callum's?" "Aye," he nodded slowly. Cora's words came out so fast she nearly tripped over them. "Is that why they're gone?" Malcolm smiled darkly. Nay, lass. That's not why they're gone. Cora laid her head back on his chest and waited for his explanation, but it never came. Then how did they die? Malcolm sighed. My father died of a lung disease warm in his bed, a shameful way for a Scot to die, and Laird MacLean died in a skirmish with the MacDonalds. One that he started. Cora mulled this over before uttering, I'd rather you die of old age in your bed than in a skirmish with the MacDonalds. Malcolm laughed. I'd rather not. Plus, the MacDonalds wouldn't dare fight me. Why not? They just wouldn't dare. Cora wouldn't relent. But why not? Malcolm let out a relaxed sigh. His eyes sparkled as he glanced down at her. Because I don't fight fair. Cora apparently didn't deem that worthy of a response, for none came. Mere moments later, Malcolm felt her breath fall into a deep, steady rhythm, indicating she'd fallen into light sleep. Sleep came slowly for Malcolm, however. He stared at the ceiling beams late into the night, planning the impending journey and subsequent confrontation, running through every detail and key point to ensure they weren't missing something crucial. Once he left, there was no turning back. He forced his thoughts in another direction, her safety. It gave Malcolm no pleasure leaving his young bride to the protection of his clan. He trusted Ivan with his life, but somehow it was harder to put Cora's life in his hands. He wouldn't rest easy until he could return and see that she was safe. This was destined to be the longest voyage of his life. He sighed and closed his eyes, forcing sleep. The sun would be up soon. Chapter 15. A dawn departed. The king was not happy. Sanders had no reason to believe he would be, but his pride stung at His Majesty's level of discontent. It wasn't as if it were entirely his fault that the impish daughter of that scoundrel Harrington had run off into the night, never to be seen again. Where in tarnation was the sassy brat? Horace nodded in agreement at whatever angry words the king was now spewing. His Majesty had already expounded upon his apparently presumptuous behavior in attacking Harrington's holding, like he could let such an offense to the crown slip by, his negligence in allowing the girl to go free. How could he have known she was nothing but a slippery gypsy? And now he was going on about what he perceived as Horace's ineptitude in being unable to locate the elusive chit. It was all so unjust. Sanders fumed silently as the king finished his diatribe and summarily dismissed him. He was shown to the door of the private, walnut-paneled suite His Majesty kept for entertaining his closest friends. Sanders knew one thing for sure. The Harrington girl would pay for this. Pay in the worst possible way for this most ignominious fall from grace. She would pay with her life, he swore to himself, before reconsidering. No. That would be too easy for her. He would ruin her. Take her innocence, then cast her out in shame and disgrace so she'd be forced to live a lifetime doing whatever ruined women did. That would remind her who he was, how important he was to this realm. That would remind her of his power, his value to the crown. And her grave mistake in ignoring it. Horace met his servant in the hallway mere yards from the king's quarters. Where in tarnation had the incompetent scoundrel been? He should have been awaiting his master eagerly by the door, but instead he'd probably scampered off for a little slap and tickle with the closest lady's maid. Why did he always have to suffer the presence of such imbeciles? What have you found? And don't say nothing, he barked into the echoing darkness as he continued along the corridor. My lord, we interrogated the local Scots in the lowlands for any news of the lass but came up empty every time. Seems like no one has seen or heard of an Englishwoman passing through. Or they're lying to you, Horace shot back with snark. Those self-centered barbarians are only looking to cover their own hides, and that means keeping the English out. They're not aiming to help us overrun their land. Sanders growled. He turned abruptly to the hapless servant. You need to sweeten the deal, make it worth their while to speak up. Do you mean threaten their lives? The servant looked as if he were choking. I mean do whatever needs to be done, Horace nearly shouted, ripping open the door to his private quarters in the castle. Have you seen these, countrymen? The coward stuttered. You'll do as I command. Lord Sanders waved his hands in the air, searching for his name. The servant had been in his employ for 5 years now. "Andrew," he answered demurely. "Yes, yes. Get back to Scotland and find the girl. When you have her, take her prisoner and return her to me." Horace waved to dismiss the man, then had second thoughts. "No, don't bring her to me. Hide her nearby. I've decided how I'm going to deal with her, and I want her close to her friends so they may witness her disgrace." He dismissed Andrew with a hasty wave, but the servant's feet had grown roots. "My lord, there is a rumor you should be made aware of, before you proceed." "What rumor?" Sanders barked, rubbing his beard in glee at thoughts of revenge ruminating in his mind. I immediately disregarded it as false. However, there are those who claim that Cora has married the fiercest laird in all the Highlands. I knew this could not possibly be true, and that they were twisting our arm. Sanders' hand stopped mid-stroke. "And who is this presumed laird?" "Cameron, sir." "Cameron." Horace surveyed his mind for any knowledge of the Cameron clan, or any Scottish clan for that matter, and came up blank except for those blasted MacGregors the king had deemed unworthy of pardon after the indomitable uprising against his majesty in 15. And of course, everyone knew about those terrible MacDonalds and Campbells. He recalled some commentary about the fierceness of the Stuart laird, but nothing came to mind concerning Cameron. His servant interrupted his musing. "You'll recall, he was the laird's second son at the time when he infiltrated Lord Cumberland's holding in Northumbria, after some trivial dispute they say, and made it a ghost town? Not a soul in sight for miles on end, not even a corpse. No one knows where they went." Andrew paused and licked his lips. "If I may speak plainly, my lord?" "Yes, yes," Horace muttered, distracted. He had indeed heard of that particular barbaric heathen but had forgotten his name. Good lord, Cordelia had climbed into bed with the devil himself. "That particular Scot terrifies me more than anyone on earth," the servant gulped out. "Take me to him," Sanders blurted out as he reached his quarters, already moving quickly to pack his bags. "What? Surely you jest, my lord. It would be suicide. He would serve your head on a platter to his clan for dinner. And that's assuming we could even find him. Our troops have thus far been unable to infiltrate the lowlands for all the conniving lies and traps those Scots have set." Andrew felt his knees weaken and prayed to God he wouldn't collapse before his lord. "I said, take me to him. Promise me you'll obey." Malcolm loomed over Cora as she blinked groggily in the darkness. It had to be barely dawn. Through the narrow window slit, she could just make out the first hints of grey pressing against the inky black of night. The castle was silent save for the occasional crackle from the dying embers in the hearth. What do you mean?" Cora nuzzled her head into the pillow, seeking the warmth that was already slipping away as Malcolm pulled back from her. He held her head firmly in his palms, his calloused thumbs brushing against her temples. His touch was gentle despite the urgency in his movements. "Just promise." His voice held a hard edge that sent a shiver of apprehension down her spine, a tone she'd learned meant he would brook no argument. I promise," she whispered hesitantly, looking at him with uncertainty. Even in the dim light, she could see the tension in his jaw, the way his eyes seemed to bore into hers as if memorizing every feature of her face. Malcolm returned her gaze for long minutes, his breath warm against her skin. Leaving the warmth of her felt like cutting off his arm with a dull blade. He didn't want to go. Didn't ever want to leave her behind. The realization struck him with the force of a broadsword to the chest, and he found himself fighting the urge to crawl back beneath the furs and forget his responsibilities entirely. What was becoming of him? He was a warrior, a leader of men, and yet this slip of an Englishwoman had managed to burrow beneath his defenses more thoroughly than any enemy siege. She'd made him soft, made him care about something other than clan and duty. And God help him, he didn't regret it. He forced himself to stand, to put distance between them before his resolve crumbled entirely. The stone floor was frigid beneath his bare feet as he walked to the wash basin and splashed ice-cold water over his face, nearly gasping at the shock of it. The icy sting helped clear his head, helped him focus on what needed to be done. He secured a strip of leather in his hair, pulling the dark strands back from his face in preparation for what lay ahead. He threw a quick glance at the ascending sun, calculating the time with the practiced ease of a man who'd spent his life rising before dawn to train and fight. Barely past dawn. Too early for her to rise, but he needed to go. He was late. Callum would have his hide, and Ewan would be here by now, pacing like a caged wolf and muttering curses about Malcolm's inability to leave his bride's bed at a decent hour. "I'm going away for a while." He spoke softly before leaning over to kiss her goodbye. She responded sleepily, her hand coming up to rest against his chest, and he nearly lost himself in the sweetness of it. What? Cora gasped when he pulled away, her eyes flying open fully now. When? Now. He levered off the bed and slipped into his scabbard, securing his broadsword with a metallic slide that made Cora shiver. The sound was ominous in the quiet chamber, a sharp reminder that he was a warrior who dealt in violence and death as readily as other men dealt in grain and cattle. Cora blinked rapidly, her chest rising and falling deeply as the reality of his words sank in. For how long? Her voice came out small, uncertain, and he hated hearing the uncertainty in it. "I don't know." He moved toward the door, each step feeling heavier than the last. He needed to leave before he did something foolish, like tell her the truth of where he was going and why. The less she knew, the safer she would be. "Wait, Malcolm." The desperation in her voice nearly undid him. Cora sat up fully now, the furs pooling around her waist. Her dark hair tumbled over her shoulders in wild disarray, and even in his impatience to be gone, Malcolm couldn't help but think she'd never looked more beautiful. She grappled for words before uttering, "How long have you known?" Her voice sounded peculiar, quivery, like she was holding back tears through sheer force of will. "Known what?" His tone sounded both hard and soft, an odd combination that he seemed to manage only with her. He knew she was asking about the raid, and he was reluctant to hurt her tender feelings by answering honestly. She simply stared at him, waiting, demanding an answer through her silence. Pride. He liked seeing it in his wife. She was turning out to be a fine Scotswoman, learning their ways with a determination that had surprised everyone, including himself. She no longer flinched at the rough speech of his men or wrinkled her nose at the hearty Highland fare. She'd even begun learning Gaelic, stumbling over the words with endearing earnestness. "Remember what you promised me," he growled as he jerked the door open, letting it bang against the doorframe behind him with enough force to rattle the iron hinges. He couldn't stay another moment, couldn't risk weakening, couldn't bear to see the hurt that would be blooming in her eyes. She promised him she'd obey, he reminded himself as he left the castle, his boots echoing against the stone stairs as he descended to the great hall. The household was beginning to stir, servants preparing the morning meal, men gathering their weapons, the everyday business of castle life beginning anew. Even though Malcolm knew she hadn't known the meaning of her promise at the time, hadn't understood that he was leaving her safety in Ivan's hands. His most trusted man, his second in command who would guard her with his life. Still, she would obey Ivan's every command, or she'd answer to Malcolm himself, and he wouldn't be kind about it. He couldn't bring himself to think of the consequences that might befall her if she defied Ivan, if she tried to leave the castle walls or involve herself in clan business beyond her station. The Highlands were dangerous for a woman alone, doubly so for an Englishwoman who might be seized by rivals seeking to strike at Malcolm through his wife. But he knew one thing, like he knew every rise and fall of this Cameron land he stood on, like he knew the weight of his sword in his hand and the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He would kill every last man in Scotland if any harm ever came to her. After days and nights of hard riding, a feat Andrew had previously deemed beyond the Baron's capacity. The entourage of 50 men crossed the Stuart border only to be stopped by a handful of savage guardsmen who seemed to understand neither English nor reason. Baron Sanders sat atop his mount with what he hoped was an air of authority, though in truth his posterior was so sore from the saddle that he could barely maintain his seat. His finest velvet doublet was covered in road dust, and his carefully curled wig sat askew on his sweating head. This was not at all how he'd imagined this journey would proceed. The Scots before him looked more like wild beasts than men, massive creatures with unkempt hair and barbaric weapons, wearing those ridiculous skirts they called kilts. They eyed the English entourage with expressions that suggested they were calculating how much trouble it would be to simply slaughter them all where they stood. After some time attempting to gain their attention, Sanders had tried greeting them in his most commanding voice, only to be met with blank stares and what might have been barely suppressed laughter. Sanders realized the Scotsmen were just slow to react to the English entourage's presence. Either that, or they were deliberately making him wait to establish their dominance. Given what he knew of Highland pride, the latter seemed more likely. Finally, their leader moved forward to greet the troops, a monster of a man who moved little and said less, along with his legion of soldiers, all successfully mimicking stones. The leader had shoulders like an ox and a face that looked like it had been carved from granite with a dull chisel. A wicked scar ran from his temple to his jaw, adding to his fearsome appearance. "I'm looking for Laird Cameron. I have news to deliver to his new bride." Sanders confidently waved around a rolled parchment wrapped in ribbon and sealed with wax, hoping the official-looking document would lend him some credibility. This missive would prove their valid presence on Stuart land and keep them safe among the barbarians. At least, that was what he'd been told before departing England. "Give me this news," the leader grunted, his eyes cold and unwavering. His hand rested casually on the hilt of a sword that looked large enough to cleave a man in two. Sanders shook his head firmly, trying to project more confidence than he felt. "I must see that the laird receives the news, and since I do not know your connection with the Scot, surely you understand my hesitance in relaying this important message through you." He congratulated himself on the diplomacy of his response, certain that even these barbarians would appreciate proper protocol. The man moved about as much as their beloved Ben Nevis. He spoke dispassionately and didn't seem to be in any rush. "Nay, give me your news and no harm will come to you or your men." It was phrased as a reassurance, but it sounded distinctly like a threat. "No," Sanders replied with weakened finality between heart palpitations, his voice coming out somewhat higher than he'd intended. His hands had begun to tremble, and he gripped the reins tighter to hide it. He slowly inched his horse back, whose large behind butted into the nose of his idiot servant's horse, that fool Andrew who'd been nothing but trouble since they'd left London. The animal reared high, nearly knocking Sanders from his mount. He grasped desperately for the reins and reseated himself with a personal nod of approval at his fine horsemanship and a glare of disapproval at his hapless servant, who had the audacity to look terrified rather than apologetic. Just then, 100 blurs of motion preceded a quick flash of pain. The Scots moved with a speed that seemed impossible for men of their size, surrounding the English party in moments. Sanders felt something hard connect with the back of his head, and bright white sparks of fragmented light flew in every direction. Andrew fled for the hills, the Baron's men hot on his horse's hooves, their shouts echoing across the Highland landscape as chaos erupted behind them. Sanders' last conscious thought was that he should have stayed in England, before everything turned to black. Chapter 16. A Heart's Wild Whisper. "I miss my mama." The little girl's voice sounded probing, tentative. Cora knew the pain of wanting a mother she would never have again. She snuggled Nessie's warm body tighter in her lap, the girl's wriggling limbs digging into her thighs and poking her ribs as she burrowed deeper. They were seated amid the sweet, drying grasses overlooking the first bluff outside the drawbridge. Ivan had made a terrible fuss about letting them past the Bailey walls, and Cora could still hear the frustration and fear in his voice when they'd argued. She frowned in his direction as he paced a few yards away. Collecting her thoughts, she turned back to the lass, whose plump, grubby hands were fiddling with a ribbon laced through the hem of her sleeves. The girl fumbled the frayed end of indigo satin before grasping it in her tiny fist. Cora smiled at her earnest focus, knowing it was her way of avoiding the fear of rejection that might come with the question she hadn't yet asked. "Would you like to call me Mama?" Cora kept her voice light and curious, not wanting to lead the girl in any unwelcome direction. If there was any doubt in Cora's mind that Nessie wanted the security of having someone to call Mama, it was cast aside the moment the girl's watery, emerald eyes met hers. She bounced painfully on Cora's thighs, climbing up the front of her so their faces were even. Do you want to be my new mama?" Her voice sounded so excited Cora thought it might crack to pieces. "Why yes," but I think I already am," she whispered before laying a gentle kiss on the girl's bobbing head. Nessie was so excited she jumped from Cora's lap, using the skirt-clad thighs as springboards for her little calfskin boots, which caused an additional grunt of pain that Cora tried to muffle. "Of course, I could never replace your real mama," Cora began, accepting Nessie's firm nod as approval, "but sometimes life doesn't give us many good choices, and we must do the best we can with what we've got." Nessie launched herself toward Ivan, who stopped pacing and fought a grin at the pouncing girl now regaling him with the tale he'd just witnessed himself. Cora slowly rose to her feet and brushed the wrinkles and grass blades from her skirts. Oh, how she wished Malcolm had been here to see the girl's delight. She wondered if Nessie would have asked the same of him, if she would have wanted to call Malcolm Papa. Cora sensed Ivan looking at her with an arrested, amused expression, and she realized she had been wool-gathering. Or perhaps he was simply amused with the girl's antics, mustn't read too much into it. "Nessie, love, let's not bother Ivan while he's working," she coaxed, placing extra sharpness on working to remind Ivan she wasn't happy about their encounter that morning. She took the girl's shoulders in both hands and nudged her toward the drawbridge. "I'm sure Mrs. Dowd has some leftover bread heels that she could spread a little honey on for a snack." That got the girl running. Nessie bounced up the fragrant cropped grasses billowing in the breeze along the slope of the bailey and disappeared through the open oak door. Cora followed more slowly, thinking the lass would be occupied with Mrs. Dowd for some time. She decided to veer off toward the stables and had almost arrived when Ivan caught up and placed himself before her. "Ivan," Cora said, pulling up short and eyeing him curiously. "Whatever are you doing?" Ivan took a firm stance, his hands on his hips like a strutting rooster in a way that nearly made Cora laugh. "Milady, I know you're used to a daily ride, but—" He cleared his throat. "You're not to ride in the laird's absence." Cora's eyes focused to slits of confusion. "What are you talking about, Ivan?" "I often ride in the laird's absence." A cough preceded his next statement. Cora could tell Ivan was not enjoying this duty. She fumed a little, considering how much he'd surely seemed to enjoy their scuffle earlier by the drawbridge. "Nay, milady. The laird is always nearby when you ride." Cora stared in astonishment. "You mean, he's nearby on the training fields, or off hunting in the forest?" "Nearby on the estate somewhere." "Nay, milady." Ivan took a step toward the castle, looking back to see if she would follow. She didn't. She half-turned to look him in the eye. "Ivan, what exactly do you mean by nearby?" Ivan ducked his head, then looked sideways at the stable master, who appeared very focused on the shoe he'd removed from a horse that had gone lame. "The laird keeps you in his sight when you ride, to keep you safe, to be near if you should need his assistance." Cora just gaped. She felt her lips but couldn't seem to make them move. Finally, she ground out, "Every time. I ride every day, at a variety of hours." How could a man as busy as Malcolm drop everything, every day, just to watch me ride? And how had it escaped her notice? Ivan seemed to be developing a cough. "I, milady, every time. It is of high priority for him." "But," she grappled for words, for thoughts. "He's busy," she finished lamely. Cora shook her head, hoping to clear the image of Malcolm watching over her from afar. After a moment's pause, she finally said, "Well, Ivan, Malcolm's not here, and we don't know when he'll be back. It certainly makes no sense to allow Buttercup to fester with inactivity in her stall when I am perfectly able and willing to ride her." She brushed past Ivan, but his tone stopped her. "Nay, milady. A stable hand has been tasked with exercising Buttercup. She's surely already had her daily ride." Cora's jaw dropped. Had Malcolm arranged all of this? She shot a questioning glance to Harold, who simply nodded, refusing to meet her eye. "Why?" she asked without heat, so stunned her wide eyes simply lingered in the direction of Buttercup's stall. Ivan looked as if he wished the earth to open up and swallow him whole, but he stiffened his spine as Harold seemed to disappear before their very eyes. "No matter, milady. I have orders. The laird seems to have reason to believe you should not ride at present." I am not to allow it. Later, Cora felt ashamed and embarrassed about the way she'd stomped her foot on the dusty stable grounds, kicking up dirt as she marched away from Ivan in a fit of temper. But seriously, how could Malcolm be so high-handed? And for what purpose? Cora pounded up the stairs past a shocked housemaid carrying freshly laundered bedsheets. Was it true that he watched her as she rode? He'd never made any mention of a concern for her horsemanship, nor had he ever expressed a fear that something might happen to her. And even if he had, she'd have informed him forthwith that his concern was in vain. She was a fine horsewoman. She'd been riding for as long as she could walk. He should know that, too, since he apparently watched every ride she'd taken since the day she'd arrived. And even before then, since he'd been by her side for most of her journey through Scotland, and she knew the horrid man never missed a single detail. Cora fell back against the bed, only to be interrupted by a gentle rapping at the door. Cora lifted her head in resignation as Ellie MacLeod opened the door hesitantly and slipped into the warmth of the bedchamber. The roaring fire in the hearth casting her shadow against the heavy oak door. Cora raised herself from the plaid, smoothed her skirts as best she could, and schooled her features to hide her disappointment at the surprise visit. Ellie was the last person she wanted to deal with right now. "Miss MacLeod, what a surprise to see you," Cora said, her voice sounding more sardonic than she would have liked. "Milady. I have news." The lass responded breathlessly, with a theatrical gleam of anticipation in her eyes that set Cora on edge. Ellie raised the item in her hand, a scrolled piece of parchment with a red wax seal that had already been broken. Cora forced herself to remain still as her mind raced. This wasn't the same as Callum's missives. This was new parchment, and someone, maybe even Malcolm, had already read it. The gleam in Ellie's eyes told her the lass had an idea of what was contained within, although judging by how meddlesome MacLeod's daughter had proven to be, Cora wouldn't have been surprised to discover she'd also been the one to crack the seal. "Hand it here," Cora requested, surprised by the tone of authority that rang through the room. Ellie did as she was bid, curtsied, and fled without a backward glance. Cora couldn't shake the feeling that Ellie was up to something, but as she analyzed the crest emblazoned on the wax seal, all thoughts of Ellie's meddlesome ways flew from her mind. Lord Sanders. She'd recognize his crest anywhere. She'd seen it emblazoned on flags, wax seals, and even the Baron himself throughout her childhood, as the king's closest confidant visited her father from time to time and sent correspondence throughout the years. Cora quickly unrolled the scroll and read. Her eyes darted across the parchment in rapid succession as she devoured the information, her hands turning cold as a ball of bitterness formed in the pit of her stomach. Sanders was requesting the honor of escorting Cora to London to meet with her father and the king. The king, in particular, was eager to have her and sent his most trusted baron, if he didn't say so himself, to retrieve Harrington's only daughter from the depths of the Highlands. Cora shivered uncontrollably, one hand on her lips as they gaped open and closed. Her mind was at once numb and fully alert. This was her chance. Suddenly, she rose on unsteady knees and began to blindly throw possessions into a leather saddlebag before grabbing the plaid from their bed and racing through the door to the great hall. No force in heaven or on earth could stop her from trying to save her papa now. But when she arrived in the great hall, she realized in horror that Callum's missives were gone. She frantically searched the top drawer of the sturdy bureau that adorned the far wall. Near the place where Malcolm relaxed by the hearth in the evenings, but they were gone. All of them. In fact, Cora couldn't locate any documents pertaining to either the MacLean or Cameron clans. They had been here. They had all been here. Now, an oily ball of dread began to turn in the pit of her stomach. What had Malcolm told her about his voyage? For what purpose had he said he was leaving? Could that be the reason for the missing letters? He'd said only that he was going away. Cora had been so surprised by the timing of his departure, she hadn't thought to interrogate him on the purpose. Now, her skin was suddenly prickly and hot, and she thought she felt a sheen of sweat break out on her brow. Her brain froze at the thought that Malcolm might have taken those missives to the king. Without her. No. He wouldn't have done so. He knew how much this meant to her. He knew she had to do this. He wouldn't take this from her. Would he? Cora slammed the top drawer shut and ran for the castle door. She had Sandor's letter. As for the rest, well, the king would simply have to take her word on it. It was the best she could do. Cora slipped out of the castle and leaned over on the top stoop, feigning adjusting her leather riding boots as she surreptitiously darted her eyes beneath her lashes to take stock of the courtyard. Ivan was conversing with a couple of young soldiers, standing in their kilts and broadswords, their bare shoulders glistening from recent exertion in the bright autumn sunshine. She saw Nessie gleefully chasing a pale yellow butterfly from one wild bunch of violet thistles to the next, with Jamie's temporary replacement trailing behind, looking rather bemused with his current role. Cora continued scanning. Harold, the stable master, was brushing down a grey mare with a handful of hay as the equine munched happily from a trough of fresh barley. Cora knew if she walked across the courtyard, she would not only attract the stable master's attention, but also Ivan and his entourage. Quickly making up her mind, Cora pretended something was wrong with her boot, made the most theatrical face of disappointment she could muster, and slipped back into the castle, breaking into a dead run for the kitchens. She slowed at the stone archway, passed under the keystone with a smile pasted on her face, and beamed it in Mrs. Dowd's direction. The housekeeper was steadily stirring a deep red roux at the stove. The kitchen smelled of fresh tomatoes, beef fat, and sizzling onions, reminding Cora she was really quite hungry. No time to eat. "Good day, Mrs. Dowd," Cora called out, hoping that would be the end of things. "Blessedly, Mrs. Dowd returned the greeting and turned back to her stirring, allowing Cora to break into a run again as soon as she passed through the outer door into the gardens. She followed the rough-hewn stones of the castle wall closely, remaining in the shadows and crushing the sweet, verdant grass beneath her boot soles until she reached the front corner of the building, farthest from Ivan and Nessie. Cora peeked around the corner and watched. She waited for something, any kind of distraction, so she could sprint for the rear of the stables and spring Buttercup free from her stall. If the distraction could attract the attention of all four men in the courtyard, Cora had a chance of gaining a head start. But she knew it would not be long before they realized her absence and caught up with her. She had to act fast. Cora watched and waited, praying that Nessie would do something outlandish to attract attention. The lass was habitually well-behaved, but every now and then she screeched loud enough to wake the dead. Now would be an excellent time, she urged the girl. Cora only had to wait another quarter hour before the delicate butterfly that had trapped the lass's attention landed on a rock in the wall. As Nessie leaned forward to take a closer look at the lemon-colored wings, a toad leaped out from its hiding spot between the rocks, barely missing Nessie's face and inciting a scream of horror from the lass that forced all four masculine heads to swing toward the source of danger. The toad jumped back at Nessie, eliciting a second scream and causing the girl to run into the arms of her guardsman. The other soldiers began to move toward the still screeching toddler, giving Cora her opening. She swung her head in Harold's direction. The stable master was at the far fence now, talking with the blacksmith in a rare moment of peace between the two craftsmen. Cora took her chance and sprinted for the south side of the stables, grateful she'd chosen an emerald green gown that would not highlight her form from her surroundings. Her speed, however, would surely give her away should any of the men catch her in their periphery, but she couldn't control that, so she gave the sprint everything she had and hoped for the best. Sliding around the side of the stable, Cora stifled a cry as she caught a finger on a rough plank and was pierced with a splinter. She yanked it out and pressed her finger into the skirts of her dress as she followed the shadows along the side of the stable just as she'd done at the castle. Guardsmen patrolled the two turrets that surrounded the drawbridge, but in a beneficial twist of fate, it was already lowered. Cora yanked open Buttercup's stall, quickly saddled her, mounted the mare, and made a mad dash for the drawbridge, aware of the masculine shouts coming from the courtyard and the desperate metallic clanking from the iron chains of the bridge as the guards made a futile attempt to raise it. Buttercup ran slightly uphill the last few feet along the wide planks as the guardsmen tried to trap them inside, but Cora nudged her faster and vaulted her into a leap over the top of the bridge onto the firm heath a foot below. The bridge continued to rise, trapping the Camerons inside and giving Cora a few moments more to get away. She smiled with glee as she looked backward to see Ivan waving his hands frantically for the bridge to be lowered and the two young soldiers running back toward the stables to ready mounts of their own. She figured she had about 5 minutes before the warriors caught up with her, and then she would have to pay the piper. 5 minutes to find Lord Sanders and his army of men and request they bring her to the king. Cora held Buttercup at a steady gallop over the first crest below the moat and frantically searched the horizon. She bolted for the second crest with Buttercup's hooves kicking up musty peat and grinding dry, autumnal leaves into the hardening ground. She crested the second hill and pulled up short. Lord Sanders stood in the center of a dozen Cameron soldiers Cora didn't recognize, and about as many English soldiers, a linen cloth wrapped lopsidedly around the entire circumference of his head. He was talking to one of his men, perhaps his commander, with hands flying and a face contorted in anger. He looked unreasonably angry, and perhaps a little drunk, and suddenly Cora felt severe misgivings about her course of action. Still, she knew of no other possible course. She had to do this. She had to intervene with the king on behalf of her father. If her suspicions were correct, Malcolm was on his way to London right now. He didn't know the whole story, plus he was in danger of exposing himself, his father, his clan, as traitors to the crown, to the man who could have him executed at the twitch of a finger. No. Cora had to protect him from that. And Sanders was her only chance. Cora slowly approached Sanders on horseback, gaining his attention. His hands fell to his sides and his jaw went slack while a gleam of victory shot through his eyes. She dismounted before him and cooperated as he did the same and quickly tied her hands behind her back with rough rope. She cast a glance at the Cameron soldiers standing by, searching for at least one she'd seen before, wondering why they were allowing this. But grateful they were. Just couldn't stay away, could you, Cordelia? Sanders crooned, his voice greasy and unnerving. Please bring me to the king, just as you promised, she said, waving the parchment with his seal still secured in her bound hands to remind him of his own words. His laughter sent shivers down her spine. She'd never heard anything so evil in her life. Promises. You know, Cordelia, the thing about promises? Sanders had control over her hands, but not her eyes. Cora schooled her gaze to be cold, calculating. No, Lord Sanders. I don't know. They're only as good as the man who makes them, Sanders said, chuckling at his own hilarity. And you're not a good, honorable man? His face contorted a little, but he remained silent, apparently struggling with invisible demons in his own mind. He shoved her toward a horseman who lifted her up to his mount. Cora drew in a sharp breath as she saw Sanders slap Buttercup's rear to send her running. Sir, I need my bags. No, you don't, he replied flatly, gesturing with a movement of his hand for the horseman to move. As a unit, the legion of men moved into action, heading south toward the border of England. Cora looked back to see Ivan and his warriors racing over the crest. She caught Ivan's eyes and shook her head, begging him not to attack 24 men with his 4, not to mention half were Camerons. She couldn't have their blood on her hands. She struggled with why Ivan seemed so ready to attack Camerons in the first place as she nodded to Buttercup, silently asking him to care for the mare. Ivan glared at her and continued to look over the assortment of soldiers, his eyes flaring in obvious recognition of the Camerons among them. Horace's men were slothful and pudgy, obviously having spent more time drinking wine at camp than actually training for battle like the Highlanders did. Cora knew Ivan could muster enough Camerons to slaughter the lot of them in the time it took her to snap a finger. But for some reason, he retreated. He led his stallion back, 1 step, 2, as his eyes scanned the horizon. Then, making up his mind, he turned abruptly on his mount, grabbed Buttercup's reins, and raced back to the castle. Cora sighed in relief, even though the logical part of her brain warned her that Ivan's retreat had been far too easy. He'd be back. Somehow, she had to beat Sanders to London faster than Ivan could assemble an army of Highlanders. Based on the rumors flying around Scotland, the Camerons and their allies were always ready to fight, no matter how many were away at any given time. And they always won. Oh God, Cora lamented, seeing the holes in her plan. Ivan wouldn't be long. Cora shivered at the thought of the massacre to come and wished she could do something to stop it. Oh, this was all her fault. The horrid thought that she'd just started a war followed her all the way to London. Chapter 17. A Loyalty Unbowed. Sanders never once noticed the shadows that trailed him like wolves tracking wounded prey. As Cora had predicted, Ivan rallied dozens of Cameron and Stuart warriors within hours. But the Highlanders did not attack, they merely followed, silent as ghosts, their presence a promise of retribution should Sanders dare harm his captive. The fool remained oblivious even when Ivan rode close enough that Cora could see the fierce satisfaction blazing in his eyes. These warriors would dine on this tale for decades. And she would endure the retelling until her dying day. Or not. If she died in England, far away from the men she was growing to love. The sadness washed over her and she brushed it away. Malcolm would feel betrayed by this. She had broken her vow to remain safe on Cameron soil, to obey her husband as she'd sworn before God. But surely he would understand, she had to protect her father. She had to try, even if it cost her everything. When they finally reached London's heart, Cora's attention snagged on a curious sight, dozens of broadswords piled outside the palace gates like a cairn of Highland steel. Her breath caught. Those were not English weapons. The palace itself rose before them, St. James's, hastily converted from a leper hospital after Whitehall burned. Twin hexagonal turrets of red brick flanked a facade that bore a peaked roof with clock and cross, relics of the building's charitable past. Twilight shadows stretched across the courtyard as guards herded them inside, minus the Highlanders who melted into the London streets. Sanders' men surrendered their pistols to the pile. No one thought to check a woman's boots for weapons. Cora's fingers brushed the dagger's hilt through her skirts, drawing comfort from the cold steel. Inside, Sanders thrust her behind crimson velvet draped by the entrance. Cora rose on her toes, craning to see past the sea of fashionable hats and bodies packed tight as salted fish in a barrel. The crowd's attention fixed on someone, at the room's far end. She caught Sanders' eye and saw his scowl deepen. He paced like a penned animal, wild and furious. One of his guards, perhaps pitying her, dragged a wooden chair forward with a gallant gesture. Cora climbed atop it, and suddenly the scene revealed itself in full. Her gasp rang out louder than she intended. She leaped from the chair and shoved through the crowd, propriety abandoned, her heart hammering a desperate rhythm. Sanders' shouts faded behind her as she broke free of the pressing bodies and threw herself into her father's arms. Papa! His familiar scent wrapped around her, leather and wool beneath the stench of dungeon stones. His whiskers had grown wild, his clothes filthy, but his embrace was solid, unchanged, real. My heart. His voice rumbled against her hair, rough with emotion. What in God's name are you doing here? Cora leaned back, tears streaming freely. I came for you. His expression softened with equal parts exasperation and pride. Ever my intrepid lass. He turned her toward the dais. Your Majesty, may I present my daughter, Cordelia. The German king acknowledged her with practiced courtesy, his accent thick but his English surprisingly competent. King George I had learned quickly for a man who'd inherited this throne almost by accident, chosen for his Protestant faith over his Stuart Catholic cousins. Cora studied him, this foreign monarch who held her father's life in his hands. He looked slightly bewildered, probably from attempting conversation with Papa, whose philosophical tangents could confuse even native speakers. Lady Cordelia, the king began, rocking on his heels. I understand you have been in Scotland. Cora's head whipped toward her father. How much did he know? Papa's smile was serene, almost knowing, and her heart twisted with sudden, impossible hope. Did he know about Malcolm? Yes, Your Majesty. I have been. But you are here now. A statement, but posed as a question. I came to testify to my father's innocence. Treason is a grave charge. The king's accent made the words sound heavier, more ominous. My father is no traitor. Empty words. Without proof, without the letters, she had nothing. Cora scanned the audience desperately, searching for something she couldn't name. Lord Sanders claims otherwise, the king continued, and the Baron has served me faithfully. So has my father. The words burst out before she could stop them. She couldn't read the king's mild tone, whether it masked his true feelings or simply reflected his struggle with English. Either way, the casual delivery belied the deadly stakes. The king climbed to his throne, settling into cushions as servants attended him. It would be unwise to abandon my loyal subjects. Yes, your majesty. Cora's hands twisted together, anxiety crackling through her veins. Forget propriety. But my father has shown you great loyalty. He sought to help you navigate the Jacobite question, to use diplomacy and correspondence to unite Scot and Englishmen. She let the words hang like cannon smoke across a battlefield. The king's expression revealed nothing. Silence stretched until Cora's chest tightened and she gasped for air, the sound turning heads throughout the hushed hall. Lord Sanders. The king's voice boomed. Come forward. Sanders bounded through the parting crowd like a hunting dog released, nearly tripping over his own feet in his haste to bow. Your Majesty. The king's gaze swept over the Baron's filthy appearance, distaste flickering across his features. I have considered your accusations against Lord Harrington. Sanders nodded frantically, whether in agreement or nervous habit Cora couldn't tell. I find I require more evidence before rendering judgment. Sanders' head froze mid-bob. You see, I have read the correspondence written by Lord Harrington to the late Laird Maclean, a rebel, yes, but an esteemed Highlander nonetheless. The king paused. Unfortunately, I do not have the privilege of reading Maclean's replies, as you burned Lord Harrington's home and everything within it. Including those letters, I presume? The color drained from Sanders' face like water from a cracked bucket. He sputtered, then rallied. Your Highness, I have evidence. The very letter that prompted me to arrest Lord Harrington. He fumbled through his pockets before gesturing frantically to a soldier, who produced a rolled parchment. The king read it slowly, his face impassive. Cora's mind raced, catching up to what the king had said. He'd seen her father's letters. The ones Callum had given her as a wedding gift. The ones that had vanished from the Great Hall before she left Scotland. They could only have come from the Highlands. Her gaze flew around the room, searching the crowd for a familiar towering form that had the ability to see straight through her soul. Her heart stumbled. No furniture stood nearby to catch her sway, but her father's hand gripped her shoulder, steadying her. Malcolm. He had to be here. Or Callum. Ewan. Someone. She found no one. The longing struck her like a physical blow. Missing him was like missing a piece of her own body. Tears burned her eyes as she blinked them back. She could feel him somehow, sense his presence, but found him nowhere. Her father's hand rubbed her shoulder as she forced her spine straight, returning her attention to the king, who was now reciting passages from the letters to Sanders, demonstrating their diplomatic nature. You see, Lord Sanders, these correspondences speak of diplomacy, not treason. As a foreigner myself to this realm, I am partial to diplomacy. It is the only thread that might weave our separate nations into one fabric. Sanders nodded with sudden enthusiasm for the concept of diplomacy, though the king ignored him. A servant approached with a silver tray bearing a folded note. The king read it, dropped it back carelessly, and his expression hardened. It is also my understanding that you abducted Lord Harrington's daughter from the Highlanders. That is why she appears so unexpectedly in London. Sanders gaped like a landed fish, hands fluttering. No, Your Majesty. Never. She came willingly, to see her father after such a long absence. Cora scanned the room again. Who had sent that note? Your Majesty, Sanders continued desperately, this brings to mind a matter requiring your attention. Lady Cordelia has remained unchaperoned among those Jacobite savages. Those barbarians who tried to overthrow Your Majesty's rightful throne just 2 years past. His hands wrung behind his back as the hall remained silent. I offer for Lady Cordelia. To make an honest woman of her. To honor Lord Harrington and her late mother's memory before rumors of her promiscuity bring shame upon her family. Cora gasped at his audacity. Before the king could respond, her father spoke calmly beside her. She's already wed, Sanders. Both Cora and Sanders whipped toward him. She hadn't told Papa about the marriage. How did he know? The king nodded as if confirming known facts rather than learning them anew. He knew too. Your Highness, Sanders sputtered, surely one of those savages forced her into some pagan ceremony. Let me bring her before a proper priest now and remedy this travesty. I was married before a priest. Cora's voice sounded distant to her own ears, her gaze still searching the crowd. The king and Sanders spoke simultaneously. A Protestant priest? Is this true, Laird Cameron? Laird Cameron. The air crackled with his presence. But another desperate scan revealed nothing. Then the king's gaze lifted toward the balcony overhead. Cora followed it, and her heart stopped. Every last one of them. Malcolm stood center, flanked by Ewan and Callum, legs braced wide, arms crossed over bare chests draped only in Cameron plaid. Their warriors spread out on both sides, dressed for battle, a wall of Highland strength. Joy burst through her like sunlight breaking storm clouds. She couldn't contain her smile as she drank in the sight of Malcolm like a woman dying of thirst. His eyes held such tenderness, though the rest of him remained stone. After drinking her fill, she found Seamus and Jamie on his left, grinned at Gavin and Finlay on his right. God, she'd missed them. Every one of them watched her, and the weight of that attention, this gesture, this gift, made her tremble. Malcolm had done this. He'd brought the letters, surrendered their swords, come before his most despised enemy. He'd stripped away Highland pride and Scottish honor to stand in this English palace. For her. For her father. For their future. A tear slid hot down her cheek. Malcolm's voice carried through the hall, deep and sure. We were properly wed before a priest. A pause, then with unmistakable amusement, a Catholic priest. But we find no issue with that in the Highlands. Cora ducked her head to hide her smile at Malcolm's deliberate provocation. Silence stretched. Her anxiety climbed. She hadn't considered this possibility. The king could declare her marriage invalid. He could force her to wed Sanders. Her gaze flew to Malcolm, fear naked on her face. How could she live without him? She would rather die. Malcolm shook his head, barely a movement, but she saw it. Trust me, it said. And she knew with bone-deep certainty that nothing could separate them. Not while he drew breath. Though that thought brought its own cold terror. The king had power over that too. You married her hastily, I hear. Without her father present. The king watched Malcolm carefully while addressing Cora. Your Majesty. No further explanation? Malcolm tilted his head, giving the king one of those infuriating looks that suggested the answer was obvious. The king chuckled. Cora glanced at her father, whose expression was unreadable, cautious but curious as he studied her husband. You must love your wife greatly to risk your own father's reputation. The king's words reminded everyone that the letters implicated the late Laird Cameron in the Jacobite rising as well. He seemed to be fishing for something, an admission of feeling, perhaps, or political allegiance. Curious, from a man who'd imprisoned his own wife and killed her lover. Love eluded King George despite all his power. Now he seemed fascinated to witness it between Englishwoman and Scot. Cora's heart sank at Malcolm's prolonged silence. Did he have no feelings to divulge? After what Cora considered way too long, the king received a firm nod in response, and clasped his hands behind his round torso. He stopped, addressing the entire hall in his heavy accent. While I owe my throne to the Act of Settlement favoring Protestantism, I am sympathetic to the notion that without it, James Stuart would reign instead of me. I never expected this crown. I can only assume John Erskine took offense at something I did to spark the 1715 uprising, not surprising given my poor English. He chuckled alone into the silence. It is now clear that several Scottish lairds played roles in that rebellion. But it proved no real threat in the end. I honor your people, Laird Cameron. He looked toward the balcony. Laird Stewart. Laird MacLean. Despite this blemish on our shared history, I absolved the Scots, appreciating men who protect their autonomy while seeking lasting peace. The only exception was that arrogant scoundrel Rob Roy. I cannot abide those who seek only chaos, not peace. He paused, mischief entering his eyes as he focused on Malcolm. What does your wife think of your father's sins? She knows them. And she'll still have you? Ask her yourself. The king raised a bushy eyebrow at Cora. What say you, lass? Cora spoke quietly from her heart. I have met no better man in my life, your majesty. I care not for the sins of his father. There is no other I would choose to wed. The king smiled. And so you shall be. He turned to her father. John, I absolve you of all charges. You are a trusted servant and an asset to future diplomacy. Applause erupted. Cora flew into her father's arms, burying her face in his neck as he swayed her comfortingly. She missed the king's gesture to his guards. Horace. The king's quiet voice drew them back. You have disappointed me. I must investigate your treatment of Lord Harrington. While I do so, you may lodge in his former quarters. Sanders cried out as guards dragged him away. Papa nudged Cora toward the entrance as the crowd dispersed into darkening shadows. When she looked back at the balcony, Malcolm and every last Highlander had vanished. Chapter 18. A love laid bare. Cora's feet had barely touched the damp cobblestones of Pall Mall when she was swept away. One moment she stood inhaling the crisp night air like a woman freed from prison, the next she was airborne, plucked up by familiar, unwieldy arms and deposited with an undignified oof onto a leather saddle. Her captor's stallion launched into a punishing gallop down the center of the London thoroughfare while jubilant Gaelic shouts and the thunder of dozens of hooves echoed behind them. He held her so tightly against his chest she couldn't see his face, but she didn't need to. She knew him by scent alone, leather and pine and something elementally Malcolm. By the weight of his arms, the breadth of his chest, the way he surrounded her like a fortress wall. You came for me. She burrowed into him, savoring his warmth. A grunt was his only reply, catching in his throat. One large hand fisted in her hair, wrenching her face toward his as his horse flew through the darkness. His expression stopped her breath, grim, tormented, as if he wrestled with demons she couldn't see. Then he crushed his mouth to hers. The kiss was hard, unsteady with the horse's frantic pace, and over far too soon. He released her just as abruptly, holding her face close to his. Don't ever put me through that again. His voice was raw, scraped from somewhere deep. No. Cora reached for his dirt-smeared cheek. Never. Nay, lass. Not agreement, argument. Anger radiated from him like heat from a forge. He pivoted her forward to speak directly into her ear, his breath hot against her skin. Chon al Thursday a to Ixen. You don't understand. Oh, but she did. She understood that she'd terrified him. She could feel it emanating from every coiled muscle, see it in the relentless pace he set, his men struggling to keep up as they fled London like demons pursued them. She hoped her father was having a more serene voyage home, and felt a pang of nostalgia for the pastures of her childhood, followed by a sadness for the castle's current condition, charred ruins. Papa certainly had his work cut out for him. They rode at breakneck speed for hours, racing north toward Scotland, toward safety, toward her new home. Eventually exhaustion claimed her. The day's trials caught up in a single devastating wave, and she drifted to sleep cradled against Malcolm's chest. She woke when their horses crashed through a copse of trees into a moonlit glen. Most of his guards slowed and spread out across the clearing, remaining mounted as if this was merely a brief respite. Malcolm kept his core guard close, Seamus, Gavin, Finlay, and Jamie flanking him as they plunged into the trees on the far side. Once sufficiently hidden, his men split off in pairs, disappearing into the darkness. Why have we stopped? Where are they going? Cora tried to turn, but Malcolm's arms locked her in place. To watch our backs. We're far enough north, but I'm taking no chances. Before she could respond, he plucked her from his lap and set her firmly on the forest floor. He dismounted and pulled her against him, claiming her mouth in another long, hard kiss. There was nothing gentle about it, nothing romantic. But somehow it expressed something just as profound. Just different. Cora wasn't certain Malcolm even knew what he was feeling right now, but she'd missed his touch so desperately she didn't care. Some part of her was grateful he wasn't using words. That confrontation she could do without. When he pulled away, she gently cupped his face, all hard lines and jagged edges now, no softness anywhere. When he finally spoke, his voice was strangled, unpracticed at forming these particular words. Ivan sent a messenger ahead. Said you'd been taken hostage by Sanders. His throat worked. He raised his head, staring blindly over her shoulder. I thought I'd lose you. The words were ground out, fierce and gravelly. I could have lost you. I wanted to come after you immediately, but the king was interrogating us over the letters. If I'd left, time would have run out. Ivan said he was guarding you. I had to trust him. He paused, then looked directly into her eyes. Cora, I trust no man with you. I spent hours considering that he might fail, hours imagining what life would be like without you. He swallowed hard, cast a glance down at the forest floor, then met her gaze again. I can't live that life. His eyes burned into hers. He took a deep, shaky breath. The jail aga mort. I love you. Cora's eyes softened. She cupped his face with both hands. You love me? Wonder filled her voice as she leaned forward to kiss him gently. He nodded against her mouth, then enveloped her in his arms. We must go, sweetheart. He sent out a shrill whistle, hoisted her to the saddle, and mounted behind her. Seamus and Gavin appeared from the left, Finlay and Jamie from the right. Three of them continued toward the glen several paces away. But Seamus sidled close. Milady, we're happy to have you back safely. We'll aim for Stuart Land by nightfall, if it suits you, but we'll have to ride hard. Cora suppressed a grimace, her backside already quite sore from the journey, and replied, That suits me fine, Seamus. Malcolm nudged his stallion into a trot, which quickly turned into a gallop again. She was becoming convinced that she'd married the most adventurous man in all the Highlands. And oh, how she loved him so. We aren't still heading north, are we? Cora had woken disoriented. It took only moments to realize something was wrong. They were traveling in the wrong direction, away from Scotland. Nay. The rumble vibrated through Malcolm's chest beneath her cheek. She nudged him. He grunted but offered nothing more. She tilted her head back. Then where are we going? Malcolm didn't meet her eyes. Instead he scanned the horizon, glanced at Seamus riding beside him, and remained silent. Malcolm. He sighed. His head dropped to meet her gaze, softening the hard line of his jaw. When combined with the spark of humor in his eyes, love washed through her in a warm wave. She looked around, suddenly understanding. They should be near her father's estate. She studied the tree trunks in the distance, noting the moss growing on their northern sides. They were heading west. Malcolm. Her voice came out hesitant. He rubbed her arm as sudden chills coursed through her body. Are you taking me home? She couldn't meet his eyes. The horrible thought struck her that he meant to return her to her father, severing their marriage. Was that what he wanted? To be free of her? The chills wouldn't stop no matter how he tried to warm her. He lifted her chin with his thumb. The humor vanished from his eyes. She nearly burst into tears. She'd thought everything was fine. Hadn't he just said he loved her? Was that his way of saying goodbye? Malcolm squeezed her tighter the moment she recoiled into herself, drawing her own conclusions and retreating to self-protection. I'm taking you to see your home. Emphasis on see. She lifted her eyes. His were penetrating, his mouth a firm line that revealed nothing. I understand, she whispered. Do you? And what is it you understand? She didn't reply. Couldn't. She'd known he was a hard man, a warrior who'd done terrible things, seen the worst of humanity, been the worst of humanity. But she'd never known he could do this. Not to her. Not when he'd said he loved her. Would a man in love do this? He squeezed her chin, brought her lips to within an inch of his. What do you think you understand, Cora? He hadn't slowed his mount. They still raced toward the hills overlooking her father's land. She recognized the terrain now. At this pace they'd reach the ridge where honeysuckle and yarrow grew within minutes. I think you mean to leave me here, now that Papa is free. He stared at her intently for long moments, his hand gripping her chin like a vice, her face jerking with each movement of the horse's gait. When he spoke, his voice was cold as winter stone, sinister even. Is that so? Cora didn't dare nod. She tried to pull free. He sensed he was hurting her and released her, then abruptly looked over her shoulder and slowed his stallion. They'd reached the ridge overlooking the burned remains of Harrington Castle. Malcolm dismounted and plucked her from the saddle, depositing her in long grass that sent familiar floral scents drifting on the breeze. He walked to the crest and studied the rubble below, his body falling into that characteristic stance, legs wide, hands on hips. Cora approached but remained behind him. She saw his men line the ridge, close enough to protect but far enough for privacy. Silence stretched for endless minutes. Perhaps you're right. Her voice cracked. We should probably go our separate ways. Cold blood pumped through her veins at having uttered such obscenities aloud. She saw his head tilt skyward and looked up too, seeing only endless blue. She looked back at Malcolm, wondering what he searched for. Impatient, she prodded again. What say you? She regretted it immediately. He turned slowly, his eyes a dark, cold gray. Eerily still. He didn't blink, didn't breathe, didn't speak. Oh, how she wished he would speak. You were right to bring me here. Papa will be glad for my return. Malcolm nodded slowly, a gesture that both overjoyed and terrified her. Movement was good, but this slow, calculated response was unnerving. I'm glad you agree, she continued out of pure nerves. Cora turned away as if to escape her roiling emotions, then gasped as he grabbed her from behind, spinning her and pulling her into his arms. He lowered his face until they were nose to nose. His expression never changed, eyes still dark and cold, mouth still a firm line. She couldn't decide if he was reluctant to leave her or angry that she thought he might. Malcolm knelt, drawing her down with him. She smelled crushed sweet grass beneath her knees, squinted against sunlight streaming over his shoulder. Angling her head to better see his face, she realized she'd been wrong. His eyes weren't cold anymore. They were guarded. She'd hurt him. At her quizzical expression, Malcolm finally spoke, his voice like sand on stone, his face barely moving. Do you want to live with your father? No. The word burst out before thought could temper it. No, Malcolm. Of course not. I'm your wife. His deep voice nearly vibrated the ground they knelt on. And I'm your husband. Why do you assume I would ever leave you here? She had no reply. It was a foolish conclusion, she knew that now. But how could she explain that deep down, she still didn't understand why he'd chosen her? That she believed he deserved a Scottish bride, a stronger woman, one who didn't feel insecure or say foolish things or cry. She whispered her response. I thought you might prefer it. You'd be wrong. His voice was still harsh around the edges. Cora nodded vigorously, more than happy to accept his words as truth. Malcolm's face relaxed into a quizzical expression, his spine softened, and she wasn't certain he even realized he'd reached for her. Before she knew it, she was wrapped tightly in his arms, her head cradled in his hand as his lips met her ear. You are the air in my lungs and the blood in my heart, M.O. Gale. Cora, you are everything to me. Everything. Life would not be worth living without you. I would rather die than live a single day without you in it. This is not just love, Cora. This is need. I won't ever give you up. I simply couldn't. Warm tears flowed down her cheeks, soaking into Malcolm's plaid. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Malcolm nodded and nudged her face up to his. I'll be sure to make you pay for your transgression. Now tell me. Tell me the words I wish to hear. Cora smiled through her tears. I love you, Malcolm. She returned his kiss before letting him help her to her feet and lead her down the slope toward her past. Chapter 19. A wound gently mended. I just got out of prison, and now you want me gallivanting into the Highlands with you? Cora had smiled at her father's false bravado, knowing full well Papa would love nothing more than a trip to Scotland to see her new home. They'd covered considerable distance on the journey north by the time they retired at a bend in a babbling brook on MacLean land. The MacLean men took that opportunity to race home to wives and warm beds, but Callum and his commander, having neither wives nor apparent desire for comfort, stayed until the fire burned low. Malcolm left the group of soldiers with her father by the fire and swept Cora up with a startled oof, her saddlebag dangling from his pinky finger as he carried her toward the river. Some of Cora's favorite memories were becoming these moments, Malcolm on the banks of an unfamiliar river, gently drying her hair and wrapping her in his plaid, holding her until she stopped shivering. His touch was tender throughout. He insisted on washing her hair himself, his efforts always attentive and gentle. Though he tried to hide it, she always smiled when he buried his face in her damp locks to inhale the scent of her bluebell soap. For all his bluster, Malcolm Cameron treasured the simple things in life. When they returned to the fire, Malcolm's guard sat in a semicircle on various rocks and plaids around the flames, each carefully side-eyeing the Englishman in their midst. Callum and Ewan would have attempted diplomacy by now, Cora knew, but Papa seemed uncharacteristically shy. Or intimidated. That wasn't hard to understand. Each warrior towered over him by nearly a foot, barbaric in their dress and outdated weapons. For all Papa knew, they had the manners of heathens and wouldn't hesitate to separate his head from his shoulders for a simple misstep. Cora immediately came to his rescue. Papa, she began as Malcolm dragged her to a stone near her father's, sitting and settling her securely in his lap, which made her blush just a bit. I want you to officially meet the men who've taken such pains to protect me these past months. As you know, I'm prone to finding trouble, but nothing I did challenged these fine warriors over much. She began the introductions. Her father showed appreciation for their chivalry but remained silent. Cora looked to Jamie and Gavin, seated to her right, who stared at haphazard tufts of grass growing from moist soil. She glanced around the circle. No one would meet her eyes. What was wrong with them all? She looked to Seamus, the only one not purposefully avoiding her gaze. He was whittling a piece of bark into the shape of a heart. She'd have to ask about that later. For now, she needed him to end this ridiculous silence. Seamus, Cora began. The warrior looked up sharply, snapped his knife shut, and pocketed the bark in his sporran. She smiled. Would you be so kind as to tell my father about this man you call Rob Roy? That did it. Within moments, every man around the campfire was gesticulating wildly, speaking forcefully over one another in their eagerness to explain to her English father how incredibly cruel his German king was to their fellow Scotsman and his outcast clan. They occasionally jumped up to punctuate the sky with a fist, generally having themselves a grand time in their united front against the land their guest called home. Cora accepted Malcolm's gentle kiss on her cheek and settled into the shelter of his broad shoulders to watch the show. That night, Malcolm wrapped Cora tightly in his plaid and lay with her by the fire. After taming the wild locks tickling his nose, he made the request that had long been on his mind. Tell me what you see in your nightmares. Cora swallowed a gasp of surprise. Her nightmares had been on her mind recently. They'd vanished for a spell, but for some reason had returned on the trip to London. She feared she'd made a fool of herself in her sleep. The Baron and his men had pretended nothing happened, but their avoiding glances made clear she'd been crying out again. She'd learned to tell the signs. Ivan had been nearby as well. Perhaps he'd spoken to Malcolm. Cora slumped against Malcolm's chest as she puzzled through the confusion. She'd thought she'd put the nightmares behind her when they disappeared at Castle Cameron. Why had they returned so suddenly, worse than ever? She brushed the question aside, frustrated that the answer remained just out of reach. Fire, she answered. Cora felt rather than saw Malcolm nod behind her, his hands still wrapped tightly around her like a cocoon. What else? That's it. Just fire. Cora wriggled, but Malcolm stopped her. She scanned their surroundings to ensure the soldiers had scattered their beds out of earshot. You cry out when you have these nightmares. Surely you're not just watching a fire. What happens to make you so afraid? Malcolm turned her face to his, forcing her to look into his eyes. The intimacy felt raw. Tell me, he whispered. She sighed. Then it all came out. The whole story about how her mind had twisted that fateful day so that she'd somehow become the Baron's captive, him demanding his soldiers bind her hands and hold her over flames violently consuming her childhood home. How she cried as it grew hotter and hotter until the flames consumed her alive and everything went black. Having shared her visions for the first time, surprised at her own knowledge of the hazy thoughts haunting her dreams. She suddenly felt clammy and sick, very far away, until Malcolm's touch anchored her back to the present. He gave no sympathy, made no move to soothe her. He simply asked, "You haven't had a nightmare in quite some time. Why do you think that is?" Why indeed? I don't know. I do. She hadn't realized she'd squeezed her eyes shut until she opened them to focus on Malcolm's face. Do you want me to tell you why? She felt her head nodding dumbly. First answer this, when was your last nightmare? On the voyage to London, Cora answered obediently. Malcolm nodded as if he'd already known. And before then? You know when. Cora's tone was sharp with sudden realization. He'd been sneaking into her room even before they'd married to soothe her through her dreams. I do. And do you know why now? Cora suddenly did. The connection between Malcolm's physical presence and the glaring absence of nightmares was so obvious she couldn't believe she'd missed it. She whispered with a touch of awe, "You." He kissed her nose playfully before pulling her close against his chest. Have your courses arrived yet? What? Cora gasped a little too loudly, surprised by his question. He repeated it blandly, making no attempt to lower his voice, and awaited her response. Her mind turned in confusion as she calculated when her monthly courses had last arrived. Some time had passed, she admitted, but with all her thoughts of freeing Papa, she hadn't noticed. He had, though. Cora felt a tug of appreciation for this man who saw to the livelihood and safety of hundreds of clansmen, protected his allies, somehow found time to gallivant to London to save her father, and still noticed the minute details of her womanly cycle. How did you know? He allowed her to pull back and looked at her as if she were daft. A husband notices such things. Cora shook her head. Not all husbands. You will stop this nonsense at once. If you're with child, you put our bairn at risk going with Sanders. You will not be so foolish again. Malcolm. Cora paused, stunned. It's been such a short time since we married. Malcolm kissed her nose. It's been long enough that it's a possibility. One I sincerely hope for. Cora nodded and nuzzled her cheek into his palm as he cupped her face gently, holding her nose to his. His eyes twinkled with hope for their future. I need to hear the words. Cora knew what he needed, and she had no problem pledging her love. The look in his eyes told her how much he cared. For her and for any children they may have. Malcolm continued holding her gaze as if she were the center of his universe, waiting for her promise. I love you, Malcolm. And I won't take such needless risks again, Cora promised. He kissed her then, and then tucked her head under his chin. He pulled his plaid around her shoulders and pushed her head against his chest to sleep. "Mama." Cora felt Malcolm's confused gaze at the familial term and smiled. She met his eyes and shrugged, a smirk lingering at the corner of her lips. "Seems like I missed a lot." "That you did." Cora replied with a laugh and accepted Seamus's assistance in dismounting. Malcolm's feet landed behind her as Nessie launched herself into Cora's arms in a flurry of blue ruffled muslin and shiny blonde braids. "Oh, how I missed you, lass." Cora cooed into her hair as Nessie jumped up and down, tumbling over words of welcome and joy and excitement about the sheep that had gotten into the pig pen while they'd been away. When Nessie turned to Malcolm, he swung her into the air before tucking her into the crook of his arm, her delightful shouts of glee echoing off the verdant rolling hills surrounding Castle Cameron. Once he'd placed her back on solid ground, Cora brought her father forward. "Nessie, this is my father, Lord John Harrington, come all the way from England." Nessie suddenly looked very shy as she peered up at the stranger from behind one of Malcolm's solid legs. Her grubby little fingers gripped his plaid as a shield against the unknown man who made her both curious and suspicious. "Hello," she answered most politely. Cora's father crouched to eye level with the girl. "Hello, lass. I've heard a great deal about you." Nessie's eyes lit up and she dropped Malcolm's plaid, leaving a starburst of moist wrinkles in the fabric on his thigh. "Have you?" she asked in awe. I have. I know you're a very smart, very polite little girl with the courage of a lion. You remind me of another little girl I used to know." Her father held out a hand to the approaching lass, who'd forgotten all about caution. Cora's eyes watered at the joy on her father's face. Nessie curled her pudgy fingers around his outstretched ones, hanging on his next words. "I heard you call my daughter Mama and thought perhaps you'd like to call me grandfather." Unlike the unbridled joy she'd shown Cora and Malcolm, Nessie continued looking at this stranger in awe, completely unsure how to react. Cora could nearly see the gears grinding in her brain before she answered, I'd like that," refusing to look away from this mirage before her. John smiled and took Nessie's hand in his, asking with mock innocence, "When I'm at my home, I enjoy a treat after a ride on my horse." He paused and looked at the girl's very hopeful eyes. "There doesn't happen to be a cook who bakes sweets here, does there?" Nessie was already running toward the kitchens before she remembered to answer her new grandfather's question. She ran back, grabbed his hand, and nearly shouted, "Cook makes honey bannocks, she has them now," then proceeded to run for the castle again, with John laughing as he trudged stiffly up the slope behind her. Ivan approached Malcolm as they watched Cora's father limp away. "We should discuss what's to be done with MacLeod. What are your thoughts?" Malcolm grunted. Ivan ran through the course of events since Sanders arrived with his false missive from the king. The implicating manner in which he highlighted Ellie's role in delivering the enemy missive caught Cora's attention. Though she was certain Ivan had briefed Malcolm on Sanders' missive outside London, apparently he hadn't gone into detail about exactly how Cora had received it. "Ivan, surely you don't think," she began. "Hush," Malcolm stated, indicating for Ivan to continue. "Dougal is behind this," Ivan finished, crossing his arms over his chest as Malcolm nodded agreement. "And where were you?" Malcolm barked menacingly. Cora gave Ivan credit for courage. The soldier displayed no emotion on his face, answering matter-of-factly, "I was waiting in the great hall for Cora to descend from her chamber." "And you missed Ellie climbing the stairs?" Again, Ivan's face was impassive when he answered, "Nay, laird, I saw her. I thought nothing of it." His lack of guile was surely a testament to his trust in his laird's level-headedness. Cora wondered if Ivan wasn't overestimating Malcolm's ability to see reason where her well-being was concerned. Her husband did seem to act somewhat unhinged whenever she was placed in the least bit of danger. "She's been banned from the castle, Ivan," Malcolm barked his reminder. "Aye, from her duties. But she's been in the castle since." Malcolm glared but said no more on the matter. By now, Malcolm's guard had congregated around him to hear the tale. Cora thought to intervene before the two warriors came to blows. "Ivan, How do you suppose I ended up the intended recipient of such a missive? Surely Sanders would have written to my husband? You shouldn't have received the letter, milady, Ivan replied stubbornly. Seamus countered, but did Sanders know of her marriage? If he didn't, how would he know where to find her? Jamie reasoned. All the men nodded agreement. Ivan's soldier stepped forward then with his report. I delivered the message directly into the hands of a Cameron leader since I was still on patrol. He promised me he was heading to the castle and would deliver the missive to Ivan himself. The soldier dutifully ground out the words, his Adam's apple bobbing wildly in his throat. Cora interrupted then, in the name of peace. However, she was no longer certain of her role in all this. Ivan, I was most happy to receive this information, for it provided me the opportunity to go to London and free my father. Both Ivan and Malcolm nodded absent-mindedly as they mulled over the implications. It was Seamus who said what they were all thinking. He's committed treason. Finlay nodded, a hand moving to the hilt of his sword. We'll finish him, for sure, Gavin said, seemingly not all that unhappy with the dire implications of the current conversation. Grumbles of agreement and eager nods accompanied this oath, but Malcolm silenced them all with a chilling declaration. Nay, none of you will touch him. He turned to walk toward the castle, not stopping to call over his shoulder, he's mine. His vow echoed through the hills. Chapter 20. The Reckoning Hour. Dougal MacLeod wouldn't live to see morning. At dusk, Cora began to hear rumblings from the courtyard below, voices growing in strength and rising to her second-floor window. After a restorative bath, she'd wrapped herself in warm toweling and reached for the curtains when a masculine shout boomed across the courtyard, crescendoing above all others. She dashed to the window and pulled back the drapes. Dozens of Cameron soldiers climbed the hill from the practice fields, and a cold bead of dread ran the length of her spine. They were heading for the upper bailey, which was rapidly filling with more Camerons, soldiers, women, children, and elders alike. Standing in haphazard clumps were clansmen of all ages. Some looked torn from their work spontaneously, others seemed to have arrived in anticipation of evening entertainment. The blacksmith still wore his leather apron. The tanner absent-mindedly held a hide he'd been trimming. Children ran about with heads damp from evening baths, and mothers congregated with the relief of having already seen to dinner chores. Cora whipped back to her dressing table to quickly braid her hair and secure her gown. Her mind raced with ways to stop the inevitable conflict between Malcolm and Dougal, knowing full well there were holes in her understanding of events. She knew now that Ellie and her father had orchestrated her receipt of that letter. Sanders intended it for her specifically, but Ivan had been under orders to ensure no danger breached her sanctuary. She felt irritated by that, though judging by how events turned out, she understood why Malcolm had given such orders. What she didn't understand was how Sanders had singled out Dougal, or why Ellie was involved in his nefarious plot. Now Malcolm had Dougal MacLeod in his sights, and Cora feared the end result would be bloody. She hoped Ivan hadn't been punished too badly for his failures, but she feared more for Dougal's soul. And for her husband's. This wasn't battle, this was cold-blooded murder. Though she doubted her husband's blood ran all that cold at the moment. Good man or bad, no man deserved to be on the receiving end of Malcolm's wrath. She'd seen him angry, but never murderous. Never killing. She hoped it wouldn't come to that. Once Cora had donned her leather slippers, she ran down the stairs and out the front door, colliding with a line of warriors with an undignified oof. Jamie turned and grinned. Here she be. Cora frowned at him, her eyes darting across the upper bailey for signs of Malcolm. Please say you're not here to intercept me. Aye, milady. It's our duty. Jamie chuckled, looking for all the world like the Highland games were about to commence. Cora grumbled and tried to sidestep him, only to be intercepted by Finlay. She acquiesced. Fine. Where's Seamus then? He's Malcolm's second. Egad. Malcolm's second at what? Finlay and Jamie looked at her as if she'd grown another head. Gavin leaned over and explained, for the fight. You mean execution, Jamie corrected, chuckling with Finlay at his own joke. Cora rolled her eyes. "Let me pass." "Not a chance." Jamie was still laughing. He sobered quickly and amended, "Apologies, milady. Orders, you know." He rocked back slightly when Cora threw her full weight into his broad chest, but in the end she only bounced off him, lost her balance, and stumbled gracelessly into Gavin's quick arms. She gave Finley a sharp glare when he smirked, then submitted to her fate. For the moment, at least. By now the courtyard was packed with viewers, all showing the same giddy anticipation on their faces as Malcolm's guard. What was wrong with these people? Didn't they know a man would die tonight? A cold fist gripped Cora's heart when the thought struck her that a man would indeed die, but it might not be Dougal. What if Dougal won the fight? What if it was Malcolm who died? Ice-cold fingers spread to her extremities, to every cell in her being, and Cora swiftly grew lightheaded. Stars burst in her eyes and the ground shifted beneath her feet. She reached out blindly and found Finley's steady arm through the haze growing over her vision. She heard Jamie's voice from a distance. "Milady, are you all right?" And at the same time Gavin's insistent voice floated over her shoulder, "Jamie, she's swooning." It was the last thing she remembered. Malcolm approached the courtyard and looked for Dougal in the crowd. He followed Seamus and Ivan, who pushed through hordes of clansmen dressed in Cameron plaid with jubilant smiles on their faces. He knew moments like these were retold for generations, and he suspected a fair number of his clan prayed for the day Dougal was removed from their lives. The man wreaked havoc everywhere he went. But there were also men loyal to MacLeod. Which was why he'd been allowed to stay in a position of power. That was in the past. This time he'd gone too far. Dougal knew it. They knew it. Malcolm knew it. Malcolm glanced toward the castle entry, searching for Cora. She might be the only member of the onlooking crowd who wouldn't understand what Malcolm had to do. A twinge of regret mixed with a touch of panic settled into Malcolm's bones. He hoped his guard was explaining why this had to happen. And he hoped Cora would listen to them, for once. He caught sight of Finley, Jamie, and Gavin, but not Cora. His 3 guardsmen were hunched over as if holding a heavy weight, but the crowd obscured his vision further. Malcolm rose on his toes and stretched to his full height, barely catching sight of the coppery top of Cora's head. Good thing she couldn't see much from that location. He dismissed her from his mind forthwith. Now was definitely not the time to be thinking of his wife. Now was the time to be violently slaughtering Dougal in plain view of every man, woman, and child in his clan for daring to endanger said wife. The irony wasn't lost on him. Malcolm approached the center of the crowd's circle, his broadsword still in its scabbard. Dougal stood in the sea of Cameron plaids, looking slightly ill at the dull roar of calls for his death. Legs spread proudly, hand on the hilt of his sword. The elder's face was impassive, his mouth a slim, straight line, but Malcolm noted his hair was brushed and tied back, his plaid perfectly pleated. The man was a traitor, but he had his pride. Malcolm caught sight of Ellie as he turned to face her father. The lass stood in the front row with her plaid draped over her shoulders like a shield. Tears streamed down her face from eyes swollen from long crying. Malcolm was surprised to admit that Dougal's daughter looked appropriately subdued, remorseful even, and he struggled with pity for her, and anger that she was partially responsible for his wife's potential harm. He squashed the pity. The anger drove him forward. Dougal MacLeod. Malcolm bellowed for all to hear, even though he stood a mere 6 yards from the man he intended to kill. "I hereby accuse you of treason to your laird." A howl of shouts and applause came from the audience, their joy at the impending carnage clear. Dougal pulled his sword from its scabbard and stepped forward to meet his opponent. The elder had a good 20 years' experience on Malcolm and had proven himself brave and victorious on the battlefield. His eyes glinted with the confidence of years of soldiering as he focused on his enemy. Malcolm thought he caught a hint of pride, a purposefulness, as if he'd been waiting a long time for this moment. As if he knew it would be only a matter of time before he unseated Malcolm as laird and took the role for himself. "She swooned," Jamie offered with more humor than Malcolm thought appropriate. Malcolm scowled up at him before dragging his eyes back to Cora. Cora, M.O. Crith. He grasped her chin and lifted her eyes to his. They were watery and unfocused, but she smiled at him and he could see no damage anywhere. He breathed a sigh of relief. Was it the sight of the blood that bothered you, M.O. Gale? Her smile disappeared instantly. The sight of what? Malcolm, Finley interjected, having completed his unofficial examination of the patient. She didn't see that. She passed out before it began. I didn't see what? Cora asked again, still groggy. Before it began? Malcolm asked at the same time. It was the strangest thing. One moment she was scanning the crowd, presumably looking for you, the next she was in a dead faint in Gavin's arms. I didn't see what? Cora fairly shouted her question. Nothing, love, Malcolm soothed, as all three of his guards vigorously nodded their agreement, all speaking at once. Nothing to see. I didn't see anything either. And one oddly placed, there was a lot of it. Malcolm assessed Cora's curious face again, searching for answers she was in no state to give. Sweetheart, what happened? Her demeanor changed instantly, and her head dipped. Malcolm thought he saw her cheeks grow pink and knew he wouldn't be getting an answer with his men clustered around. Gavin, can Cora sit up on her own? But I feared she'd swoon again, so I figured I'd stay here just in case. You can let her go now. Leave us. The soldiers filed away while Malcolm rocked back on his heels and studied Cora's face. What happened, Cora? She peeked up, her embarrassment clear. She hesitated a moment, then blurted it all out. Malcolm, 1 minute I was looking for you through the crowd, the next I felt so cold all over, like my blood had turned to ice, and that's the last thing I remember. Why? Why what? Why is that the last thing I remember? She gave him a look as if he'd gone daft. She just swooned, for goodness sake. Malcolm gently brushed a thumb across her cheek. Cora felt a wet smudge where it passed and realized she was crying. His voice was deep and tender when he asked, No, love. Why did your blood turn to ice? Her heart thumped hard at the look in his eyes, at the feel of his touch, at her own overwhelming feelings for this man. I had the thought that perhaps it wouldn't be Dougal who would die today, but that it might be you. She whispered, tears streaming now. Malcolm, I couldn't live without you. Malcolm leaned forward to kiss her forehead tenderly. The look of mirth that replaced his concern told Cora she wouldn't be hearing any such declarations from him, not this time anyway. She wasn't disappointed. Nay, lass. It was Dougal who died. She rolled her eyes at his callousness as he helped her to her feet. And I have no intention of you ever living without me, he said more softly. He abruptly swooped her into his arms, a habit of his she was becoming accustomed to, and turned to a crowd that Cora was stunned to see was waiting for his word. His shout nearly shook the surrounding pines as he proclaimed, AI-Narrated Child. He smiled down at her and translated, Unite. Why unite when you've just gone and demonstrated division? Malcolm looked confused. I didn't cause division. You just murdered a man in cold blood. Cora tried to wriggle free from his arms, but his hold on her was true. Nay, lass, Malcolm drawled, bringing his lips to her ear. My blood wasn't cold at all. Cora shivered and managed to break free of his grasp at the same time. He gently let her down until her feet were planted firmly. He did not remove his hands from her shoulders, however. Not yours, you heathen, his. Malcolm scrunched his nose up in thought. Nay, his wasn't cold either. Cora was groaning in frustration at the arrogant smile on his face just as she caught sight of Ellie from the corner of her eye. Her face was tear-streaked, and she was slipping from the crowd with a furtive glance over her shoulder. I'll be right back, Cora said over her shoulder, already halfway down the stone steps. She heard Malcolm growl her name in a warning tone, but didn't know if he resented her walking after such a close call or the mission she'd so obviously set her mind to. Cora ignored him nonetheless. She had to reach Ellie. Cora caught up with Dougal's daughter at the banks of the river that burbled behind the castle. The young lady had fallen to her knees in the moss and mud and was scooping water to her red face. Cora didn't want to frighten the girl on the worst day of her life, but knew she somehow had to talk to her about what had happened. Barring marriage with a neighboring clan, Ellie would have to spend the rest of her days on Cameron land, especially now with no immediate family. And Cora knew she was up against a long road ahead. As the laird's wife, she hoped she had some power to facilitate that journey. Cora knew it was the right thing to do, even though she still felt no small amount of ill will toward the girl's destructive role since the moment Cora had set foot on Cameron soil. Cora approached Ellie slowly from behind and assumed the same crouching position slightly to her left. "Hello, Ellie," she began rather dumbly. She wrung her fingers with uncertainty and decided to plunge ahead, graceful or not. "I'm so sorry about your father. I don't know what else to say." Ellie scowled at her, the impact of her venom weakened by the streams of tears still coming from her bloodshot eyes. "Are you apologizing for your husband's ruthlessness out of spite, or are you really that dumb?" "I hear the English are." Cora shifted and tried again. "I'm expressing my condolences for the loss of your father. And for you having to watch it. I don't think I could have borne the pain." "Nay, you could not have," Ellie declared before sniffing inelegantly. Cora let that insult slide. She watched a swallow swoop down to rest on the flowering branch of a gray willow. "What will you do now? What's it to you?" Ellie shot back, squishing the wet moss into the fabric of her gown as she rose to her feet. Cora knew she had moments to propose her idea, but Ellie was already taking steps toward the pathway in an attempt to evade their discussion. "Ellie," Cora began, rising to follow her as she climbed the hill to the castle. "I know you're alone now." "I'm not alone," she snapped back over her shoulder. "And I want to offer you a position in the castle." Ellie stopped dead and turned. Her tears dried up and her mouth formed an innocent O. After a moment, she cast about for words before uttering, "I've been kicked out of the castle. By my husband. Surely you realize there were politics at play. What's done is done, and I wish it weren't so, but you have a choice to make now concerning your future. Would you like that future to be at the castle, or would you like to go back to your cottage and live alone?" Ellie dropped her head in thought, and when she met Cora's eyes again, there was a vulnerability she had not seen before. "I'd very much like to marry." Cora was so caught off guard she stepped forward and grabbed Ellie's hands in hers. "Oh, that would be lovely, Ellie. Have you a man in mind?" Ellie smirked. "In Scotland, the man asks the woman. Is it the other way around in England?" Cora laughed at her foolishness. "No, Ellie. It's the same. But I'm wanting to know if you've set your cap for any man in particular?" "Nay," Ellie admitted to her feet. "Well, then. To my way of thinking, the castle would be the best place to position yourself in pursuit of a man. There are soldiers coming through the great hall at all hours of the day and night." Cora paused, then nodded with certainty. "I'm sure that would be your very best chance of finding the perfect man." "You'll accept the position then? Why would you want to help me? After what my father's done? After the way I've treated you?" Cora held Ellie's suspicious gaze. "If I'm being honest, part of me doesn't want to help you." She paused to let that sink in before adding, "But a far greater part of me is sympathetic to the plight of a young woman who is now all alone in the world. The road ahead of you has the potential to be more difficult than the trials you've thrown my way. I believe in turning the other cheek, as is in the scriptures. You'd be unique in the Highlands for that quality," Ellie quipped. "Yes, I gather that, which is yet another reason why you should take me up on my offer. As I said before, life will be harder for you now." Cora watched Ellie grapple with the information she'd just received. She looked as if she'd just been sucked into a whirlwind and deposited out the other end straight on her head. "What position are you meaning?" "At the castle, I mean. Well, I've need of a lady's maid. Someone to see to my hair and clothes, someone to run errands for me and help out in the household for large gatherings. I'm sure Mrs. Dowd could use your help in the kitchens, and you could keep a chamber above stairs. You'd have plenty of privacy. Cora finished and squeezed Ellie's hands as the lass thought it through. It would surely be my best chance of securing a husband, Ellie replied tentatively. Surely so. But the laird has expressly forbidden it. Cora smiled. You leave that to me. She winked at Ellie then, causing the lass to crack a watery, apologetic smile for the first time since her personal nightmare began. Cora accompanied Ellie up the hill and then watched contentedly as she followed the crooked path to her cottage to collect her meager belongings. Today had been a dark day indeed, but Cora was happy to have found a silver lining. Epilogue. Whispers of life. Are you not wanting butter on your bannock, milady? The cook barked out the question, a grin deceiving her gruff tone. Cora looked at the bannock, then back at the cook. No, she said, surprised. She dropped the half-eaten oat cake on a nearby plate and brushed crumbs from her fingers. I don't think I could stomach it right now. Feeling sick, are you? Yes, I am. How did you know that? Silence came from the cook's turned back. Cora swallowed an uprising of queasiness and frowned at the lady. She'd had a metallic taste in her mouth for a day or so now, but this new upheaval in her belly was unsettling. How was it that Mrs. Dowd seemed to know everything about her before she did? The cook even seemed to know what Nessie needed before Cora realized it herself. And now she was keen to the fact that Cora was suffering an ailment before Cora fully accepted what it was. Cora's voice came out sharper than she'd anticipated. Mrs. Dowd, what is it you think you know? A lot more than you do, lass. The cook chuckled to herself as she reached for a pot hanging from a hook on the ceiling beam. A cookmaid hurried by from the gardens with a basket of freshly picked garlic and onions, perhaps the last of the season as the ground was starting to firm with the first frosts of winter. Cora wrapped her shawl more tightly around her shoulders with the arrival of a blast of cool air from the door the maid closed behind her. When she looked back up, Mrs. Dowd had crossed her arms over her considerable chest and cocked her head to one side, watching her. When did you first start feeling ill? Cora opened her mouth and closed it. She opened it again to utter, just now, on the hill watching Nessie fence with Jamie. And? Cora blushed. She wasn't about to disclose to Mrs. Dowd that her illness had ended abruptly in the bushes. It passed, she lied. The look on the cook's face told Cora she hadn't been convincing. And when were your last courses? I seem to be getting that question a lot lately. And what's your answer, lass? The cook pressed, making no effort to lower her voice. You know, your monthly flow. Cora blushed and darted a glance at the young girls chopping industriously at the sideboard. She was grateful they remained steadfast in their chore. She knew the cook's purpose for this line of questioning. Malcolm had suggested her courses were late, had even referred to the need to protect their bairn. And of course, she'd known what that meant even if it hadn't felt real at the time. It sure felt real now. Cora had no mother or sisters growing up, and Joan had been a wonderful surrogate in the void left behind, but her lady's maid had been woefully remiss concerning the finer details of female life. Cora felt completely adrift in this new, unknown world. But she also felt a breathtaking amount of awe at the dawning realization. It must be true then, Malcolm must have known. She was with child. That's why her courses disappeared. That's why she was suddenly queasy with no recourse. She looked up at Mrs. Dowd in wonder, having not one clue what she should say to the woman. But she needn't have concerned herself. The cook brushed her doughy hands on her apron before sitting down with Cora to clasp hers in their warm cocoon. The cook proceeded to tell Cora, quite officiously, every single thing she would need to know and every single person who would help her in the coming months. But perhaps most importantly, Mrs. Dowd emphasized that Cora was not alone and there was nothing at all to fear so long as she followed the advice of her elders and kept her faith. For the first time since leaving Joan, who Cora had been reliably informed was retired comfortably now in a village near the ruins of Harrington Castle with Oswald, she felt the warmth of maternal affection, and a wave of divine serenity washed over her. Tears of gratitude came to the corners of Cora's eyes as she slumped into Mrs. Dowd's gentle rocking embrace. It was nice to feel mothered. Cora was descending the stone steps from the second floor when she heard Malcolm's voice boom through the foyer. He was barking something at someone, but upon closer observation, Cora concluded he was simply discussing the crofter's broken arm with the warrior beside him. Why couldn't he just use a normal tone of voice like a more civilized human being? Cora straightened her skirts and stepped onto the flagstones to meet her husband. She'd just finished a restorative nap and was feeling rested, if not a little sluggish. Her queasiness seemed to subside when she rested on her back with her shoulders propped on pillows, and Mrs. Dowd had encouraged her to stay just like that until she felt better. Instead, she'd fallen sound asleep and not woken until nearly the dinner hour. But can't he just hew the wood with his other hand? Cora heard a soldier asking curiously as he faced her husband, whose back was still to her. The soldier's remark was apparently not well received, for it earned a number of exasperated sighs from the group of men, as well as a hard shove from Seamus. "And I'd like to see that," Seamus grumbled as Jamie barked. "And who's going to be holding the board for him, I'll be asking you." "Enough." Malcolm held up one hand to stop the inanity. "The man didn't mean to break his arm, and I'll not be leaving him alone in his time of need. I said to find the crofter an apprentice and I meant it." He paused and looked directly at the hapless soldier who'd posed the question. "Even if it's you." As a unit, Malcolm, Seamus, and Jamie dismissed the young soldiers by turning and walking toward the entrance to the great hall, their heavy boots echoing in the heavy oak rafters. Malcolm caught sight of Cora then and slowed to let his soldiers enter for dinner before him. He reached for Cora as soon as she was near enough and pulled her hard against him. She felt his chest expand as he dipped his head to smell her clean hair, and she shivered when he whispered in her ear, "How are you feeling?" Cora leaned back to look at him curiously. The gentle, knowing smile on his face told her either he was spectacularly good at predicting the future, or there was really nothing that happened on his land he wasn't apprised of. She suspected the latter. Sighing, Cora shrugged her shoulders and muttered, "Better. You look rested." Cora blushed. She'd lounged all day like a slug abed and had no idea where her daughter was. Or her father for that matter. "Where's Nessie?" Malcolm kissed her forehead in response and guided her toward the great hall with a firm hand at the small of her back. He took one of her hands in his other one as he led her down the 3 massive steps. "I'm not a porcelain doll," Cora grumbled, ever more irritated by his patronizing smile. "I'm not," she repeated more firmly. "Our daughter is with some new friends," he dodged. "I suspect she'll have quite the tale to regale you with when she arrives for dinner." Malcolm's quiet voice floated well below the jubilant chatter of his soldiers settling in at the table. Callum and his commander Fraser were staying the night and were also taking their places at the table. In a manner that Cora couldn't fathom, the 2 men's presence somehow raised the volume in the great hall exponentially. How only a few soldiers could make so much noise was beyond her ability to comprehend, and she shook her head in bemusement. "And my father?" Malcolm settled Cora gently on the bench before taking his seat at the end of the table. One last time, she sent a disapproving look in his direction, hoping he would get the message that this new caretaking of his was completely unnecessary. He winked at her in response, which made her sigh in defeat. It was shaping up to be a long pregnancy, and it was only the first day Cora had fully accepted its reality. "Your father should be here shortly." Cora had opened her mouth to question him further, but stopped when Callum, who was positioned on the other side of Malcolm, chimed in. "Ah, your infamous papa is finally here. We've heard a lot about him." Cora focused intently on Callum. "Infamous? What are you talking about?" Callum smiled and directed his comment at Malcolm. "It was Papa she called you, right?" "More Hades than Papa," Malcolm grumbled, adding a sarcastic Poseidon, before taking Cora's hand in his and rubbing her knuckles with the pad of his thumb. Cora's patience was fraying. "Will someone please explain to me why my papa is infamous?" This time, almost all of them paid attention to her request. Seamus looked curious. Jamie looked thoughtful. Fraser looked for the jug of wine, and Callum just smiled at her. Cora looked at Malcolm, who was scrupulously wiping a bit of tarnish off his silver goblet before handing it to Callum to be filled. He averted his eyes from her searching ones. well? Cora nearly whined, at a complete loss for what was happening. Malcolm took a healthy gulp from the goblet Callum had just passed back before addressing her. When you were sick with the fever at Castle Stewart. Malcolm coughed and downed more wine before continuing, a suspicious glint of humor now gracing the corners of his eyes. You were quite delirious and spoke fondly, and often, of your childhood. And you're saying I spoke of my father? Is that why he's now infamous? Callum laughed, while Malcolm shoved him in the shoulder. I mean, nay. Well, sort of. He paused a long while before reluctantly concluding, you thought I was him. Cora thought that was strange but didn't understand why that would pose a problem. Nor did she understand why that would make her papa infamous. It was clear Malcolm and Callum were making a mountain out of a molehill, but before she could dig further, a flurry of activity graced the entrance of the great hall, and in bounded Nessie, followed more slowly by her father. Cora didn't know who to look at first. Nessie was completely covered in what could only be thick mud. The skirts of her dress were spattered with the stuff as if it had been thrown by the fistful. Her cheeks were smeared and her usually blonde hair was dingy with dirt and scattered through with twigs and dried leaves. Cora's father looked not much better, and if she'd noticed correctly, seemed to have attained a pronounced limp since she departed his company after breakfast. She eyed Jamie speculatively concerning the appearance of his charge, while Mrs. Dowd marched into the hall and intercepted Nessie before she launched her grubby self into the arms of one of her parents. Now, you come right with me, lassie. I'll be dunking you soundly in a hot tub with plenty of soap, mind you, to get that good Scottish mud out of your hair. The girl wriggled in the cook's arms as she lamented her fate quite loudly. Ellie, run now and get the lass a clean dress and stockings, Mrs. Dowd barked over her shoulder. Cora noticed then that Ellie MacLeod had been lurking in the shadows by the kitchens. The young woman looked a bit fatigued, but Cora noticed a difference in the way she held her shoulders. She seemed inflated in a way she hadn't before. Cora wondered if a hard day's work hadn't instilled a sense of pride and belonging in the girl, and once again thanked God for the foresight to keep her in the castle. Ellie walked briskly in the direction of Nessie's room as if she'd been tasked with fetching the Queen of Scotland her best gown. She met Malcolm's cautious gaze. Cora knew her husband wasn't very happy about the daughter of his enemy living under his roof, but it was a testament to his love for Cora that he allowed it with very little questioning. She remembered the night they'd come to blows of a sword over Ellie, with Malcolm half-heartedly demanding she leave the castle immediately, and Cora gently coaxing him into sitting on the bed so she could remove his boots while he raged about things like treason and backstabbing. After helping him out of his plaid, it hadn't taken too much more convincing on Cora's part for Malcolm to forget the dispute entirely, and it seemed that in the interim, he'd come to terms with his fate. Cora turned to her father then, who was gingerly lowering himself to the hard bench. A cookmaid appeared out of nowhere with a fresh goblet and a cushion for him to sit on, which he gratefully accepted. The table was laid with carved mutton and filleted fish fresh from the river, oven-roasted turnips, and steamed onions and garlic from the garden, all accompanied by piles of bannocks drizzled with honey and crisp green apples sliced into quarters. The jug of wine was passed around, and while her father served himself, Cora chose a fillet of fish and some turnips with butter. She waited until he'd downed a healthy sip before engaging him in conversation. Papa, did you approve of Malcolm's stables? Aye, lassie, her father grunted, diving into a plate of mutton and onions. He addressed his host next. Your black stallion, my lord, is one of the finest horses I have ever laid eyes upon. I hope Harold saddled him for you, Malcolm responded politely. My stables are too short at the moment, since Gavin and Finlay left with Ewan just this morning. They'll be training as commanders under his tutelage. Yes, indeed, her father responded enthusiastically. Harold was a great help indeed. With no further comment from Malcolm, Cora's father launched into a monologue on the positive attributes of the black stallion, in effect, a soliloquy that seemed to have a glazing effect on the soldiers at the table. They were all blessedly distracted by the windstorm formerly known as Agnes Cameron, who suddenly blazed across the chilly flagstones in her fresh dress and catapulted herself against Cora's back, both small arms wrapping tightly around one of her very favorite people. Come here, Nessie, Malcolm grumbled, dragging the girl from her strong grasp of Cora's midsection. He settled her on his lap and whispered in her ear until the girl's mouth grew into an O of surprise. She scurried off his lap and sidled up to Cora, noticeably more gently than before. "Mama, you've a bairn in your belly?" Cora's blush was sure to be a ferocious shade of red, she lamented, as she shot Malcolm a threatening glance. He leaned back in his chair quite pleased with himself and accepted the congratulations of his men. Cora felt intense guilt as she heard her father cry out in joyous praise down the table, and peered past Seamus to smile apologetically, expressing regret for not having told him sooner. Although, to be fair, she just realized herself. Nessie was busy feeling Cora's still flat belly with her small hands. She compared the feeling to her own belly, still roundly protruded with the shape of youth. She moved back to Cora and felt around until her brows scrunched up in confusion. "I can't feel a bairn," she lamented, as Cora settled her in her lap and scooped up a spoonful of fish to feed her. The lass accepted the food with little fuss. "The baby is still very little, sweetheart, and can't be felt yet. But you will need to eat your supper, so that when the baby gets bigger and arrives, you'll have plenty of strength to play with and protect it." Nessie opened her mouth obediently for the next spoonful of food, but she wasn't expecting it to be turnips, and scrunched up her nose in disgust. Cora distracted her with a question. "Tell me, sweetheart, why were you covered in mud when you arrived?" Nessie immediately swallowed the remnants of the offending vegetable and launched into an enthusiastic story of her new best friend, Maggie, whose family's pig just delivered piglets, and Maggie's father let them play with the tiny animals in their very own pen. "There were lots of them, and their little pink noses tickled when we held them to our faces, and their curly little tails wound in circles, and Maggie's papa let me name one and I named it Angel, because its little pig kisses felt like angel kisses on my face." Nessie suffered a second bite of fish and a sip of water before turning to Malcolm. "Papa, I want a pig of my very own. We could keep it in the gardens, and Mrs. Dowd could feed it when it's hungry, and I could play with it when it's bored." Cora knew it hadn't escaped Malcolm's notice that Nessie had never called him Papa before. She almost interceded to make sure Malcolm understood the importance of this moment, but when she saw the moisture glisten at the corners of Malcolm's gray eyes, and heard the gravel in his voice as he responded to his daughter, she knew he would handle this momentous occasion just right. "But a pig in the gardens will eat all our food before we've had a chance to eat it ourselves." She'd been wrong. Cora opened her mouth to assure the lass that her father wasn't really an unfeeling ogre, when Seamus interrupted. "Pigs make quite a ruckus, too. Can you imagine trying to sleep and having the pigs oinking beneath your windowsill?" Jamie chimed in unhelpfully, "I hear they're dirty animals, too. Always filthy, living in mud and all." Nessie's pudgy hands clenched the side of the table as she scooted forward on Cora's lap. "Nay, they're clean animals," she insisted at a near shout, causing Jamie and Seamus to turn their heads to hide their smiles. Her father leaned down the table and added earnestly, "Remind me to tell you the tale of the Crommyonian sow in Greek mythology. It's a fetching tale indeed of a pig who was the daughter of the monsters Typhon and Echidna." Nessie eyed her grandfather cautiously at the mention of monsters and obediently murmured, "Aye, Grandpapa," as the table uniformly decided that was a fine time to drink from their goblets. Callum couldn't resist adding his contribution. "I remember having a pig as a child, but it disappeared one Christmas and I never saw it again." Nessie looked at the laird wide-eyed with curiosity. "Whatever happened to it?" Malcolm grumbled a sharp warning in Gaelic while Seamus hooted with laughter, Jamie groaned his disapproval, and Fraser seconded the lass's curiosity concerning the pig's fate, although in a tone admittedly less sincere. Cora thought she heard her father announce that he preferred ham at Christmastime but hoped to God she was wrong. "I never found out, but I'll tell you this, I think every child should have their own pig. Your father can build you a pig pen and you can visit it every day." Callum smiled at Malcolm, who suddenly looked quite murderous. "Can I, Papa? Please?" Nessie's fingers were entwined in a pleading knot as she bounced on Cora's lap. "Be careful with your mama," Malcolm grumbled and allowed the girl to climb into his own lap. She settled in and accepted bite after bite of honey-drizzled bannocks and fresh apples that he fed her in a never-ending stream that did not allow for speech. Finally, she refused his offerings and reached her small hand up to his cheek, asking earnestly, "Can I?" Malcolm looked down, and in that moment, Cora knew he was lost. He looked to Cora helplessly, and found no aid there. He looked back at his daughter, her brilliant eyes pleading for this one small gift in a short life already filled with loss and pain. Lass. We'll bring Angel to the castle just as soon as we've built a pen." Nessie leaned into her father with relief, appearing quite sleepy now that the battle for the pig was won. The soldiers discussed their plans for the following day while her father ensnared Seamus in a conversation about some political happening he discovered while imprisoned in the Tower of London. Malcolm leaned back with Nessie in his arms as his daughter drifted to sleep against his shoulder. He looked at Cora over the girl's mop of curls and reached his free hand out to take hold of hers. A frisson of energy passed through them, an understanding of where they'd begun and where they'd wound up, right here, at this warm table, filled with good food, good friends, and all things happy. Cora sent up a prayer of thanksgiving that her adventurous path had led her to the Highlands, into the arms of this steadfast man who, while gruff on the outside, showed a fierce resolve to love and protect those who belonged to him. Drawing a hand along the curls of her now sleeping daughter, nestled securely in her husband's arms, Cora leaned against Malcolm and reveled in the kiss he placed in her hair. She smiled, knowing she couldn't possibly have been any happier if she'd tried.
The end. I hope you enjoyed the book. Please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell and stay tuned for the next clean romance audiobook upload. Until next time.